We're on the left, Pete.
I'll just take it from you, Colin. Good morning and welcome to the finals day of the Stoke Piers in Nelson. And as you can see there at the screen, we've got beautiful conditions today. The temperature is about 18 degrees and the green speed is running also at around about 18 degrees as well. You can see there out in front of the clubhouse, perfect conditions. $20,000 in prize money here today at this prestigious event at the Stoke Bowling Club. My thanks, of course, to Sally and Colin, who are the buttons people, the camera people doing all the hard work. And myself and Brian Chapman are here with you. And this is Kevin Hicklin. And we'll bring you the full day's commentary here of quarterfinals, semi-final, and, of course, the final to conclude what has been a fantastic week of bowls in Nelson. Of course, last week we had the Stokes Women Piers, and then throughout the week we had from the Nelson Bowling Club, we had the fours, the fours tournament there. So now we're at the latter stages. And good morning, Brian. And looks like we've got perfect weather here in Nelson this morning as we build down towards the finals later on this afternoon.
Good morning. Certainly looks a very nice day down there. And it looks like it'll be some exciting games there today by the look of the quality of people on offer. So
the match we'll be covering this morning is a quarter-final game between the skipper of Michael Kernaghan, of course, well-known New Zealand player, now head of high performance for New Zealand, and Peter Thorne, who needs no introduction, Peter Thorne of Auckland, up against the youngsters, formerly both of the Deep South, Caleb Hope, now out of Wellington, and his partner Sheldon Bagrie-Howley, two very, very good players, of course, winners of New Zealand, that won New Zealand fours. And one Ian Guinan is the Bagrie-Howley combination, who is leading 1-0 in this 18-end that's 18-end matches, and they or 2.5 hours. The other quarterfinals, which are on, is Lance Pascoe and Jamie Hill up against Tom Tamati and Craig Carter. We've got Andrew Kelly and Andrew Curtin up against Peter Hodgson and Robbie Reid. Raymond Martin of Wellington with his partner Matt Pearson up against Jordan King and Glasson, the Cantabrian. So some very, very strong combination out there this morning, Brian.
Certainly are. This game looks as though it could be rather interesting to start the day.
Oh, well, I never predict. Been caught before trying to predict what happens, and. But I can tell you the greens are absolutely perfect condition in Nelson, playing right alongside the clubhouse. Two greens here at the Stoke Club, as Peter Thorne watches this bowl from Kernaghan break in towards the head and will just finish slightly low. The jack falls in more than likely. Make shot of it, cut of Hope, indicating his skip, Sheldon Bagrie-Howley, to play down on his backhand. Because we've just come on, so not 100% sure. Well, I know which bowls are Sheldon Bagrie-Howley, so, and he needs a bit of luck, not going to get so. Was Mike Kernaghan one of the still, although not playing so much in the competitive world, one of the best draw players going around, and I'm sure we'll see plenty of class from the Sheldon Bagrie-Howley, of course, was beaten earlier on in the week in the final of the Nelson fours. But to be fair, he played really well right throughout the event. Mike Kernan doesn't want to. He wants to remember, Mike. The years of climbing up, don't need to run up the green. You can walk. You don't have to. You don't have to try and break the sprint record, mate. So on the backhand now is Sheldon Bagrie-Howley from the Gore Club, and his partner Caleb Hope now playing out of Stokes Valley and Wellington. Always look under the line, and you'll pay the price on this green, Brian. If you don't get that line right, you'll certainly if you try and steer your bolt underneath the head, you'll pay the price.
Very much so, and particularly on all quick greens, for sure. And as you say, it certainly looked as though it was under the line from the moment it left.
So here's Kernaghan, of course, former international player. Strangely enough, the last New Zealand player to win a medal at a Commonwealth Games way back in 2002. On the hunt is Kernaghan. Now, Peter Thorne is going to have to learn that you don't stand there. Thanks, Pete. Kernaghan trying to play the bolt through the head, doesn't do so offline, so it's second end gone now. And of course, Peter Thorne, formerly long-time player out of Okahu Bay. And to be honest, now I don't know where he plays.
Mount Albert at the moment, I think, Peter. Mind you, I think he's also a member of Royal Oak.
So, of course, played in that great era at Okahu Bay with Ryan Brassey, Danny O'Connor, Ross Hirsney, Barry Greer.
There was quite a few of them in that day.
So here is Thorne, the painter man on the backhand. And you can see very early on, Brian, that green's got a very good run on it. You can see it breaking back towards the centre line.
And it's rather amazing, considering the amount of weather gods they've had there in the last month, to see a green running as good as this so early in the season.
Well, they've got a fantastic greenkeeper down there. It was the ex Burnside man who moved up to Sonny Nelson a couple of years ago. And they certainly present, Stoke, well, the Nelson area, I should say, they pride themselves on their greens. And I can tell you that we will this morning. Brendan Hodson has assured me, the hard-working hottie, that they'll keep us up to date with the scoreboards of the other three quarterfinals as well. And a very good, hard-working committee down there at Stoke with Brendan and Kirsten Edwards, who, of course, won the Peers last week, playing with Mandy Boyd, along with Nicky and Robbie Reid, Peter Hodson, Janice Reynolds, and the very, very hard-working former president of the club, John O'Bell. John and his wife, Mary, do a wonderful job at Stoke, and they certainly... There's not many clubs, Brian, that can boast that they can have two prestigious tournaments running in 2 consecutive weekends.
It is one of the disappointments, to be honest, that so many of these good tournaments are disappearing out of our calendar.
Oh, I'm not going to get into those politics, Brian. I leave that. I'm not into that game. That's up for clubs and others to have the fortitude and the forward thinking to be able to organise such events.
You've got to have good sponsors and community support, which obviously Stoke have. So that's a major advantage, and that they put the hard work in to get both those sponsors and community support.
Oh, they certainly do. They're very, very community minded. In Stoke, it's a wee bit like in Taranaki, for example. The Taranaki Open Fours continue to roll on year after year after year. But, of course, blessed by having some very, very good sponsors, as like also this weekend, of course, I think it's the 36th, I might be wrong, but it's a big number anyway, of the Southland Charity Peers. Yeah. And, of course, they're blessed down there with having the trust down there, who are very, very generous, as we see Kernaghan now with that.
Lovely style, isn't it?
Well, it never changes. That's Kernaghan's got a immaculate delivery. Just as white this time, it's going to get all the way down. Trying hard to get all the way down. Well, yeah, that's 3 good. Looking good for the. They've got holding at least 2. The Kernaghan and Thorne combination. Well, the great thing about Mike Kernaghan is, his role now with Bowl New Zealand, I'm sure the players in the high performance group will in time bear the fruit of Kernaghan's experience and knowledge, and most importantly, his consistent delivery. Doesn't matter what the surface is, and he's never a guy that goes, as we've seen now, trying to search down under a line.
Nope.
And you'll see there, that's exactly what Sheldon Bagrie-Howley's done on this particular end, and you're just going to pay the price on these greens as well. If you try and search under the line, you're not going to get rewarded. Michael Kernaghan's one of those players who just relies upon his line, his point of arc of the bowl. You'll see his hand come up, everything stays still.
Everything's the same every time.
It certainly is. And here it is now, and just needs to break under. Is going to break under the Bagrie-Howley bowl. No, it's not. Just going to hang outside. Got a touch on it. No danger. Nothing. No harm. And Bagrie-Howley here on his backhand, he has to draw. He's got a metre to draw to the shot area. The danger is he tries to steer it under the head. He would look to have a better line here. How long is it going to hold up for, though? It needs to hold up. Needs to sit on the bowl, and well played by the Southland player. I would think that is shot.
Interesting what he's going to be looking at.
I think Kernaghan will stay on that hand. He can play down to the bowl, get 2 rolls on the bowl. He can make 3 shots of it. I can see behind the fence there on the other green, plays underway there as well. And as I say, we'll be bringing you updates of those quarterfinals, and Kernaghan staying on that forehand may elect to play with another yard of weight to try and reach that, what would be the shot bowl. And he has, you can see out of the hand that he's brought that line in fractionally, trying to get down to that shot bowl, which we'll see in a moment the result of it. I don't think much happened. He turned his back on it.
Normally a good indication.
So, Sheldon Bagrie-Howley back to that mat. 1 apiece after 2 of 18. And he'll stay. You'll see there that obviously Mike Kernaghan got tangled up trying to get down to that bowl. So we'll see. Well, we'll see here, no matter how much work he gets on the bowl at the latter stage, is just going to feather off the front. Was on a good line. But Caleb Hope, the former cyclist from Southland, will take hold of the jack.
Who's the cyclist, was he?
He certainly was. And a few years ago, well, of course, down the Southland area, cycling's a very, very big.
Southland Tour of Southland only finished last night.
Tour of Southland completed last night, absolutely.
With a winner from Southland, first time in years.
Yes, it was. So here is Caleb Hope, one of the up-and-coming young players now playing out of Stokes Valley in Wellington. Of course, 1 of 4s with Gary Lawson. Plays his first bowl, looks on a good line as it breaks down towards the jack, and that's where you want to get. That's how you want to start, Brian, isn't it? Get those bowls in around the head early on. Thorne quickly into his work.
Also looks on a good line.
It isn't just how's the weight going to be on the way. It's going to get going the way past, but certainly had that good line to come back to the centre line, which is the key. Kernaghan won't mind, of course, it's over the head.
That first one past the head if you're not going to be on it, past the head is a big advantage.
Wider with this bowl is Caleb Hope. So Mike Kernaghan with his new blue hats floppy, well known around the bowling scene for his head attire. So there's a better bowl from Thorne. It's coming in towards the jack now. Has the weight. Is it going to get all the way down? Looks to get a roll or 2 on it. Well, we see change of hands here from Caleb Hope onto that backhand, the clubhouse side. It'll look narrow out of the hand. Got weight though. It's got weight. And got the trail on the jack, but there you'll see the advantage of that Peter Thorne bowl. That although it was heavy,
anything past the head's always an advantage.
So on the backhand is Thorne, always looked tight, and is. So we'll be there right throughout the whole day. Quarterfinals, semi-final and finals, which will bring to a conclusion the week of bowls in Nelson. And they did have some challenging weather conditions and green conditions earlier on. In fact, one of the greens wasn't used here for section play here at Stoke. And thanks to the Motueka Club, who were accommodating and enabled green to be used in Motueka. As we watch this bowler, Bagrie-Howley's now come down towards the centre line, and the jack is going to sit on the bowl. Got it, no, and didn't quite get fully onto the Thorne bowl. Mike Kernan having a look. It's going to be the one shot to that front bowl, Brian.
I'm actually still thinking it's Peter's bang bowl. It's always hard from the screen.
So Mike Kernaghan makes his way back to the mat. Play on the backhand. And for those watching it, you'll see great coaching this with Mike Kernaghan, because his body, everything stays still on the mat. Nothing moves, nothing wobbles around. Draw down to the front of this bowl. If he sits inside it, that's definitely the shot. That's certainly the shot. Bagrie-Howley now on his backhand, the Southland player. Come of age the last couple of years has Sheldon Bagrie-Howley. Been pretty consistent in the number of the major events. Always there when the bells are ringing. And
that's close.
Needs to fall in, I'd say, to beat the Kernaghan bowl. Yeah, and just asking there was Mike Kernaghan, have we got the shot?
For any new bowler, his delivery is something to behold.
Well, the big thing is where his hand goes, it just stays on that straight line coming down towards the jack. Is it going to get down far enough? I think so. One of the things, of course, the camera sometimes, just the way how the camera angles are, it can be a wee bit misleading for where some of the bowls are placed, but hopefully we don't get it wrong too often. So looking to get down here, trying to, under the line is Bagrie-Howley. Needs to get down clean, won't do so. Surprised he really, well, I suppose with the last bowler, Mike Kernaghan, been jack low. He elected to try and play down through that port. Was a pretty tight line down through there, though, Brian, wasn't it?
It was. Very, very tight port.
So Mike Kernaghan endeavoured to, you look at this head so far, we'll see where this bowl goes on the backhand, but he's played two very, very, well, literally both counting bowls, in fact, the two bowls of Kernaghan's. So here he is endeavouring to make what we would think is three.
Similar line.
This might be a bowl wider. As if he's a bowl wider, he'll draw under the shot. How's the weight going to go by? Is it going to go too far? Yes, it will.
Well, Peter's having a good look.
Do you know what? Can I tell you something, Brian?
Yeah.
Amazing about this game, they invented measures.
The fingers are a very good measure.
No, they're not. No, they're not. Let's not talk about that. So that's why they invented measures.
True. Well, we know that Peter definitely got the shot. How many, we don't know.
I'd have changed him. I'm sure it was 2 shots. We'll find out in a moment. See Paul Matheson can't do. Sitting behind it, obviously surplus to requirements.
And looking at the shorts and T-shirts, it must be good weather.
Yeah, the talking to Brendan Hodgson earlier on, and he certainly, well, Brendan Hodgson to give Nelson a good weather report, whether it was raining, thunder, whatever, it wouldn't really matter, Hottie, but sunglasses on, sun's out. This bowler, Peter Thorne, you can see straight out of the hand, it was always going to be on the tight side.
Didn't run away as far as I thought it might.
Well, I'd say it sort of confirms really, Brian, the pace of the green, really, it's not going to. And Caleb Hope's following suit. That's a pull ball, 2 pull balls really to start this fourth end of 18. It's going to be literally it's a one-hand end, this one.
Yep. And he's corrected his green.
He's certainly got out on a bit of line. It's got that running weight though. That's going to go by 8 to 10 feet. So here is there's no doubt playing pairs, especially in the 3-bowl pairs. When the door's open, you've got to take it.
You do. Pairs has been long considered a Leeds game.
Caleb Hope will draw the shot. Going to sit.
Nice correction.
Just about on the centre line. There it is, just in behind it, Jack. So Thorne now with his last bowl on this, the 4th end. We'll see how it looks. It's holding up longer than I thought it would because it might have a bit of weight on it. And that, well, I'm going to be a bit harsh here, and that's quite fortuitous that it actually sat on that bowl because it really was. It was under the line really and had a good yard and a bit of weight on it.
But you know and I know this is what happens in this game.
So Caleb Hope trying to get down to the jack, just going to slip by and go past it. So 3-2, Mike Kernaghan and Peter Thorne leading Caleb Hope and Sheldon Bagrie-Howley in this quarterfinal of the Stoke Stake men's pairs. And it was a big thank you to those sponsors, NBS, Ritex International, McElroy Painting and Decorating, Digger, and of course a big thank you to the Motueka Bowling Club who assisted to put a green out there for the 4-section play. So here is now Kernaghan on the backhand, and to me, for his bowl, it looks tight.
Nice weight again, though.
So our pleasure to bring you this coverage right throughout the day of finals day of the Stoke Stakes men's pairs, as Sheldon Bagrie-Howley will play his first on the backhand. Well, it's the only hand that they can play actually, really, on the draw. Just question the weight. It's going to get all the way down. No, will it get all the way down? Yes, it will. That's the shot itself. Sits just about on the centre line. Indicates in there from Peter Thorne. Well, there's an interesting shot selection here from Kernaghan, electing to change his hand to the forehand, trying to get down underneath to the shot bowl or jack. Looks wide out from there. Hard shot to play down there.
Very hard shot to play down there.
Had to have that dead right underneath the front bowl. Really opens the door up for Bagrie-Howley to draw another one to the head. And he's got the bowl out on a good arc.
Nice try.
Just going to go by, goes deeper on the rink down to the centre line. I think if Mike Kern's going to play that shot, he'd elect to go a bit quicker down under the line.
Trying to take a bit of it. You might have noticed the last one dipped very late. So you want to be a bit quicker.
So Kernaghan now back to the mat. And we'll see whether he is going to play down there again on that forehand. And we'll just see, as Brian said, just adjust that weight, I think, to get down to under the head to that shot pile. And we'll see in a moment on that line. Still looks to me to be coming now, but will it come clean under the head? No, it won't. So really, Brian needed to be quicker to get down under that line to the shot bowl or the jack.
It had to be, and the problem was that Caleb's was behind Peters, so it was probably one of those delicate drop down and hope.
So 4-2, Kernaghan and Thorne leading Caleb Hope and Sheldon Bagrie-Howley as we come to the completion of another end, and it will be Hope and Bagrie-Howley who score at least one. We watched this last bowl of Sheldon Bagrie-Howley's do the shot with his first. How far is it going to run? Needs to sit on something, doesn't do so. Good to see the players getting on with it, not sort of mucking around, just which is 3 games to get through today. Of course, we'll be here right throughout the whole day, bringing you that live coverage from the quarterfinals all the way through. In this it is one of the prestigious events now on the Bowls New Zealand calendar.
It's a prestigious week, actually.
Certainly is, and I take my hat off to Nelson. Now they've got some good guys and ladies down there, and have organised a fantastic week of bowls in the Nelson area. And it's interesting, Brian. The activity that sits within Nelson is endorsed, I would say, with the quality and calibre of the players that they've got down there, because they've certainly got a great collection of players down there, both men and ladies in the Nelson region.
They have. I'm assuming this is an invitation tournament.
Well, the word invitation, which used to be, is now really a thing of the past.
Yeah.
Obviously there's some players who the organisers, same as the North East Valley Singles, that they do invite because they definitely want to get them there. Also, I think it's fair to say, Mike Curtin, in his role as the high performance manager of Bowls New Zealand, he certainly wants to see as many of their sort of players, groups of players lining up, whether it be the Stoke women pairs last week or the Nelson Fours or this particular event. So, and the same at North East Valley. There was a great Terry Scott run that event for many years. There's a good number of the New Zealand squad there.
Same as it was the Fours, wasn't it, during the week?
Yeah, well, the Fours, of course, 16 teams only at the Nelson Fours, and they had no problem filling that. But if you look at what's come through now in these quarterfinals, we have got Sheldon Bagrie-Howley, Lance Pascoe, Andrew Kelly, Seamus Curtin, Raymond Martin. We've got a good 5 or 6 of, let's say, the New Zealand high performance squad, who are here this morning in the last 8, and that's, of course, that highlights. That's what you want.
Yep. And it's what Mike most probably is hoping to see, because he's got some considerations in the next 6 to 9 months to make.
Well, I don't think there's any considerations. Change is I think the ultimate. And if one thing was proven last week is we saw a player in the Nelson Fours who I thought, if you wanted to book a berth as a skipper of a New Zealand side.
Well, he certainly performed in the Fours for sure, and he has performed in the Nationals leading up to it as well. So there's no reason why not.
So we're talking about Lance Pascoe, of course, who won, and who's here with Jamie Hill, as we watch Bagrie-Howley going to draw a front toucher. Yes, he does. And, of course, Lance Pascoe won the Nelson Fours earlier on in the week, and a very good side, admittedly, with Kelvin Scott in the side. Tony Grantham, and they're a very good side. But in saying that, Lance Pascoe was he was outstanding.
Some of his conversion shots were quite unbelievable. They were really played. He thought about them. He played them.
Well, it's fair to say, as a player, and as an individual, but certainly as a player, he's matured considerably, and the results speak for themselves.
Yeah, and looking at what's next year for the Gold Coast, this is this New Zealand type conditions within reason, so there's no reason why results here shouldn't count.
Oh, no question that they will. I'm sure. But let's not disregard we've got players, of course, in Australia as well who haven't been able to get back to New Zealand for quite some time because of reasons, the COVID thing, etc. And I know that Ellie Forsyth, Curtin and Krista Lee were all keen and, in fact, booked to come back to playing the Nationals this year at North Harbour. But to be fair about it, the airfare prices are just really.
I was amazed when I saw prices for Brisbane to Dunedin, for example, just out of this world to what they used to be.
So so they are not, originally they were coming back to playing the Nationals, but won't be. As you watch Kernaghan trying to get down to the jack, needs to get underneath this bowl of Bagrie-Howley's. Just got to roll onto the bowl, roll it in for a counter, holding a couple, and we'll see.
Millimetres.
So yeah, Sheldon Bagrie-Howley change his hand, try and get some cover down to those bowls, deeper on the head, but that jack trail. And as I said, we will be giving you updates of the other quarterfinals as well, the other 3 quarterfinals which are underway. We'll be giving you a few updates of those scores throughout the morning. Lacking in weight is Bagrie-Howley. Well, obviously, we all know, Brian, you get on those, especially early in the morning, you get on those ditch hands, is definitely a different weight.
Definitely. One of the old adages, change your hand at a yard, still stands.
Now, this young fellow, Bagrie-Howley's matured considerably in his play and very, very good draw player, weighted player, and certainly he's one of the players, along with the likes of Finn McGuigan, Seamus with Curtin, Krista Lee in Australia, of course, who really are knocking at the door.
A couple of years ago now, I had the pleasure of playing Sheldon, and I must admit he's improved considerably from when I played him, and he has certainly matured.
Certainly has. As you watched Kernaghan trying to get down to reach to the shot bowl or jack, how's the weight? Just needs to hold up, slide. No, it's not going to. Peter Thorne trying to coax it in to get the slide, wasn't going to do so. I'm backing 2 shots to the Bagrie-Howley combination, which would take them to a 5-4 lead. But we'll just wait till that scoreboard changes. So, first bolt of Sheldon Bagrie-Howley's, and 7, just finishing that metre a bit short.
If we're going to be critical, the first one passed is what they teach us, don't they?
Well, yeah, but show me the perfect person and show me, show me the perfect person and I've got a failure.
We're allowed to be critical.
Yeah, well, no, I've been doing this long enough now and I just ride with things.
That's what makes us all come back to this game, Peter, Kevin, without doubt.
So, Caleb Hope making that weight adjustment, just not quite to the line, not far away. Peter Thorne quickly now into his work on the backhand. Of course, won a New Zealand Fours title, playing with Rowan Brassey, of course, in those great days. Okahu Bay just got a bit of weight on it back through there. Going to come right down past the centre line, or past the 2 metre mark. But it's fair to say, in Piers, absolutely nothing wrong with having one of your lead bowls
past the head.
So, what adjustment here can Caleb Hope make with his third? Looks to be on a fairly good line, just needs to get past his front bowl, going to do so. Still got a bit of running in it, though.
Still two very handy bowls.
2 good bowls there. I'm picking that we'll see Sheldon Bagrie-Howley may well go to his forehand and try and get down to a touch on the jack, or Peter Thorne's got this bowl out, looks on a good line, needs to come back now to the centre line, is going to do so. They're going to draw weight to count. Yes, it will. Good bowl by Peter Thorne. 2 good bowls there, holding 2 shots on the changeover of the 7th of 18 ends, and wonderful that we won't have any rain interruptions. We're going to have a day of perfect weather as we enter the start of a busy calendar. We'll be bringing you, of course, shortly in the next couple of weeks coverage of the World Champion Peers.
With singles.
In singles, sorry, Brian, in 9-8. And then, of course, we've got the National Championships from the Peers and Singles from the North Shore. And not going to have the weight as Sheldon Bagrie-Howley. Be disappointed with that. Kernaghan, in fact, can draw very confidently to the head. And, of course, later on, well, way later on, a lot to come, of course, in between. We will, in conjunction with Bowls Australia, arrangements still to be finalised, but we'll be bringing coverage, of course, of the Trans-Tasman, New Zealand, Australia, of course, and then later on in the year, we'll have the World Bowls from the Gold Coast as well. But in between time, there'll be a plethora of other events of which Bowls New Zealand, along with other parties, will be covering as you watch this bowl of Kernaghan's narrow on the line all the way. Interesting to see whether Sheldon Bagrie-Howley is staying on that forehand. He really just needs to. That bowler, Mike Kernaghan, really, Brian, gives him a good line down there on that forehand side.
And he was on the right line. He just was short.
Well, he's got the bowl out on a different line, but this one now needs to come back under the Kernaghan bowl. Just going to go by. He's got that yard of weight on. He'd be disappointed with that, really. Went right past the 2 metre mark. Equally, Mike Kernaghan want to make this bowl count because the head's been left open for him to draw a counter.
As they say in Australia, it's a free kick.
It is. Question, how's the weight going to be? Is it going to go all the way by? Needs to sit on something? No, it doesn't. One thing that's crept into the game, Brian, is they clap everything now. Is there some, you still play. Is there some reason for that? Have they got cold hands or something?
No, it's called support. It came, I personally think, from Australia. You know, the Australians got very big on it.
So Sheldon Bagrie-Howley trying to get down to, even he got the second shot, won't do so. No, the Australians actually clapped the jack going up the green.
You're not wrong.
So we may well see Kernaghan change his hand. Oh, and he can draw past that bowl quite comfortably, really, on the backhand. There's no danger there, and I'm sure he'll be endeavouring to draw down there. They'll be disappointed, the Hope Bagrie-Howley combination, of really how they've played this head, Brian, because they the gate. They left the gate open right throughout the whole head, haven't they?
They have. But equally, I think Mike must probably be a bit disappointed because he's had a couple of free kicks and hasn't quite converted them, which would disappoint a player of his ability.
Yeah, I'd like to give Mike Curtin 3 chances, but he's not going to do anything this time either as well. So, yeah, be disappointed with that because he really had, he may do. This may well count.
Nice way.
Yes, it does. See, Peter Thorne quickly indicating they'll be disappointed with that because really there was plenty of opportunities, even not to get the shot, but to get the second shot. And really, in these sort of games, Brian, you kick yourself when you drop a 3, which is a big number, really, isn't it?
It is in a game of this calibre. Second shot's always a big advantage.
Well, it wasn't a hard head to play to, really, as well. There was room. So they'll be disappointed with that, the Southlanders. And just those other quarterfinals, just to update you of who's playing who. Lance Pascoe and Jamie Hill up against Tom Tamati and Craig Carter. Andrew Kelly and Seamus Curtin, of course, the defending New Zealand Peers title holders. They're up against Peter Hodgson and Robbie Reid from the home club. Raymond Martin of Wellington and Matt Pearson. And they're playing Jordan King and Nathan Glasson. And we'll be bringing you updates of those matches throughout the morning.
A very good start from Peter.
Yeah, right behind the jack is that first bowler, Peter Thorne's, right on the centre line. And Caleb Hope, endeavouring the Wellington representative, just trying to get all the way back to the Peter Thorne bowl. Not quite. Good attempt there from Caleb Hope with Thorne and Kernaghan leading 7-5.
It never ceases to amaze me how you can play one bad end. Everybody plays a bad end quite often, and you play a good end and everybody plays a good end.
Yeah, it just seems to, people, it just follows along, doesn't it? So Caleb Hope, just that bowler, Peter Thorne's wide of the jack. Hope now will just be endeavouring to adjust his line slightly to get down to the Peter Thorne bowler. Jack looks close on the way down. Bagrie-Howley, he's looking at it closely as well as it breaks towards the head. Is it going to sit on the pole? Yes, it does. Well played by Caleb Hope. Did draw weight. Got one turn on the Peter Thorne bowl. Thorne now got 2 bowls to rest on that forehand side. Looked pretty handy. Looked good out of the hand. Just how far is it going to come back? It's starting to move its way back now towards the centre line. And he's going to be unfortunate, is he? No, he's not. Well played by Peter Thorne. Sat neatly on top of the Caleb Hope ball. Made shot of it.
The thing that's noticeable, Peter, is players of this ability. Kevin. Peter played again. Just the nice arriving weight. So many people try and rake at it. Caleb did the same. They arrived with good weight.
Well, but you see there, Caleb Hope just paid the price. Played what I'd call the suicide bowl. Tried to play with weight under the line, and you don't have to.
When you're leading, it's the one thing you shouldn't be doing. The idea is to build the head for your skip.
So just quickly an update of those other quarterfinals that have been played around the green at present. I can tell you that Raymond Martin is leading Jordan King 7-4 after 7 ends. Andrew Kelly and Seamus Curtin, they've really jumped out of the gates over Peter Hodgson. They're up 12-1 after 7. And in the other match, that's the game of Tom Tamati and Craig Carter. They're up against Lance Pascoe and Jamie Hill. And it is the Cantabs that are leading 7-3 after 7 ends. So it's Craig leading Pascoe 7-3 after 7. Andrew Kelly leading Peter Hodgson 12-1. And Raymond Martin leading Jordan King 7-4 after 7 ends. So the New Zealand champions of last year, Seamus Curtin and Andrew Kelly, showing early on their in this game against Peter Hodgson, 12-1. That's a pretty handy start, Brian, isn't it?
Very handy start. And there you're referring to a couple of the, well, certainly one of the young up-and-comers of this game. Seamus is certainly stamping his name around the town.
Yes, but so are a lot of others.
True. But it is the point you've tried to make, which is that the young ones are certainly holding their hand up for consideration.
Well, there's no doubt about that. It's about getting runs on the board, and Seamus Curtin has got to runs on the board, which is pleasing for the future selections. We looking to get to the bowl is just a bowl wide. There was Sheldon Bagrie-Howley to get to the, which would be 2 shots, I would say. Thorne and Curtin holding 2.
Well, it's hard to tell with Peter standing in front of it.
Yeah, well, he'll move.
Could be 2, actually, yes. But Sheldon gave his bowl a chance. It was on a good line. It was a reasonable weight for the shot, and he gave it a chance.
So Kernaghan on his backhand just looks I might be completely wrong, but I'm not wrong. It just looks a more challenging hand
Yep.
Down on that backhand side, just to get that line. It's certainly a different, I know you might be trying to get wanting to be over the head there, but it's just its last 6 feet just seems to have a wee bit different. Or
Well, it looks like you need the weight to get out there, and then when it runs, it really runs. It does appear to be a challenging hand, as quite often bank hands are.
I'm intrigued that I'm seeing these two Mangry Bowling Club. These 2 young men, they are not members of the Mangry Bowling Club. I can assure you that. But I just looked at the shirts of both Caleb Hope and Sheldon Bagrie-Howley there, and both got Mangry shirts on. And so here is Sheldon Bagrie-Howley down on the head again. Kernaghan and Thorne leading 7-5. Looks to be on the charge as the young Southland skip. Here he is on the drive, on the forehand, trying to get down to these counting bowls or the jack, get the split onto both. Well, he's got the shot out of it, I think. That's the Caleb Hope bowl, which is sitting out from the jack. So that was a well-played shot from Sheldon Bagrie-Howley. Got the the cannon shot to get to the 2 counting bowls.
In fact, I would venture to say to you that neither of those gentlemen have ever been a member of the Mangry Bowling Club.
Oh, I doubt it doesn't. It's just a shirt and a pair of pants. It doesn't really. At least they both were in the same attire, which is,
No, you would have got some of your bowls like you did.
So there was a well-played drive there from Sheldon Bagrie-Howley to convert. 3-shot turnaround, was definitely 2 down on the head and scores a single. 7-6 on the back end now is he's part of the Wellington representative scene.
The shot Sheldon played was a very good shot. It gave himself a chance, and he had all sorts of options, and he got the best option.
Well, and Caleb Hope straight away reward their skip by on their backhand side, just drawing lower the jack.
Nice and handy.
So I can tell you now that it's Raymond Martin leading Jordan King 12-4, Andrew Kelly leading Peter Hodgson 12-2, and it is now 9-3. In fact, it is in the Carter. That's Craig Carter 9-3. It is Craig Carter leading Lance Pascoe and Jamie Hill.
That's a surprise. I notice the leads are sticking to that, which does confirm what you and I have felt, that ditch hand is harder. They've certainly stuck to the inside track.
Well, we always, leading, you always want to try and find it. Now, Peter Thorne would be very disappointed for that. That was an absolute, complete steer under the line But as you well know, Brian, especially if you're leading in pairs, you find the kindest hand and you only play the other hand if you really have to. Circumstances, and the good thing here on this head, Caleb Hope is giving a good build to his skip.
Yep.
One on, another one just in behind, a deep bowl on the rink as well, all in a straight line. They've all come back to the centre line, each one of the three bowls. And really, the situation that Kernaghan's got, we'll wait and see with this bowl of Thorns. This looks a better bowl. Is it coming down towards the shot bowl here? Is it going to sit on the shot bowl or second shot? Well, that's well played.
Yep.
Well played from Peter Thorne. Gave himself a chance. And we spoke about it the other day, Brian, one of the failings, and we saw it happen. Jimmy Pugh, for example, was struggling from just trying to dead draw to the jack, and you have to. Peter Thorne then knew that he wanted to be a metre over the head, he had two bowls which are completely ineffective.
Yep.
So if you're up to the head, you're at least, even if you're not going to get the shot, you're going to sit around something.
Well, that's a great old skip once said to me, nothing happens till you arrive at the head.
So here's Bagrie-Howley, that's under the line. He'd be disappointed.
That's when you've got to nail them.
So Sheldon Bagrie-Howley short with his first bowl on this, the halfway mark end. And as I said, leading in the other matches are Tom Tamati and Craig Carter, Andrew Kelly and Seamus Curtin and Raymond Martin and Matt Pearson. They're the three that are in the other quarterfinals that are leading their matches. And it's interesting that Mike Kernaghan's continuing to. He's played the last three ends are coming. He's played that way. So whether he feels he might feel comfortable playing down there.
You might think he's got a line. That one certainly wasn't far away.
Well, there was a better line than the previous head playing down that way. So here now is Bagrie-Howley on the backhand, and he can reach through that. Yeah, he may still have shot. That jack low ball could well still be shot. This is breaking down nicely towards the head to get onto the bowl here. This is well played by the. Well played by that skip. The Southland boy got a touch on the pole. Kernaghan now will endeavour to look for the jack, I think, down on that hand. You see he's moved over on the mat, and that'll indicate as well that he may well play with it more weight. Yes, he is, trying to get to the jack. Peter Thorne looking close. He's going to get tangled on the front, gets the jack on the way through, bounces back across the green. Now,
your guess is good as mine.
I think it will be, it is the Thorne bowl, which is the jack low bowl, which is more than likely, I think that's the shot, but there's still a metre there for Sheldon Bagrie-Howley to draw the shot. Bit fortuitous where the jack bounced to, really, because
that happens in this game, unfortunately.
Of course it does. On the backhand is Sheldon Bagrie-Howley. Jack moved off the centre line. Looks on a good line, does Bagrie-Howley. It's all going to depend on the weight on the way down. Caleb Hope's liking this one as it comes down towards the jack, and that's well played. Gets the jack clean to touch it, and that may well made two of it, because that's a Caleb Hope bowl, the purpley coloured, Moby coloured bowl. My goodness, the umpire's taking a lot of interest in this game.
So's Peter now.
Yeah, well, you might well see Kernaghan stay on that hand and actually drive down through there, actually, to try and get to the jack.
Well, the chances of drawing it are a lot less than giving your ball a chance down through there.
Well, he's only got one. Yeah, there's nothing really to rest on. He's got a. But we all know that Mike Kernaghan's we know that need no introduction, the ability that Mike Kernaghan has got, and his shot selection. One of the great attributes that Mike Kernaghan's always had is his actual shot selection.
Nothing seems to fluster him either. He just goes about his business.
Yes, my previous border. So here is Curtin, and as we thought, playing down on that forehand with weight, trying to get down to the shot bowl or jack, was always underneath it. And would be two.
Sitting in here watching, I still am amazed and recommend to all first years.
This is the
watch
replay of, you'll see, trying to. We just froze there. It's fine. Apologies. Sorry, Brian, you were saying?
I say to all first years, it's the more I watch Mike Kernaghan, the more I realise that he is the sort of delivery that you need to try and replicate if possible, because even that bowl that was played with weight was no different a delivery than the one he did for his dead weight draw.
Oh, no, no doubt Kernan's a copybook as far as the following a player who's got the meticulous draw, and his game management is always, very, very good.
Even his pre-shot routine and getting ready for it is the same.
So I hope. Well, it might be a bit early in the morning for son Liam and daughter Kate in Hamilton to be watching Dad on the green. But I know at some stage Liam, you'll be watching. So how are you, mate? Trust all's good.
Two feet, mate.
So it's interesting. You saw Caleb Hope there change. Now, you got the line right on there, and said there is definitely a different weight on that.
There is definitely a different weight.
But he can adjust from there, can Caleb Hope. This is where you Piers, this is the second one of Peter Thorne's. This is where you can very quickly get into trouble.
Yep.
Two bowls, metre lower the jack on either hand, and leaving yourself no easy road to get in towards the jack. Caleb Hope going to go back to his original forehand draw, just trying to get past. Because if he does able to get past and get onto that centre line, Brian, it just makes it so difficult then.
For Peter and for thing. What's your thought on the fact that he changed the second time? I've always been brought up in the old fashion that leads stick to the same hand. And
Brian, that's old age stuff. You don't do. That's you move away from that stuff now. And as it's turned out, he did finish right on that centre line, lower the jack. Peter Thorne's got a better bowl here, but has he got the weight to get all the way down? Needs a bit of luck, might get a slide, sits on the top of the shot bowl. So that'll be one to at the changeover. It'll definitely be one to the Bagrie-Howley combination and the advantage of the back bowl.
Because whatever shot Mike tries to play now, Jack can only really go back, which brings Cato's back bowl into contention.
Well, really, Mike, as I'm sure, I don't tell Mike Curtin what to play, but he'll certainly be looking for reaching weight through the port to try, otherwise his bowl would just hang on the outside of the head. So, bit of a free rein here for Bagrie-Howley to get a bowl over the head and have it counting as well.
A good line.
Just how far is it going to come back? How's the weight? Looks to be going. So Kernan with his first now can afford to really play through there. Seeing that Sheldon Bagrie-Howley didn't add to the count there.
No.
Mike Kernan can afford to try and play, but mind you, I'm not going to say anything about Mike Kernan because he's more than capable of drawing around that bowl as well to get to the shot. Where he's always one of these players where his philosophy is beat the bowl, not where the jack is.
Yeah. And also a man that obviously trusts his draw. And that's a big thing when you can trusting that she can draw within a few feet of the jack all the time.
Well, it's interesting. He's playing down on the backhand, trying to play the shot bowl through the head, but he's going to be under the head. You can see the shot he was trying to play to try and reach the bowl. Peter, you don't clap for luck, because that would have been luck if that got a result then, because that was well away from the target area. So here is Sheldon Bagrie-Howley now just trying to improve his weight by a metre. Well, if he beats that jack level bowl, it literally have a counter, I would say, and looks on a good line. How's the weight? Needs to get past the front and does.
Lovely ball.
And gets right to the jack. Well, that really forces Kernaghan, one would think.
Also brings those two
Peter,
back
you're
bowls
standing right in
well
front of
and
the
truly
camera.
into the...
I think Kernaghan's going to... Mike's decided what he's going to play. He's just really saying to Peter, just leave it with me. I'll look after this. So as we thought, Kernaghan changed his hand to follow the Bagrie-Howley bowl on the forehand. He knows that he can draw down, but inside that bowl to the jack. Starts to move back now towards the centre line. It might be a bit unfortunate. Got tangled on the front bowl, but you could see he wasn't far away on the line to get down to there, Brian, at all, was he? He was on a good... Now, a bit of advice here to Sheldon Bagrie-Howley. He's looking at that, on that other hand. Don't ever look to give the other skipper a bit of an idea of what you're trying to do, because that's all that's doing. Yep.
And then goes to the opposite end.
Well, it's just, all I just say, Brian, those are little, what I'd call mature gamesmanship things that you learn, that all of a sudden you can see, well, so trying to get down through this narrow port, hasn't got the weight to get down through the port but it will, the shot really, to be fair, is not on that other hand anyway. You wouldn't get enough pull, I don't think, with it to get back. Let's use the inside of that front bowl on the clubhouse side. But Kernaghan, he wasn't far away. He would have, if he missed that bowl, he wasn't far away from the draw.
It's closed it up. It makes it a hell of a lot harder.
It does, but it's interesting now. He's looking now. So there is a shot, one could say, to play down there with quite a bit of weight. And if you can get a cannon off the inside of the bowl, he could get to the counting bowls.
That's the problem when you don't have a back bowl. You're now looking at luck, aren't you?
Well, on that hand, it is a two-bowl shot. Yeah, you've got to get to two bowls to get the shot. Mike Kernaghan knows a percentage player, and as I thought, he's gone to that forehand because he wasn't far away with his second bowl. So Kernaghan now down on the head, trailing 8-7. As we play N10, we'll try and draw through that port and try and get down to the jack. By goodness, he's on a good line again, trying to get to the jack. Very close to getting to the jack. Nearly played what I would say is the perfect bowl, had perfect weight just to get down to that shot there. Those going to drop two shots. That highlights exactly what I've been talking about. He didn't try and rush at the head. He just played it with just slightly over draw weight, and by goodness, nearly got a great result.
The thing about that was, had he grabbed the jack...
You'll see now, here's the bowl of Kernaghan's breaking its way in towards their head. There was only a zigzag paper between his bowl and a trail on the jack. So good shot selection from Mike Kernaghan, but not quite getting the result that he wanted.
The other thing about that weight was, had he grabbed the jack, he stayed with it, whereas a lot of people would have been a lot harder and dragged the jack, and it would have still gone to the back bowls.
Yes, well, correct, Brian, because he was on that natural draw line. The good thing here now for the Bagrie-Howley combination is the last three ends, we've seen Caleb Hope's first bowl very, very much effective just in behind the jack, and certainly puts the pressure straight away on the opposition. Good attempt here from Peter Thorne. Just going to hold up to get down to the shot pole. Very close. Really close from the Aucklander. And in fact, yes it is. Gets a toucher. And there won't be many shots scored this end.
It's that first bowl effectiveness again, isn't it?
8-7, Caleb Hope and Sheldon Bagrie-Howley leading Peter Thorne and Mike Kernaghan. And just to recap those scoreboard, not the scoreboard, I can't give you the scoreboard as of now, but in our last turnover, I can tell you that Tom Tamati and Craig Carter were leading Jamie Hill and Lance Pascoe. Andrew Kelly and Seamus Curtin were leading Peter Hodgson and Robbie Reid. And Raymond Martin and Matt Pearson were leading Jordan King and Nathan Glasson. And if we look here, we're at 10-7, as I say. Now the score, we're 11 ends. So most of those other games as well would be around about the 11 ends. So another good bowl coming down here from the young, the lead. Going to get up from. I might have liked to have been a metre, but it's not going to. The jack's not going to move very far, Brian, is it? So. So the skips change over, and looking from our spot here, it's still the Caleb Hope bowl. I'd say Brian Lockton behind the jack, which would more than likely still be shot, I would say. They lead 10-7. I'll still call, well, Caleb Hope is from Southland, so I'll still call them, they're composite now, but I'd still call them the Southland combination. Play together a lot, these young fellas. So I can tell you that it is now Raymond Martin leading 10-4 over Jordan King. 7 ends gone. Andrew Kelly leading Peter Hodgson now 12-2 after 8. And as we said, it was the Carter and Tom Tamati combination. They are leading now. That Craig Carter from the Canterbury Club are leading Lance Pascoe 9-3.
I actually wonder if Peter's got the shot with a toucher there, actually.
I will see how the way Mike Kernaghan plays this bowl. I suppose will give us some indication of who's got shot. 10-7 as Kernaghan, and he's really favouring that side of the rink, that coming this way on that forehand ditch side of the rink.
Absolutely. Which is a bit of a surprise.
Well, one would think, well, I don't. You're right there, Brian, because he's playing to get down deeper on the rink, indicating perhaps that it is the Thorne bowl which is shot, although the shadows here. Well, it was a toucher as well, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean anything because the Peter Thorne bowl also got some contact. So we'll get an indication here from how Sheldon Bagrie-Howley plays this head, leading 10-7 in this quarterfinal of the Stoke men's peers to bring to a close today. It's been a fantastic week of bowls in the Nelson area. The Stoke women's peers last weekend, won by Kirsten Edwards and Mandy Boyd. Those two have played together for a long time now. Very, very formidable players. They've won a lot of events between them. So that would certainly indicate to me that it's the Peter Thorne bowl which is the shot. Mike Kernaghan's not convinced though.
I was just thinking that.
So yeah, that's interesting. So well, I can tell you now, Craig Carter now leading Lance Pascoe 12-3 after 10 ends. That's a combination of Lance Pascoe and Jamie Hill. Andrew Kelly and Seamus Curtin leading Peter Hodgson and Robbie Reid after 10 ends. It's 13-3. 13-3 to Andrew Kelly and Raymond Martin of Wellington. Martin up against Jordan King. And it is Raymond Martin after 10 ends who's leading 10-4 in the other 3 quarterfinals.
Where is Carter from, Kevin?
From the the best of my knowledge, from the Christchurch, from the Christchurch club. Well, I know Tom Tamati is from. So the Canterbury club, who have moved from. So they have moved from literally right, have been in the city, and they have moved, and they're in the redevelopment process of the Woolston Workingmen's Club, which was been headquarters of the Commonwealth Games way back in 1974. So I've done an arrangement with the Woolston Workingmen's Club, and they will have an absolutely top draw complex down there. They had their earthquake payout, all got finalised. The old club is still there, the clubhouse is still there. The plans are for an indoor complex as well, and their outdoor greens are well underway because that's where Andrew Kelly. It's where Andrew Kelly plays. But will certainly be for the Canterbury or the Christchurch region. I don't think Kernaghan's. He's not sure what the story is here. So looking at that, the way how that looks, Mike Curtin, does he still think he's one down?
Well, if I get to there.
Yeah, he's not convinced.
He's not. He's trying to get down there to squeeze the jack out to the side where there's a Peter Thorne bowl down there.
That umpire that was hanging around maybe needed shortly.
It may well be. He's very keen to get involved before. So, but, Curtin's got a pretty good eye. He certainly hasn't given, only by his shot selections possibly given anything away. Trailing 10-7 is Kernaghan.
Both skips seem to have been playing short selections as though they were down.
It's interesting now going to the other hand, trying to get a squeeze onto, if he could sit the bowl as well. He's on a good line here. He's on a great line here as Kernaghan. He'll get the Bagrie, look at this, gets the bowl clean, shot. Makes 2 shots of it. Absolutely superb bowl there from Michael Kernaghan. Changed his hand, came down on that backhand side, set out one of the counting bowls and definitely made Peter Thorne's bowl the shot bowl, and that's the sort of shot that Mike Kernaghan can play, isn't it? Right,
it is. Played with perfect weight. Was always on a good line. Always looked as though it was in the target zone.
But if you, from a theorist point of view, if you go back and look at that bowl that he played, right from his delivery, nothing changed, as you rightly said before. His delivery didn't change one iota. No. And he just got that smooth delivery, and he knows how to put that yard of weight on without wasting his bowl.
Well done.
And duly rewarded, 10-9 now. Big end that.
Would have kept them right in contention.
Certainly did. As well played by my Bowls New Zealand high performance manager, Neil. His name's actually Mike.
Oh. Okay. I've only known him as Kearney over the years, mate. So.
And his son is one of the top bagpipe, number one of the top bagpipers in New Zealand. Been to the Scotland, played at the Highland Games, and in fact has just been over there just recently, and. Very, very avid piper, and has won numerous New Zealand titles and played the bagpipes around the world.
Yeah, we're fortunate enough at Howard to have a gentleman who is very keen on and plays in a band with the bagpipes. And personally, it's not my thing. It is a lot of people's thing.
So now there's a very loose opening. Both Caleb Hope and Peter Thorne were wayward with their first. Peter Thorne corrected slightly with his second. Caleb Hope now with his second draw around front bowl. Is he going to do so? No, it's tight. Needs to get round clean to get a result, and is going to. How's the weight? Those comes towards the centre line now. Finishes, and that'll be the shot. Thorne changing his hand, going to. that backhand. I don't think he's played many down on that backhand side.
You're not far away for a man that hasn't played much on that hand.
So things starting to run away. Then the Raymond Martin match is tightening and is tightened up. I can assure you that Raymond Martin up against Jordan King. 11 ends gone, and it's Raymond Martin leading 11-8. It's now Andrew Kelly leading Peter Hodgson after 11 ends by 16 shots to 3 as we watch this bowler. Hopes gets one more roll, I think. And it is Andrew Kelly leading Peter Hodgson 16-3 after 11 ends. And the Craig Carter match, boy, that's getting a runaway now because it's Craig Carter leading Lance Pascoe and Jamie Hill by 14 shots to 3. And it would be as they change over, it would be the Peter Thorne bowl sitting directly in behind the jack. That would be the shot, I would say. Kernaghan will go to the backhand. We'll call it the clubhouse or ditch hand. He's certainly played more bowls down that side of the rink than any of the others, so you'll know that track down there fairly good. So here is Kernaghan.
Smooth as silk.
And looks on a good line. Will work now towards the centre line, and Jack and is going to do so. He's going to sit on that. Well played. Just sits right on the back of the shot bowl and in between the shot bowl and Jack. And if you notice as well at the point of delivery, Brian, that hand of Mike Kernaghan's is always out to the line. It's never inside or exaggerated on the outside. It's always at the line of where you want the bowl to work. And
yeah, he's certainly coach's dream.
so Sheldon Bagrie-Howley follow the Kernaghan bowl on that backhand. Well, looks to be on a pretty good line as well. Looks on, just got a yard more weight on it though than what Mike Kernaghan had, but was certainly in the area. And this head becomes pretty important now because that's a Peter Thorne bowl directly on the centre line. Oh no, it's Caleb Hope bowl, isn't it? Sitting directly on the centre line, isn't it?
The two front ones are the Caleb Howard bowls. But what Mike's bowl did was put another one in the head so that when Caleb took the other one out, he, in fact, there's still one down rather than two up.
So here is Kernaghan now on his backhand. Hat's floppy.
Again, out straight.
He's certainly out wider on this trip because he's playing more on the dead draw, but not going to come back as far as he wanted. He did have a metre of weight with his first bowl where he reached through, sat the bowl. Caleb Hope and Sheldon Bagrie-Howley, so leading 10-9. And Bagrie-Howley will endeavour to get contact on that backhand onto the shot bowl. Well, he's out on a wider line than he was with his first, coming back, but still just carrying that extra yard of weight, not far away. I think it's just about fair to say that two of our semi-finalists look to be well on their way. That being the combination of Andrew Kelly and Seamus Curtin. They look pretty comfortable at this stage against Peter Hodgson and Robbie Reid. And Raymond and the other combination of Tom Tamati and Craig Carter up against Lance Pascoe and Jamie Hill. They look pretty comfortable to be on their way to the semi-final.
Well, if you were in Tamati's shoes and you lost it, you would feel a bit disappointed with yourself.
So here's Kernaghan now going to his backhand, his forehand, sorry. It's interesting. He want to get the draw around the two bowls. And this is a great attempt. This is a fantastic attempt from Mike Curtin. Going to finish Jack level.
That's fallen in.
Didn't want to leave anything hanging out there.
Well, So is Sheldon Bagrie-Howley going to play for the split with weight? Right over on the mat. Well, we'll see in a moment how Fraser already got too much weight on. You saw very quickly Caleb Hope put the old shaking hands out, knowing that. So again, you know, no disrespect at all at Peter Thorne, but it's the convert that's been a couple of the big conversions that Mike Kernaghan's been able to get when they've been down on the head, and then draw another shot as well. And that's really been the story of the game, really.
And that's why we often joke. That's why the skips are paid the big bucks.
Yeah, but you know,
but he is class.
But Peter Thorne's had the bowls around the head, and to work and Kernaghan, with all his ability, has just followed him behind and taken advantage. There you'll see now, all locked up, 10 each, 10 apiece in this quarter-final of the Stoke Stake men's pairs. We come to a close here on finals day. It's got underway at section play on Friday and Saturday.
But I noticed watching both Sheldon and Mike on the mat, the position of their feet on the mat compared to a lot of people. And Mike is, I repeat, absolute perfection when you watch him position himself, his delivery, the whole range of shots.
Well, it's interesting. Caleb Hope now has elected to change his hand, which surprises me because there's still plenty of draw on the other hand. Well, the other thing is as well, Brian, with that is, you know, and I've always been a great believer in, and a lot of people tend to disregard it, but I know Mike Curtin is certainly one that agrees with me, is, you know, bowl here from Peter Thorne, getting right back to the centre line, sitting jack level. The good thing is, you know, Curtin also uses his feet for position angle on the mat to get, because you can get your line, your natural arc from there. Looking for the jack here is Caleb Hope on the trail, gets a touch on it, moves it back to where his first bowl was, and well played by the Wellington-based Stokes Valley player now. And Peter Thorne needing to change his hand, but he moved the jack right off the 2 metre mark. Thorne's not to be outdone here. He's close as well. Just questioned the weight on the way through, but certainly gave it every chance.
And is still here.
And sits up on towards the deep on the green. So it was still, I didn't see that it come to its resting position, but certainly still looked to be on the rink. So here is Caleb Hope. Looked narrow out of the hand. Looked narrow out of the hand and doesn't want to get that front bowl. They're just going to go by it. Didn't have the weight anyway to... you can see there that Peter Thorne bowl sitting just literally under the number. And, you know, these are the sorts of heads I can tell you that Mike Kernaghan licks his lips. He certainly enjoys playing to these sort of shots. Full length head, any movement of the jacks in their favour. So Kernaghan will come down on his forehand. The former school teacher of many years ago. So here is Mike Kernaghan. He's out on that arc that we know where it'll come from. He might just be a bit quick to get inside the line and will do so, but we know very well that Mike Kernaghan will certainly, he'll adjust. And of course we'll be with you right throughout the day with quarter-final and semi-final and final action as well from the Stoke Stake peers. So it's important here for Sheldon Bagrie-Howley that he gets another bowl, and he'd be quite happy actually if he finished on the other side of the head. And I thought he might have played the other hand actually, Brian.
I did too.
To Well, he might be fortunate to get himself a back bowl here by, well, it's turned out to be an excellent bowl because it's moved the bowl right, the shot bowl right in behind the jack, removes the trail shot and just makes things a wee bit different for Mike Kernaghan.
Not this range of shot, but it was good weight in the area.
Is Curtin going to hold up long enough on the draw? No, second shot, but well played.
Again, someone who said one down, I can live with.
Absolutely, no, but it's, it doesn't waste bowls, does Mike Curtin. Here's Sheldon Bagrie-Howley. I see the Caleb Hope hands. It's going to slow down. Going to stay up on the rink. But I think Mike Kernan's really committed to his weight now. The weight option of another shot's perhaps not so much there now as it may have been before.
I would be surprised if he doesn't just try and draw it. I think he's got to get another one handy because if Sheldon happened to be fraction tight, push him out, he'd be a number down.
Yeah, well, because it's just set a bowl jack low, isn't it?
Yeah.
And there's a Caleb Hope bowl that's sitting up in front as well, which is a toucher. So here is Mike Curtin now on the forehand. And as Brian rightly said, looking to draw the shot itself. Just question the weight on the way down. Yeah, certainly quicker. I think there's a bit of hunting going on there, and which is
surprised. I think Caleb is indicating what we have been looking at.
Well, he needs to be careful because depending on which weight he plays, he could also push his own bowl. If he could get the back of the jack as an example and sitting on the bowl, he could actually move it back for a couple. But one of the other things as well, you are holding. You don't want to put yourself in a position where you jeopardise, and I don't think he's going to jeopardise.
He's coming on the
now. He hasn't got wasteful weight. He doesn't want the jack to go back the other way like that. Out comes the measure.
But having said that, Kevin, in a game of this ability where you are 10 all with only half a dozen ends to go, you don't get many chances to possibly get a number, and there was a chance there for him to get a number.
Oh, yes, there was.
He still hung on.
So he still held on to the shot, did Sheldon Bagrie-Howley. A nervous wait, but the measure went in their favour. So it's 11-10 now to the Hope Bagrie-Howley combination as we climb down through the ends of this quarterfinal of the Stoke Stake men's pairs. So Caleb Hope, he got a good delivery, this young fella actually as well. He's got a nice straight hand, but going to finish low of the jack.
Again, very close to the centre line.
Of course, next week, don't forget on your TV, you'll be able to watch from out of Australia, the Bowls Premier League, where we'll have Joe Edwards, Ali Forsyth, Shannon McElroy, all in action. I'm pretty sure it's at Pine. I think it's at Pine Rivers.
It is Pine Rivers, I believe. I'm like you. I believe it's Pine Rivers.
And that'll be televised. I take it on Sky I'm not sure what nights onwards, but it'll definitely be on one of the Sky channels, as we see.
Later, mate.
Caleb Hope drawing behind the jack, and this is the point of the match now, Brian, where your lead becomes so crucial. We're running out of ends, and all locked up, literally.
Very good.
And a good bowl here.
Good bowl from Peter Thorne, just finished. That's the shot. You saw Sheldon Bagrie-Howley very quickly indicate we're one down.
Well, at this stage of the game, it virtually is a 5-end shootout, isn't it?
Certainly is. So, making back to the centre line. Just going to go by.
Even if you breach those two bowls,
Good
mate.
bowls, handy, and in a good place.
Yeah, doing the catching pin just behind the. So, Peter Thorne.
Move it, Pete.
He's going to sit on his own bowl. That's actually good bowl. He's got a touch on it, literally. Sits right in front of the jack as we play end 14 of 18. And remembering that in the other matches, it's Tamati and Craig Carter who have got quite a comfortable lead over Lance Pascoe and Jamie Hill. And equally, Andrew Kelly and Seamus Curtin have got a pretty handy lead over Peter Hodgson and Robbie Reid. And it was Raymond Martin and Matt Pearson leading Jordan King and Nathan Glasson, but that game was tightening up as we watched Sheldon Bagrie-Howley trying to get to the jack or shot bowl. Just rolls by, but certainly had a good line towards the jack.
To be fair, a good weight too.
So Kernaghan now will be really well. He can literally add to the head by drawing on the back of those bowls that are sitting behind the head. Mike Kernaghan, this becomes a big head then because the bowl out to the side of Peter Thorne bowl. I presume that counts.
I would presume so. And like you, I'm assuming that he's only a couple of feet behind. So.
So Sheldon Bagrie-Howley just misses the jack on the way through.
Peter,
Just about sat on the shot bowl and jack. Kernaghan now on the mat. Playing his second bowl. 11-10 it is to Caleb Hope and Sheldon Bagrie-Howley, but it's at least a couple to maybe even be three to the Kernaghan-Thorne combination, and this bowl's going to be short and just quickly around the boards. I can tell you it's Craig Carter leading Lance Pascoe 14-5 after 12 ends. 14-5, Craig Carter leading Lance Pascoe after 12 of the 18 ends. Andrew Kelly up against Peter Hodgson. Andrew Kelly and Seamus Curtin, of course, the defending national peers title holders. They're leading Peter Hodgson, Robbie Reid by 19 shots to 6. 19 shots to 6 after 14 ends. And Raymond Martin and Matt Pearson leading Jordan King and Nathan Glasson by 14 shots to 9 after 13 of the 18 ends. As Caleb Hope looking at, and I can tell you that Andrew Kelly is now through to the semi-final. He's defeated Peter Hodgson, so that's one of our semi-finalists been found, and They will play the winner of the Martin Pearson King Glasson game. It'll be Kelly and Curtin in that. So, well, this is a bad bowl here from Sheldon Bagrie-Howley. He steered that into no man's land. So Mike Kernaghan makes his way back to the mat. So Andrew Kelly, the defending New Zealand Peers title holder, in his lead, Seamus Curtin of the Stokes Valley Club in Wellington, they're through to the semi-final after defeating Peter Hodgson and Robbie Reid. Here's Kernaghan now on the forehand. Definitely holding. Big end this one in the context of the match. 11-10, it is the Bagrie-Howley and Hope combination leading. Going to change now though, and this could count in fact. And so there's still a lot of finger. It was either 2 or 3, not 100% sure. It was seeing but a moment. But it was definitely Mike Kernaghan and Peter Thorne side who scored, that's for sure.
A little bit, just a wee bit further, yeah.
Change of length.
Yeah, well, question it, yeah.
That's why I said interesting.
Yeah, 13-11, so it was a 3, 13-11 now to Kernaghan and Thorne. And they sit at the top of the draw, where it looks in the other quarter-final there. There's Peter Hodgson just walking past, you'll see then, so that means that we know that game's finished. So at the top of the draw, the winner of this match will play the winner of the Tamati Carter game, which is looking like it will be Tom Tamati and Craig Carter. And at the bottom of the draw,
Start, mate, well done.
it's Andrew Kelly and Seamus Curtin, who will play the winner of the Raymond Martin Matt Pearson match up against Jordan King and Nathan Glasson at the bottom of the draw in the semi-final of the Stoke Stake men's pairs. Peter Thorne with a good opening bowl. There's the jack right on the 2 metre mark. And trying to get the jack clean was Caleb Hope, just went by. Thorne's bowl just off the centre line, so good opening bowl. On the backhand is Peter Thorne.
Very good, Pete.
Again, just going to nip under the line, is it? And, well, you got the jack, the back of the jack, in fact. Well, reality is, Bronny, it's good and bad, actually.
Sets it out like it's a goalpost, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's 2 shots to the Thorne combination. Or Caleb Hope did the old fatal thing of what I would call, still got to learn a couple of things. We really rushed at the head then, trying to run to the jack, just let the bowl work its way down to the jack, and doesn't have to do anything much more than that, really.
Dave, what we often term as lead, he played the skip shot rather than build the head for his skip.
So Peter Thorne has 3 good bowls here from the Mike Kernaghan lead, and sits.
Good and bad.
Yeah, but at this point of the game, I'd rather be holding them than chasing them. So, they got, and there he's running straight to the jack here, and it just got the jack clean, pushes it right out to the side. It's still alive by the. There you'll see the toucher bowl of.
Dave, that's your jack at the end.
Here's the toucher bowl of Caleb Hope's just about under the number, and there's you'll see a bowl sitting up on the bank to the far side, and that's literally where the jack is. And really, plenty of room for a player of Mike Kernaghan's, especially with 3 bowls. Here's Kernaghan on the forehand, and of course leading 13-11. because they've got to play on a different territory out there at this length as well, Brian.
Yeah.
But don't think it's deterred Mike Kernaghan too much.
One of the advantages.
There's that bowler, Kernaghan. That's the shot.
One of the advantages is that Kearney has played more down that particular side, so most probably has a better idea of it than, say, Sheldon, who's not played much down that side.
It's correct, Brian, and but again, it highlights that the drawing ability that.
Absolutely.
And this looks quick and wide. I'm looking at that outside peg.
Looks quick.
And it is. So quickly, here's the chance now for Mike Kernaghan to score a couple possibly on this end and really puts the heat, puts the scoreboard heat on the Cut of Hope Sheldon Bagrie-Howley side. So here's Kernaghan again, back to draw another one. Although it's on the wider side, needs to come back now inside that marker at outside line. Will do so and sits up and is alive, whether it counts or not. But I suppose the line for Sheldon Bagrie-Howley now, if he's in between those two bowls, he'd be close to actually getting the shot.
The thing I was impressed with Mike's.
Oh, he's on a better line here. Is Sheldon Bagrie-Howley. How's the weight going to be all the way down, though? Needs to get past that bowl, sits up and draws the shot.
Top bowl.
So Kernaghan will attack that bowl, I would imagine.
Well, the other thing I noticed with Mike's first one, he made sure that it was alive and he was looking more at weight than line. And so he got his first one too. And then his second one, he was looking to play the perfect bowl by the look of it.
So we'll see what Mike Kernaghan does here. I'm picking that he will endeavour to play with weight to get the Bagrie-Howley bowl into the ditch. We'll see in but a moment, and for him to stay on board as well. So
It looks like it.
Here is Kernaghan playing down, the jack in the ditch. It's out on that wide side, but need to move back a long way from there. In fact, it's going to get to another bowl. So, well, are they sure what's going on? Is it the shot?
Well, I'm like you, Kevin. I'm now looking at, is the jack closer to the outside peg than we think it is?
Oh, I'm just looking at where I thought they'd put that Cut of Hope bowl. I thought that was where the marker, the marker was. And of course, we can't quite see how far that is towards the ditch as well. But we'll soon know. I'm sure if Sheldon Bagrie-Howley draws in between his own bowl and those two out to the right, and it's on its way, well, it's obviously, it's the shot, obviously out to the side, one would think.
Two.
Well,
that's why he didn't go for the bowl.
Oh, to me, it just highlights to me the ability that Kernaghan has still got. And 15-11 now.
Beyond that.
Well, all I'll say is that the crucial ends where they have scored has seen Mike Kernaghan score the shots.
Oh, absolutely.
And no disrespect to Sheldon Bagrie-Howley at all, but what Mike Kernaghan's been able to do is score the shots.
Yep. The other thing that, to me, that's noticeable is Kernaghan's ability to draw. He's relied more on the draw. Sheldon's been slightly on the reaching weight. That was a good draw shot, but everything Mike does is off a draw line and I draw weight.
Wow, yeah,
he backs himself.
He's still one of the best going around. And I just hope that, I'm hoping that the high performance echelon in New Zealand bears fruit from what Mike Kernaghan brings. Because one of my concerns is that we've got our top players now, like Caitlin, she's in Australia, sure, but the Selena Goddard's, Taylor Bruce's, that they can be attacked by a plethora of coaches who They don't need to be. They've got, we've got Mike Kernaghan, who's with the side, as we well know, and there's and Peter Bellis, and I just think, as it seen with one of the great things about the Australian scenario has been that, now it's Gary Willis and Karen Murphy. Before that, it was Steve Glasson, and that's really where their tutelage falls under. And I think there's a lesson to be learnt from that. Really, Caleb Hope adjust with his second bowl. They've got to score this end. Imperative that the young fellas score a couple on here to give themselves a chance going into the last end. Peter Thorne, though, is going to sit on the bowl. Yes, he will. Well played by the Mount Albert player. Sits and right on the centre line. That's a very, very good bowl.
A very, very good bowl. Yes, the Australians have for some time had a nice system, and with Mike coming on board, it's big hope that our system replicates in the fullness of time what is available. We have a basic, personally believe we have a basic area, which is club coaches, which do a good job, but it's the next level up that we're not quite nailing in the past, that the Australians nailed.
I won't say anything.
I didn't ask you to.
I just think at the high performance here now, we've got, in my view, we've got the right person there in Mike Kernaghan, and it does create the opportunity for us to build from the youth through a very, very good core of players, and also no disrespect to the coaches around the country at all, but what we need is, and it is starting to happen, I realise that, and it's great that Mike Curtin actually coaches the coaches, because you'll get that as has happened in Australia, and that's when you'll start to get the consistency. So often our coaches think that there is my way, and there's no other way. But to have available to us the expertise, knowledge and experience of Mike Kernaghan, and good attempt here from Sheldon Bagrie-Howley to get to the shot bowl, and does so, sits right on top of it. That's the shot.
One thing that's noticeable with the Australians, Kevin, is they all deliver the same, they all do the same, they all think the same, and it's obvious their coaching system has been a massive help.
Yeah, it has, but I certainly don't want to see New Zealand get into the same, what I would say, the one thing that I would really question, and I refer to the
robots, yes.
No, it's like Aaron Sheriff, Aaron Wilson, a couple of others, the speed they play, and the last thing that we wanted, and internationally, I've seen the Australians try to, and I'll go back to one particular game which involved Mike Kernaghan and Ellie Forsyth, and that was the final of the World Fours in Christchurch, where Ellie Forsyth and Kernaghan was Blake Signal and Mike Nagy, but it was Kernaghan and Kernaghan and Ellie Forsyth that slowed the game down to our speed.
Yep.
And we didn't fall into trying to play the speed of this, because they are decidedly quick, and we're not.
Our bowl
we don't play the game slowly, but we're more methodical and deliberate on the mat. And if you Alex Marshall's much the same, like Marshall gets on the mat and it's the way it goes type thing, and like his ability and record speaks for itself. I'm not taking absolutely nothing away from him, but it's just we here in New Zealand, we're more, if you look at it like Mike Kernaghan now on the mat, we're more deliberate, focused, consistent, whereas they play, like we take Aaron Wilson as Kernaghan's looking for the jack here, is going to be under the line, what's he going to get off the front? Move the jack, I'm going to say it, that was luck. But, in fact, it could be bad luck, because that could be now 2 to the
Well, Japan's...
That middle bowl there, was that a Peter Thorne bowl or is that no, it must be a Peter Thorne bowl because there's the two Sheldon Bagrie-Howley bowls. So he's really got to try and dislodge his. Or Caleb Hope's bowl may well be the shot bowl. Is it the bowl that's just in behind the jack there? So if that's the case, he can play down on that backhand side on jack movement, works in their favour for two shots.
We'll know by the pace he plays this at as to whether he...
So playing down on the backhand, trying to reach to the jack area. Looks to be narrow. How long is it going to hold up, though? Not going to get all the way to where he wants it to be, I wouldn't say. Caleb Hope, I see quickly lean over and get the mat. So it is one to the...
Yeah.
It was that bowl out there, the Caleb Hope and Sheldon Bagrie-Howley. It is the one. So we're at 15-12 now. And, you know, ideally 2 would have been the ideal number for them, but they're still in the game with their good chance.
Yeah.
It's the first bit of what I would call fortuitous jack movement that we saw then.
But he was in the area.
Absolutely,
with
he was
good
in,
weight.
absolutely he was in the area. So one of the really good things that Mike Kernaghan will bring to the New Zealand side as well is consistency in their delivery and consistency in their game management. That's, to me, two of the big attributes that Mike Kernaghan brings. And the other thing which he brings, and I know there's a couple of people in the New Zealand squad who have a lot of things flying around in their heads when they're playing this.
No comment.
Which is, hey, that happens. But Mike Kernaghan's very, very much the guy who can just bring you back to, let's just concentrate on doing one job at a time. And I think he's. We'll see the reward. And I think what we're going to see.
Great stuff, mate. Well done.
Well played. You've gone well the last 10, 11 ends. Thorne is Peter Thorne. Because we are going to go into, it may not be, especially in the men, not so much in the women, but there's no doubt in the men, in the coming couple of years, we're going to go into a new era of new players in that New Zealand side. And that's where Mike Kernaghan becomes such an integral part. No disrespect to Peter Ballas or anyone else. Peter's still around, of course, but Michael's the hands-on guy. And he'll play a vital role, I think, in the development of what I would say our leading players who are in the frame to play at the international level, because now the Asia Pacific event has been canned as well, and we've now got World Bowls every second year.
Yeah,
not on the 4-year cycle.
The thing that comes out of
big change. Just seen here. Oh, the things are changing around. Raymond Martin and Jordan King all locked up now, 14 apiece after 16 of the 18 ends. And in the Lance Pascoe Craig Carter match, 16 ends gone, and it's Carter leading 15-10. 15-10. As we see, Caleb Hope trying to get the jack in the ditch, which he needs to do now to try and get a result for them. So things are changing around. Raymond Martin and Jordan King playing with Nathan Glasson, all locked up at 14 apiece. And Lance Pascoe and Jamie Hill now trailing Craig Carter after 15 shots to 10.
Very good.
I prefer to be in Carter's position with 2 ends to go.
Oh, absolutely, but it was certainly looking completely down and out a couple of ends ago, wasn't it? And they've...
well, the big surprise is the Ray Martin game closing up to so...
Yeah, that's taken a
massive turn. This now becomes a big end for Sheldon.
Oh, he's got to get
it's game end.
This is shake hands. Well, it's not going to shake hands in shots, but it certainly they've got to score. And trying to get down to the jack is Bagrie-Howley. Very good attempt, just going to go by. And Mike Curtin certainly won't want to fatten the target up for Bagrie-Howley to try and move the jack. And just confirming.
I don't know what you think, Kevin, but the last bowl that Caleb played, as a lead, would he have not been better playing the shot that Shelton just played? In other words, keep his bowl handy rather than run it straight to the ditch?
Yeah, I personally feel that the movement of the jack off the 2 metre mark is the best percentage shot, because Kernaghan can play checkers now, which he's duly doing, and he's really covering where that last bowl of Sheldon Bagrie-Howley's came in. So what it really meant is that the chance to control the head, Sheldon Bagrie-Howley had to get it early on, so it just makes it difficult. And I'd have much preferred to see, my viewpoint would have been to get another bowl in and around the head. Reaching the shot bowl for sure, but it now comes a difficult proposition for Bagrie-Howley on the backhand, certainly wanting to reach the Peter Thorne bowl.
Out of the hand, it looked tight, but it's holding.
Well, it'll finish up out of the hand as the same result. And I come back to the point, and this is where the likes of Mike Curtin is so beneficial in his coaching. Sheldon Bagrie-Howley steered that bowl out of his hand.
Yep.
And unfortunately, on an 18-second green, if you steer the bowl on a weighted shot like that, you steer it out of the hand, that's where it's going to finish up. If you watch someone like Mike Kernaghan play that shot, he'd have a completely different line out of the hand, and and these are the finite points to me that Mike Kernaghan and the likes of Peter Bellis bring both to our men and women. And we're fortunate to have that expertise available to us.
We also...
Well, now it's a real game of it. If he doesn't get the jack in the ditch now, really,
shake hand. Not shake, but
it literally is, because remember Mike Kernaghan's still got a bowl left as well, and you can waste a bowl trying to reach to the head, and as you rightly said, the bowl was wasted earlier on, really, and now I don't think Bagrie-Howley's got any option but to try and get the jack in the ditch.
Cool.
So, it looks on the mat, doesn't look as though he might just play with weight to get through to the jack. Well, there's a really hard shot to play down through here, and it's certain on a wider line. How far is it going to come back? Shake hands time. There it is. It's all over. And confirming that Peter Thorne and Michael Kernaghan have defeated Sheldon Bagrie-Howley and Caleb Hope. And I think it was a couple on that end, but it was the Thorne and Kernaghan side. They ran out the winners. They will now play the winner of the Tom Tamati Craig Carter match. Of course, we know that Tamati and Carter are leading that match at this point in time. Andrew Kelly and Seamus Curtin are through to the semi-final after defeating Peter Hodson and Robbie Reid, and they will play the winner of the Raymond Martin Matt Pearson game up against Jordan King and Nathan Glasson. And at our last crossover, they were in fact all locked up, and that's the match that we'll be bringing you. We'll be bringing you the Andrew Curtin. Andrew Curtin would love to be there. The Andrew Kelly Seamus Curtin semi-final up against the winner of the Raymond Martin Matt Pearson, Jordan King and Nathan Glasson. That's the semi-final that we'll be bringing you, but I can tell you at the top of the draw, it is Mike Kernaghan and Peter Thorne who have defeated Caleb Hope and Sheldon Bagrie-Howley, and they are through to the semi-finals here in the Stoke Stakes men's pairs, and they'll play the winner, and I'm picking they'll be playing the combination of Tom Tamati and Craig Carter in the semi-finals. So this is Kevin Hickland signing off. We'll be back at around about between 10:45 and 11 a.m. and we'll be bringing you the semi-finals here live from the Stoke Stakes Piers here in Nelson.
loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know times are tough, but I've had enough.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Stoke Bowling Club in Nelson. We're about to bring you the semi-final of the Stoke Stakes men's pairs. In the quarterfinals this morning we saw the combination of Mike Kernaghan and Peter Thorne. They defeated Caleb Hope and Sheldon Bagrie-Howley. In the upset of the event though to date was the combination of Tom Tamati and Craig Carter, and they narrowly defeated. Great comeback from Lance Pascoe and Jamie Hill, but not enough, and it was Tamati and Carter who ran out the winners. We had Seamus Curtin and Andrew Kelly up against Peter Hodgson and Robbie Reid, and really it was Kelly and Curtin. It was one-way traffic, really. They were convincing winners in their match. And in the other match, of course, we saw Raymond Martin of Wellington and Matt Pearson up against Jordan King and Nathan Glasson. And, it was one-way traffic earlier on. Raymond Martin and Matt Pearson broke out to a really, really good lead and came right down to literally the last bowl. And I believe it was the umpire's measure that pulled the Jordan King and Nathan Glasson combination through into the semi-finals. So in the semi-finals this afternoon, we'll have Mike Kernaghan and Peter Thorne up against Tom Tamati and Craig Carter. In the other semi-final, we've got Andrew Kelly and Seamus Curtin up against Jordan King and Nathan Glasson. With me, of course, I've got this afternoon, I've got Brian Chapman with me, and on the controls, of course, we've got our hard-working Sally and Colin, who are putting everything together to bring you this live coverage from the Stoke Bowling Club in Nelson. So good afternoon, Brian, and by goodness, that was a get out of jail, obviously, from Jordan King and Nathan Glasson.
Very, very much so. You'd have to feel a bit disappointed to be leading so much and see it slip away.
Well, you're right. These things happen. It's just, and we're in two now, in one, and there is Jordan King. And of course, he's played a number of years with Nathan Glasson in this event, up against a very strong combination. I think Andrew Kelly, of course, current New Zealand player, played the Commonwealth Games, and one of the up-and-coming players. Seamus Curtin from Wellington. Remembering these two are the defending New Zealand peers, title holders. The last time we were fortunate enough able to hold the Nationals. It was this combination that defeated Gary Lawson and Tony Grantham in the final. Very strong combination, Brian, really, aren't they?
Oh, exceptionally strong.
Very much strong on the draw. Both of these players. And Jordan King, those bowls have got a bit of colour in them, haven't they?
Yes, well, I'll give you the story on those, and this is a fair story too.
I'm going to try to get that jack now, eh?
Jordan decided that he wanted a new set of bowls, and in doing so said to his daughter, "What colour do you think I should get?" And she chose those, and when they arrived, he said, "I can't play with those," and everybody reminded him that his daughter said, "They're what you want. You do what your daughter tells you." Well, so he is playing with what his daughter wanted.
And she's a pretty special young daughter too.
Oh, very, yes.
I'm not going to go into all about it,
no.
But she's a special young lady.
But yes, she chose those colours for him.
So, first end is all completed here of these 18 end matches, and the other semi-finals, as I said, we'll see Mike Kernaghan and Peter Thorne up against Tom Tamati and Craig Carter. And the game we covered earlier on was Mike Kernaghan and Peter Thorne up against Caleb Hope and Sheldon Bagrie-Howley. And it's fair to say that throughout, well, the Kernaghan-Thorne combination more than likely more consistent on the draw right throughout. And we saw Mike Kernaghan turn around about in the mid stages of that match, turn around about three heads.
Yep.
That really made a big difference to the final outcome of the match.
Then also, to be honest, once he got a small break in the late part of it, managed the heads and the head building very, very well. Was never in danger of dropping numbers.
Certainly did. Now, Nathan Glasson leading for Jordan King and up against the strong young Seamus Curtin. And Nathan Glasson from Canterbury. Believe me, he is one of the underrated players. I know he's played age group for New Zealand
Decent start, mate.
and Kitty Hawks and everything else, but Nathan Glasson is a very, very accomplished draw player, very, very good player. And Jordan King, of course, had been up until a couple of years ago, where he sort of gave the game away, but didn't play as much, was part of the New Zealand high performance squad. So these two guys up against current New Zealand squad members, and Andrew Kelly and Seamus Curtin, they can certainly foot it all the way with them, Brian, can't
Oh,
they?
they can. And it's what you would hope to see at this
What's your game,
late stage of the tournament.
There we see Glasson draw one behind with his first bowl and his second bowler front toucher. And of course, Nathan Glasson and Andrew Kelly would come up against one another quite a lot.
Yep.
Both playing out of Canterbury. And
Close here, mate.
no, they're not in the same club. Watch this bowler, Curtin,
There you go.
breaking towards the jack now. Looks
Help me,
pretty
help me.
handy. Needed one more roll. Still the Glasson bowl, just slightly lower the jack, which is the shot.
All that. Yeah.
Makes the
Mate, even today is also.
Glasson's first bowl a very handy bowl too.
Well, it's in the catching pin and behind the head there, Brian, isn't it? You know, it's sitting there. And of course, these events can't come about without sponsors. And on behalf of the Stoke Club, thank you to the sponsors: NBS, Ritex International, McElroy Painting and Decorating, Digger, and of course the Much Worker Bowling
very
Club.
Yeah, let's arrive down to
The
the
Much
channel,
Worker Bowling
mate.
Club, a big thank you to them. We count them as sponsors as well because they kindly lent a green for 2 days for section play. So here's Seamus Curtin on the search,
Lovely.
trying to get to the jack, not far away, gets the front bowl, gets the jack clean, moves it all the way back for one shot. It'll be interesting to see here early on, really, Brian, to see whether, because you would think the ditch hand would be the best hand really to play here. It's a clean vision, isn't it, to the jack, and the jack's been moved off the centre line.
Yes, but as we saw in the first game this morning, that ditch hand wasn't as easy to play as what we thought it would be.
No, except for Mike Kernaghan. Well, I think Kernaghan, he just persisted with it, didn't he? And when he had to play on the hand, he was able to do so. So here's Jordan King with his first bowl. Just going to depend on the weight here. Looks a pretty good opening bowl on this hand. And come all the way to the jack. Don't get much better than that.
Made it look easy.
Draws right to the jack there. You'll see it just under the number there. So Andrew Kelly, the tall Kelly with what I would say another one of the sort of Kelvin Scott delivery. Always a bit difficult to sort out what hand he's really playing. Of course, Andrew Kelly in a couple of weeks, Kelly part of our Commonwealth game side, and I feel that not everyone will agree with me, but I think Andrew Kelly's the sort of player that you could is an important part of a New Zealand squad, mainly because he's got a delivery which could be used effectively, no matter the speed of the greens. He plays very tight to the body, but and it doesn't matter whether he's playing run shot, drive, whatever. He's still got a pretty consistent the way here.
Well, he's like a lot of them. We watched Mike Kernaghan this morning, same thing. Everything was done off the same delivery pattern, and while he's not the same as Mike, he certainly does everything the same.
So here is Kelly on the back end. Needs to improve by a metre and a half. He's got the bowl out on a good arc, breaking its way now towards the head. Has it got the weight to get all the way? This is a great attempt here from the Cantabrian, and just not quite, falls that metre short, but was certainly was on a good line to the jack. Jordan King now with the multicoloured bowls that Brian told you about on the backhand, and also enjoys his golf, does Jordan King.
Apparently very handy golfer.
He loves his golf. Looks to be a bit on the quick side though, going by. So, is there a chance here for the look for the bowl? No, there's not. Is that what Kelly's contemplating? So I look at the bowl, can he see an angle down the bowl? Well, if he beats his last bowl, he'd have shot, I would say, near enough.
If he plays with a bit of weight, he can hit his own up or drop under and take the shot ball out.
Oh, he's trying to steer down through that port to get to the shot bowl. Not going to do so, though. And it'll be another one to the King Glasson combination. And you're right, Jordan King just got up and said the jack had been moved right off the 2 metre mark and just said, right, I'm going to draw the shot, and Julie did so. So Nathan Glasson been a member of the Canterbury side for quite some time. The green today there at the Stoke Green, running at around about 18 seconds, perfect conditions. You look at the trees behind it there, there's lit by the school. There's no wind to speak of at all. There might be some zephyrs or breezes that go through, but really after some of the challenging weather conditions that Nelson have had over the last 3 weeks to a month, we've got perfect conditions here today at Stoke.
And the thing that I'm watching, Nathan, another example of the good work that is happening with places like the Kitty Hawks, who I first saw Nathan playing when I happened to be assisting at Kitty Hawks, and we've seen so many of the young bowlers come through the Kitty Hawks organisation.
All of these 4 players.
Okay, I knew about a couple of them, but
yes, absolutely. So all 4 of these players will have played at some point in time. I can remember Andrew Kelly as a youngster coming up from when he was in Oamaru as a youngster coming up and playing. Seamus Curtin is literally a 12, 13-year-old coming up with his mother up to Auckland to play in the annual Kitty Hawk, the Kitty Hawk Easter competition.
Yep.
And Jordan King was part of that very early, the Auckland Brigade that were, and that's when there was the Mark Shines, the Krista Leaves, the Greg Ruaporias, Jason Lindsay, all of those guys were around. Well, of course, Jordan King was part of that that group at that time. It all.
Taylor Bruce came through too, didn't she, if I remember rightly?
Yeah, Taylor Bruce. Well, so did Mandy Board.
Oh, that's right, Joe. I forgot her.
So did Amy McElroy.
Oh, yeah.
That's awesome.
So if you Selena Goddard, if you look around at that echelon now, the group where so many of our high performance players actually sit, literally I'd say 80% of them would have at some stage been part of that Kitty Hawks program. And now we got Kent sort of course last year, and Taylor Bruce was sort of acting as for the Rangatahi, actually acting like as an ambassador, so to speak, and I can assure you that with the encouragement of Sport New Zealand as well, they certainly want to see the sport in that secondary school area, because it does play such a vital role in the sort of the changing world that we live in now. We went through a phase where secondary school bowls, and these guys are examples of it, it was really strong. But it sort of has come back a wee bit, but thanks to the Burnside Club and Taylor Bruce's mother, parents, the under 26 singles at Burnside, is really circumvented what was the old Kitty Hawk scenario. But we're now seeing full field from all around the country, and now with the work of Bowls New Zealand and the high performance program, and the various sport associations, Sport New Zealand, who are really encouraging activity, activity for all, not just all elite sport. It's good for the sport, and let's hope Sally, no doubt, will be able to let me know about this. But I'm sure the Rangatahi Bowls are back on the calendar for this year. Very much. I just got the nod of the head.
And actually, it's quite surprising. A lot of people think bowls is sedimentary, but I can assure you You get out there all day in the sun, and like yesterday here in Auckland, where it was very, very windy, it is hard yakka, and it is not a sedimentary sport.
No, but the good thing is though about it, Brian, is not everyone's going to be an All Black or a black cap or
Correct.
whatever. So, whereas before it was looked upon as an old man or old person
Yep.
sport, if we look, for example, like now, if we look at the Australian side, we use that as an example. They have been certainly very, very. They've promoted bringing a number of the younger ones through their program, which they have done successfully. And so too have Bowls New Zealand. Now we're in the stage again of what I suppose you could just about say restarting
Yes.
part of that program.
Touch high.
So again, one bowl left from Kelly, two behind, and he's down on the head again. I can see the multicoloured bowls, the Jack Level 2 bowls here, Jordan Kings. Here's Kelly now on the forehand, formerly of Oamaru. And of course, very well qualified young man.
Oh, good line.
He's on a good line coming down on this dead hand. If he gets underneath there, he'll go, just needs another couple of rolls, just ran out of steam. We'll see what's indicated here. Out comes the measure.
Well, those measures that you suggested we should use.
Yeah, they're not bad, are they? And the good on the same as Curtin, and you straight away didn't have to use any fingers or wander around the head. I'll just pull the measure out. So this could be more than we think. Two. So 4-0 to the King Glasson combination. A wee bit of a breeze getting up there. You can see the shades there at the green just buffeting around a wee bit.
And the tree behind them is starting to just, which hadn't earlier. But the other thing about the sport, it doesn't matter how old, how young, how fit, how unfit. There is a range available to you to play at any level you choose.
Well, I think the other great thing which has happened, Brian, in that regard, and full marks to Mark Cameron and those of Bowls New Zealand was the invention of Bowls 3-5.
Yep.
It was the intention. The Rangatahi second event is going to be played on a Bowls 3-5 format because it's the ideal way to introduce, let's say, youngsters to the game. It's not a big, long, boring, all afternoon thing. It's a bit of fun and quick. So the Bowls 3-5 is. It's interesting. I see now in certain parts of Australia now playing a type of Bowls 3-5 format as well, which was the brainchild of Bowls New Zealand. And of course, last year we had, everything COVID interrupted, but we had the multi-club Bowls 3-5, which we had at Nainai, where the qualifiers from all around the country came and participated in. So the sport really, I personally think the sport's
Nice, mate. Only that.
on the right track. We went through a really hot patch, and it was interesting that during the COVID scenarios and that our overall membership hasn't been grossly, like total numbers, hasn't really been greatly effective. But I do think we're now at the stage, and there's a lot of rejuvenation going on, like with Bowls New Zealand, with getting out and amongst the community. And I think it's now, we've got a number of centres who are very active in that regime. But I think
We're a
we'll
big
more than
meter.
likely come back
Any
to the
contact
time.
on
Good
you
opening,
or
another
Nathan's
bowl here
first
from
one is real
Glasson.
good.
Steady, isn't he?
Very steady. But I think we're at the time again where we've got to revisit Brian to sort of to rejuvenate part of it. I think that we just needs, and Auckland with the appointment now of our new
You're in the area.
CEO, general manager, everyone called him Curtin, looking for the drag on the jack. This is well played, gets a touch on it, moves it out the side. A bit unlucky where it went to, but was certainly up to the head.
It's open the chances for his, Skip. I agree with you, Kevin. I personally have a a thought that says we've done exceptionally well with B35, and now's the time to look at what we in Auckland call juniors. After you've finished your 1 to 5, we don't have anything available. And I came through when there was a development scenario available. And it may be political, and if you don't want to comment, I don't mind. But I believe that time is right for us to look at a proper development for players coming from, in Auckland's case, 5 to 10 years.
Well, the first thing that's got to be done, Brian, is some centres, and Auckland being one of them, bowls 1 to 5 bowls is irrelevant.
Yep.
And you know, we've got to, whatever we decide to do, we can't have one centre doing this, another centre doing that.
Correct.
We've got to bring something in which is regimented and not be age driven, because of the people of various ages, of course, take the sport up. But I think that we can have the likes of a 10-year or something along that line. Kelly looking for the bowl through, well played. Double kiss through the head there. And just quickly on the other semi-final, which has got underway, that's 3 ends gone. And it's Craig Carter and Tom Tamati who are leading Mike Kernaghan and Peter Thorne. After 3 ends, it's 5-0 to Carter and Tamati. So a good start. Well, mind you, I'm not going to say anything adverse because they got away to a good start in the last game as well. And it came down to the last bowl. Jordan King now going to fall short, having to go out on that ditch hand. I shouldn't say having to go out on that ditch hand, because there's nothing wrong with the ditch hand. It's just finding the line. So it is the Curtin bolt that'll be shot, but there was a well-played, control, weighted shot by Andrew Kelly, wasn't it?
Yep.
Brian just reached up to the head and dislodged the bolt, that very close to the body. And again, if you look at Andrew Kelly, you look at Mike Curtin, sure, some things are a wee bit different, but it's where the hand is at the finish.
Yep.
And here he's going to draw the shot dead here. And, you know, it's just like a good golfer. It's what you do at the finish, and do it consistently is what gets you the results. And that's why Kernan's under the line, Jordan King. And, you know, Jordan right now gives me the impression of a player who's just a wee bit scared to get it out.
Yep.
To get it too far out in case it won't come back. Andrew Kelly just showed you that. And if you look at Kelly on the mat, you can see there that down, the body, arm, everything is all in one. And is he going to be rewarded? He may not have the weight. He's certainly got the line. Yes, he will. Yes, he will be. Now, there's a double example of exactly what we were talking about. That got the bowl out there, let it work, didn't try and move it, didn't try and play the bowl inside the line. Here's Jordan King now. Has he improved on that line? Yes, he has improved on that line, but has he improved enough? No, he hasn't.
Hasn't got the weight either, really.
He's 3, I would say. It is 3. It's the same as Curtin. Very quickly indicate it was 3 shots. I made the comment the other week, doing a commentary, in fact, Brian, that all the coverage that we now do, to me, here you watch replay again of that bowl of Kelly's.
Beautiful weight.
He just reached up through the head, reached the 2 bowls. But from a coaching point of view, coaches can get and players can get just as much value, or a lot of value, I should say. There's one of the icons just walking past, former New Zealand coach Dave Edwards. Of course, Dave's now back from Australia. But what I was saying, Brian, is that watching these guys' delivery and girls watching is as good as a coaching session.
The other thing that you notice at this level is a lot of players would have, the shot that Andrew played, he played with 1 yard to 2 yards of weight. If he missed, he was still hanging around. Most would have given it all they could to rush through it.
Well, he's never going to lose his bowl, was
No.
he? So Dave Edwards just walked past the husband of Joe, of course, Dave, the New Zealand coach and high performance manager for a number of years, had fantastic results, and was based over at Pine Rivers
Go, mate.
in the
Off,
Gold Coast,
Get him.
and now back here in Nelson. Of course, Joe is back playing, and in fact, Joe is part of the Bowls Premier League, which is about to go on your screens. Well, I'm not sure if it's Monday or Tuesday night where it's we'll start live on the screen there.
I believe it's the 9th of November, Kevin, but I could be wrong.
Same as Curtin there, bad. That's that's about concentration. He played that second shot bowl. That's 20 odd feet short, and that's really about concentration. To that, trying to improve on his first, but
Big one here, mate.
just there's little snippets that at the high performance end of the game is where you've got to have that consistency up around the 85-90%, especially at the international level.
And that's where I think Mike Kernaghan will be a big
Far away here.
big help to the
Hurry.
high performance team.
It's a good correction there from
It'll be your last.
same as Curtin, finishing just lower the jack. Nathan Glasson play on his back end, 5-2. Kelly and Curtin leading.
The one thing, I was fortunate enough to watch some of the Intercentre the other last weekend or the weekend before, whenever it was, and Seamus was playing the singles. And the one thing I will say for him, he never gives anything away. He's an absolute trier.
Absolutely, very tenacious young player. That's for sure. And a youngster, not on ability, but singles at that level is one of the hardest raffle tickets you can buy, because you're up against a number of the best going round, and and you're on your own, and they're long, hard matches.
It's a lonely position.
If
it's not going well, it's lonely.
So here is Henry Kelly now on the backhand. You'll see that very deliberate style that Kelly brings on a good line, breaking down towards the centre line, and the jack now looks to be on a pretty good line. It is again.
Played.
Sits just alongside the jack.
And the other thing watching Andrew Kelly, there's a lot of Jamie Hill delivery about him. You don't know where his feet are pointing, but the ball lands up exactly where he wants it to be.
With Andrew Kelly, it's a good response here though from Jordan King. Needs to sit on the ball. He's going to do so and touch it over. Gets a touch on the jack. With Andrew Kelly, it's a wee bit like Mike Galloway. It's all about what he does at the finish, at the back end of his delivery. That's where he gets his consistency from. It's not so much about on the mat, like his stance on the mat. It's that latter stage right now. Of the body does exactly the same every time. Body position.
And as an old coach once said to me, palm to heaven.
Yeah, absolutely. So Glasson indicating to Jordan King, if you get a touch on the jack on that backhand side, there's a bit of movement of the jack, certainly in our favour. We've got a couple of bowls, and it's a good effort from just going to be one bowl out of the count, but it's another good bowl from Jordan King. Just sits in at the third shot position.
But the other thing, Kevin, is that in our day, I'm referring to Grant Fox as a goal kicker. Same thing. Did the same thing all the time. He followed through. It was routine.
Well, we might have made two out of that now because he did get it. Kelly, believe it or not, plucked. Straight to the one, Glasson, because he did get that other home bowl clean out of the head. It didn't make any difference. It's about doing the same thing every time, like Mike Galloway does, Andrew Kelly does, Mike Kernaghan does. And that's on a, what's that line look like again coming down here? Looks to
Tight.
be tight. Might get the inside of the bowl and sit,
enough,
does it? No, it won't. But it's a 1 to the King Glasson combination, 5-3 now.
It might use a tight game, this.
Well, it's really, both the play, Andrew Kelly and Jordan King, both of them are very good shot players as well. They're not saying that they're adventurous, but they certainly they've got the ability to play an array of shots, which is there's no breeze here at all now. If you look, perfect conditions at the Stoke club, and it's interesting. One of the where the fours, the Nelson fours were held, of course, at the Nelson club. You'll notice that the iconic greenkeeper there, Carter, who was the greenkeeper here prior to the Burnside man moving up to here, and so Stoke has been blessed with what I would call superb greens for a number of years. And again, talking about the ability of players, Brian, there's no doubt if you have a good surface to play on, not every time every green can be perfect, but it certainly enhances. And if you look around the Nelson area now, you've had your Joe Edwards, Val Smith, Kirsten Edwards after she moved down there, Amy McElroy,
Shannon
McElroy, Peter Hodgson, Jimmy Pugh. There's been a plethora of these players who have come out of the Nelson area who are very, very good draw players, and that's blessed because one of the contributing factors is the surfaces that they play on.
one of the factors that makes Australia, in most cases, very good for the same reason. You can throw a bowl down a line, and if it doesn't finish where it is, you send it down the same line. It's because you haven't sent it correctly.
Yeah, correct. Then, Auckland. Auckland has improved. There's no doubt about that. We've had some great greenkeepers who are doing a lot of good things with the clubs here. But yeah, the one thing I will say, just a word of warning to Auckland is let's not be obsessed all the way along with artificial surfaces.
We won't get too deeply into that, but I agree with you totally.
Hurry.
Yeah.
You dare be short.
Because there's still, in my view, but no, I'll say it forever, there's still nothing better, Brian, than watching the sport on a surface like this, watching good players in action, and also for your club bowlers as well. If you're playing on a good surface like this, you do. It's just a pleasure to play on.
Well, I'm running to look at my own club. To be fair, many of our club bowlers thoroughly enjoy going up because the green is very true. Some people like starweed, some don't. We won't have that discussion.
No.
But we will say they can play on it comfortably, they're happy, and they're wrapped.
Great bowl here from Jordan King is going to seal the hole up.
Yeah.
Touch on the
Perfectly
jack.
played.
Well, this is trouble early on this head for him. I reckon he's 4 down.
Certainly, I agree with you.
Because the two bowls are same as Curtin's are lower than Jack, other one's behind, and the Nathan Glasson bowls are a triangle literally in and around the head, and now made all that more challenging by the toucher of Jordan King, and just moved it slightly off the line.
And nothing to look at.
No, there's no leans either.
No. No.
Kelly, in that very deliberate manner of his going to the forehand, looking closely at where he's going to be. Here he is on the mat now. And there's that smooth delivery out of the hand, endeavouring to play down to the shot bowl. Coming back now towards the centre line. He's not going to be far away. Give this a clap. And unlucky, actually, got the shot bowl, turned the shot bowl over, just ran by, but was literally right on target, Brian, wasn't he, to get a good result?
Again, similar to Kearney this morning, trusted the fact that he could get the bowl to drop down.
Now, it's interesting, Jordan King drew the shot on what we've called the most challenging hand, and he's not far away again here. He drew that toucher through that port there, sits in there, that's well played. So there's pressure mounting here on Andrew Kelly. Is that deliberate look at the head that he steadies himself on the mat. Down, very deliberate at the point of delivery. Now he's got it out wider.
The good thing is that last time he's moved it out, so he gives himself a chance. He's not going to be
He's got it out wider. Has he got the yard of running? No, he hasn't. Now, the interesting thing here for Glasson and King, they can keep plugging away with this last bowl on that hand, because remember, Andrew Kelly hasn't played a bowl on that hand, and now he's fallen short with that second bowl. Just makes that draw line for him much harder to get down to that. And so are you going for the jacker reduction? Because right now I'm picking his 5 down.
I'm picking his 5 down. And the problem is that bowl is right in the draw line. So if you play with a bit more weight, you chance to get fresh air.
Well, there's no doubt that Jordan King's not going to give him any target playing on that hand, but he's cut the line underneath. But it won't cause any damage. He hasn't got the weight, but again, makes it harder for. It just makes that line, in fact, harder now for Andrew Kelly to get.
What would you play, Kevin?
Well, personally, I'd be playing the same. I'd be changing to the hand, to the clubhouse hand, because you can get a reach, you can get a sit on the inside of one of these bowls. Even if you don't get the shot, I think you've got a better chance of reduction than trying to play. Well, it's not the open hand, where at least you've got a free run to the counting area playing on the backhand, which you don't have on the forehand.
I just saw Andrew point at Jordan's bowl sitting there on the head, and I think that's exactly what he's going to try and do.
Yeah, playing with a lot of weight, though. Needs to get it clean in the middle of the port. Well, he got all the Jordan King bowls, and he's cut it down to 2. That's a very
massive save.
That was a big save, because he was certainly, I'm going to say, 5 down, and but you know, he played with controlled weight up through the head.
Yep. Gave himself a chance.
And sometimes, Brian, you can play heads where reduction is as good as getting the shot.
Yep. But he's still in the game. Drop a 5, and he's starting to push it uphill a bit.
It starts to hurt, that's for sure. Nathan Glasson, a very, let's say, strong Crusader supporter. He certainly likes to remind you about it. 5 apiece as we play in 7 of 18, and it's good to see. Brian, they're actually getting through the ends. Yep. They're not mucking around. They're not spending half an hour looking at the good opening bowl here over in Glasson. He's been consistent. Like as I said earlier on, you don't hear a lot of people talk about Nathan Glasson, but if you want a guy who's really consistent off the front, this guy, he can deliver.
Well, those 5 that they were sitting on before the drive, 3 of them were Nathan's, and it set it up for all Jordan had to do was draw. He didn't have shot play or otherwise. But regarding time, you will go back to when you were commentating the Champa Champs, and I got absolutely like paint drying watching those games, my friend. I really did. And I wondered when Bowls New Zealand was going to bring in some time limits for people walking up and down a bloody green.
Well, to be fair, look, there was discussion. There was discussions about that situation at the Champions, and I can tell you it's a hard job commentating as well, because there's
that last bowl is probably,
there's more time between bowls than actually playing bowls. But yeah, there was some very, very drawn out. You're so right, and it's a complete overplay. Interesting. So,
He's out on the water track.
yeah,
How's the weight?
he's going to be underneath the head. He's going to fall, that half a metre.
Helping.
And of course, the hard
Feeling
thing for
good,
Andrew
feeling
Kelly
good now.
is that two ineffective
Get round the
bowls
pack.
early on the head just means that you're the one that's trying to get into to convert or reduce or. So this third bowl here of Seamus Curtin, it's imperative that he's in the target area.
And to be honest, through.
Well, it doesn't matter if he goes through by a metre. He's 3 down again.
Yep.
So that's a jack level bowl there from Glasson, and the learning point here, well, not learning point, but what I'd say to Seamus Curtin is that you take your line to the jack
still there,
high
mate. You
bowls,
need to
not
be,
jack low bowls. Now just
4 to 6
quickly,
feet.
boy, oh boy, this is 5 ends gone in the Carter Tamati match up against Kernaghan and Thorne. And 5 ends gone, and it's 10-0 now to Craig Carter and Tom Tamati up against Mike Kernaghan and Peter Thorne trying to
Give
get
him the chance.
needs to sit on it. It doesn't matter if it gets a touch on the jack. Well, he's over the head, as you rightly said.
My pickles.
The thing about studying heads too, you would have been the same as me. I've watched a lot of the Australian games of late that have been streamed, and it's one good thing about modern technology. We can see games that we've never seen before, and many of the Australians make the same comment. If you study it too much, you confuse yourself.
Oh, absolutely. Look, absolutely. It's and that's where it's pleasing to see now these guys just getting on with their job, and this is well played here from Jordan King, getting applause because he's played that right through to the 2 metre mark, because the drag will certainly be through there. And it's those front 2 bowls of Nathan Glasson's which is shot. Of course, Andrew Kelly, you mentioned a player before. Yeah, they played in did they get through to the finals of the Nationals in Wellington? There was Andrew Kelly, Gregory Raporia. There was a group of.
That was at Curtin, wasn't it?
I can't. But I know there was
It was Gregory Rapura.
looking for the jack as Kelly needs a slide. Just going to get the jack in it. Stays alive. No, it's dead.
I think
Everybody go there?
Ricardo Hamilton was with them too.
Riker Gregory.
Riker Gregory. Yep. Kelly skipped it, if I remember rightly. Old Potter was, I think, skip at the time.
Yeah, I'm sure he was. But so Andrew Kelly's had a lot of success. Perhaps not. Well, the last 2 or 3 years, Andrew Kelly's one of the players, in my viewpoint, who's really matured on the green with his shot selection. And it's interesting. I've spoken to Andrew about it. Is that he's got his degree now, married, family, lifestyle.
And just matured as we all do as we get a bit older.
So here it is, come back to me. The team was Andrew Kelly, Alan Stewart, Stephen Wood, and James. That was the team
Jump on, mate.
that played in the National Fours final. Andrew Kelly, Alan Stewart, who's part of the Stewart family of the Thames Valley, of course. Stephen Wood, who started as bowls in the Manawatu 2, and the one and only James Pugh.
Okay.
And that's just been given to me. Thank you, Brendan Hodson, for that.
He'd know,
Absolutely, he'd know.
because I think that was the one that Hardy was in the final of the singles or got beaten in.
Peter Hudson, that was.
That was Pete. That's right, quite correct. Yep.
Peter Hudson won the national singles at Carlton.
Yep. And I think that was the same year these boys were in the final.
He got, and he also got, he got beaten in the final of the Peers, him and Jimmy Pugh.
Yep.
So back to it here again, and the worrying thing for Andrew Kelly in this game so far is that Seamus Curtin's not reaching the head.
No.
and that's, although he may well with this bowl, this is a better bowl. This is going to come past the jack, come onto the centre line.
Yep.
That'll give him some encouragement, because it's really that Nathan Glasson's had a bit of a free run to the jack, because sadly Seamus has played a number of short bowls, which has put the pressure back on Andrew Kelly coming into the back end. His last 3 bowls looks wider this time. Does Glasson? How far is it going to come back to the centre line?
I think he's trying to come to the back bowl here, which is
Good. Keep it
very,
right, mate.
very
You bet
good
yours will
bowling
wait
for a
few
lead.
minutes.
The difference so far, in my eyes, has been Glasson. He's been regularly keeping bowls in there, which has meant that Jordan's only had to consolidate heads. Poor old Andrews had to play shots to get him out of the trouble. He's a good bowl.
It's going to finish lower than jack. Very underrated, very, very underrated player, Nathan Glasson. You can pay me later, Nathan. But he is a very underrated player, and he sticks to playing off the front. You know, in sort of significant events, he's quite happy playing off the front, and is a very, very good front end player.
Raises an interesting question. The other day I was talking about something similar. You'd remember Toddy, who played only lead, and it's something I said to one of our juniors: if you really want to do well in this game, you're a beautiful draw player, stick to leading.
So Jordan King here, Jordan is sit onto the back of the bowl, just going to go by. Funny enough, Andrew Todd, in fact, today is playing for. He's playing for Broadbeach in the 8s under club.
Is
he is with Aaron Sheriff and Ryan Bester and co. And that's where Andrew Todd is playing there.
Still living in Sydney?
No, he's on the Gold Coast.
Oh, okay. But here was the example of someone who has done just what Nathan did. I only want to lead.
Well,
and perfected the art.
I give Dave Edwards a big pat on the back, because he's the one that found. He's the one that found Toddy. No one knew about this guy, Andrew Todd. Of course, went on and played for New Zealand for a number of years, and very, 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 very good lead. Was never far away. And the last World 2016. World Bowls in Christchurch, he was the manager coach. Now, I don't want to get it wrong. It was either the Philippines or one of those countries that Andrew was tied up in, and now playing his bowls. Sort of stopped playing for a wee while, but there's a good bowl coming here from King. How far is this going to go? Sits on the centre line of it. Sits on the centre line and falls in. You'd think it would be shot.
Nathan was trying to get it to fall.
It's still one. One to saw the indication from Seamus Curtin that it was 1-5 apiece as we come to the end. He's out on the 7th end, out on that wider side. How far is it going to come back? I won't get all the way back. Indication from Seamus Curtin that it was the front bowl that was the shot. Nathan Glasson having another look.
He's got the measure out, see?
Yeah. It's from Christchurch.
I knew he was going to make him measure it. But there is no doubt that leading is an underrated thing. So many people feel, oh, I've led, now I want to play at the next position. The most important position in most team games is the lead. He sets the foundation.
Well, correct, and that's where you look at look at some of our eras of the past. Although this guy wasn't a lead, but lead now. He's a number 2 and a 4. One of the first guys you always pick was Andrew Curtin.
Yeah,
because that's really Andy Woods. That's where he played at the bottom end, so to speak, and was very, very good at it. And you even take now, I'll use Chris to leave as a case in point. where he still enjoys playing off the front. And this year, of course,
Run the truck.
got beaten in the final of the Australian Pairs, got beaten in the final of the Australian
Lovely line,
semi-final of the Australian Triples, leading for Aaron Sheriff. So and he's another thing about interesting in his case is he's never changed his bowls.
No, I was going to say, still playing with the black ones that I played with. I was at Rafferty when he came from Howick to Rafferty with us, and in fact, Chris worked for me at one point, and I'd have to say nothing has changed in the bowls line.
Still uses the same.
Yep.
Whether again whether it's indoor or outdoor. Now this exactly what we're talking about. The leading.
Yep.
Nathan Glasson straight away jumps onto the mistake that was made there by Seamus Curtin, who didn't take the advantage of throwing the lead, delivering the jack and then getting one handy. And Glasson straight away
Jumped on.
draws right to the 2 metre mark.
The wind
Andy,
is
mate,
starting to
come on
move
there.
their shirts a bit.
You
too,
can
so-
see that, Brian, there is a bit of wind moving across the rink.
But and even back long before that, you look at people like Ankovic, first person he picked was his lead. And
Or Doug Richards Jolly.
Yep. But this is the same principle, isn't it? The lead is so underrated position, or people feel because their bowler's not there when the game is over, or the end is over, I should say,
Got half yours, mate.
that they haven't contributed. But those 2 bowls he's just played are absolutely outstanding lead
Well,
bowls.
the other good thing about those, especially the second bowl as well, it just cuts that vision line off to where the jack is, and now here's Seamus Curtin with his third bowl, and the danger is, which is about to happen, he's going to come under the head,
Oh, mate.
and
Terrific.
it's the old story of send the bowl out, let the bowl work back towards the head. You don't have to have the shot. Give me second shots, fine. And in pairs, of course, when you leave the door open, like it's going to be the case here, where they're going to change over, where Nathan Glasson is most likely going to be holding 3 shots on that backhand side of the rink. Andrew Kelly under pressure very much.
Has to go to the backhand, and
Unless something looks to be breaking in towards the head, and will be sit on his own shot bowl. There's
lovely bowling.
good thing for Andrew Kelly is that does give him a rest on that backhand side to give him, perhaps get second shot, even perhaps shot, but 3 very, very good lead bowls there from Nathan Glasson. And sometimes what happens is taking nothing away from Seamus Curtin, very, very good player, but sometimes the unheralded player can be form means nothing.
The only other thing is sometimes also a specialist lead, which Nathan is specialising in. Seamus has just come off playing singles for Wellington. He's played in other positions right through this first part of this season. It's not easy to step from any position. We think leading's a piece of cake. It's not.
I don't dispute that, but I what I will say is that there's some players who are very, very good players who perhaps aren't.
True. And Nathan's one of them.
This surprised me, Andrew Kelly electing to play that hand actually at 3 down, because on that backhand side, if he draws to the outside bowl of Nathan Glasson, he's at least going to get second shot.
All he can do if he's on the hand he's on, if he happens to sit it, Kitty's going to go to Nathan's bowl anyway.
Well, the interesting thing though is, Brian, is it's now been 3 ends whereby Andrew Kelly has been under big number pressure, and that's another counter, and literally leaves them now as a one-hand option.
Yep.
That bowl's fallen short into the line, and now we had the end before with same thing, and it's just highlighting that if you're not getting the bowls off the front, you can very quickly in pairs find yourself, as they are now, 4 down. So here's Kelly, it's a different line.
He's tightened
the line. There's a big lesson on this head. A big lesson.
I was going to say to you, Jordan's bowl, if that had been Andrew's bowl, it gave him so many more options of playing through the head, tipping it over. He's put himself under immense pressure.
Well, every chance of looking at 5 down after this bowl, as long as he doesn't get snagged up here. Does King, and he's going to get snagged up. He needs to get under it clean, doesn't do so. So he's at a one-shot opportunity here, and he drove before to get reduction.
I'll try.
There's more gaps this time.
This is a harder head to drive at, to run at, because of the way how it's lined up. So here's Andrew Kelly on the mat, on that, and he's going again on that forehand drive. Looks to be wide and is.
Free kick. This is the one you need, Jordan.
So
Sneak past me, I know.
the Kelly Curtin combination delivered the jack.
Yep.
And they played their first bowl 20 feet short.
Yep.
And there's a lesson straight away. And the other lesson in it, because this bowl I think is also going to count, is it not?
Yeah. In fact, it could be the shot.
We moved the jack. Does it make any difference? Was it? It is 5.
Yeah.
And the other thing is that alert, I think for Andrew Kelly, that the percentage shot was on the other hand.
True.
He was 3 down when he changed over. To me, the percentage shot was where the shots really were, not where they have to get them to.
True. Jordan's first bowl that sat yard short, if that had been Andrew's bowl, it gave Andrew all sorts of options of hitting that bowl in, coming under it, arriving at it. The other side, he was looking for perfection.
All I'd say, Brian, is that if you deliver the jack,
3 down here.
you should never then drop 5 shots.
No, true.
Now, here's the reverse straight away. Nathan Glasson's gone and delivered the jack to a far shorter length, and he's fallen 6 feet short. So here's the chance now and it's interesting straight away. Andrew Kelly said to Curtin, jump on this other hand, which he's duly done and done the right. Well done, Andrew Kelly. Well done. That's good skipping.
Yep.
Now it really meant that Nathan Glasson, he's persevering, staying, saying, I'll get your second shot, which is, again, is good.
Good leading.
Good. I'll get you something around the head, and we can go from there. Leading now 10-6. And as I said earlier on, in that after 5 ends, it was Tom Tamati and Craig Carter leading Mike Kernaghan and Peter Thorne 10-0 after 5 ends in the other semi-final of the Stoke Stakes men's pairs here. In a very sunny day, bit of a breeze, afternoon breeze here.
Good bowl here.
Shoot him, mate.
Bowl jack level finish there from Seamus Curtin. As we come to the end of a week of bowls in the Nelson region, we saw last week, we saw the women's pairs here at Stoke. We saw the well-performed side, a combination of Kirsten Edwards and Mandy Boyd. They defeated Taylor Bruce and Amy McElroy in the final. And then, of course, we saw the men's fours at the Nelson Club, which got completed on Thursday. And we saw the Lance Pascoe skip side with Tony Grantham and Kelvin Scott. And I can't remember who the other one was. But so it's been a fantastic week of bowls in Nelson.
That's Pascoe. Tony. I watched it.
I commentated it.
Cool.
So here's down Jordan King on the backhand, following that Seamus Curtin shot bowl. He's on a fairly good line here. Is King just going to depend it? No, he hasn't got the weight to get all the way down to the...
We should have remembered it because it was a famous one and famous Nelson bloke. It was Shannon McElroy, wasn't it?
Was because Shannon not playing in this event because he's all lining up for the Bowls Premier League in I think it's Helensvale. I think he's playing for. Here is Andrew Kelly on the backhand, trailing 10-6, holding the shot, mate. 2 shots. Say as you watch this bowl of Kelly's in the semi-final come down towards the head. Will it get in front of the
Yeah.
Jordan King bowl? That counts. King again now on his backhand. Got it, Hoddy. Just senior moment. So Jordan King be disappointed with that, well, more so disappointed after just picking up a 5, putting yourself in a position where you can drop a number here. He's 3 down at present, trying to encourage his bowler, same as Curtin, for it to get back towards the centre line. Was out on the wider side, will count. Sits inside the bowl. I'm picking, that's 4 shots. So here's now Jordan King on his backhand, trying to reduce at least 3 down. He definitely got a better green with this bowl. Out on the wider side. How far is it going to come back? There's a good attempt from King. How's the weight? Has he got enough to get all the way? No, he hasn't.
The thing that's come out of that again is good lead bowling has set the head up.
So they're now looking to see whether that last bowl of Jordan King's, that Jack Lowe bowl, it's cutting the bowls out. We'll see. Same as Curtin will give some indication in but a moment, I would say, of the head. So nothing really sort of given away there, but they're definitely holding more than 1, I would say.
And there would appear to be a tight measure.
Well, it's interesting going to the forehand is Kelly after playing the last 2 on his backhand. Obviously doesn't want to touch that front bowl of Jordan Kings, doesn't want to get a roll out of that. Just whether it'll come back around those bowls. It's got the weight to get past the Jordan King front bowl. No, it hasn't. Well, that's 2 that have come out.
Here's a question for you, Kevin. Do you prefer the 3-bowl pairs or the way the Australians play them, 2-2-2-2?
Look, to be fair, Brian, I'm supposed to say that playing one's bowls in 3, playing one's bowls in New Zealand, one becomes very accustomed to the 3-bowl pairs because it's sort of how we've traditionally have played. But the 2x2x2 Australian format, which is played a bit here in New Zealand as well. The good thing about that format is that you do play in 2 positions. The way how the game changes around. It's the only difficulty, I suppose, with 2x2x2 is that in some cases, it can get dragged out. Some people are tediously slow in playing. So. Although I don't like time limits, if you're playing 2x2x2, you literally have to because someone is far too slow. So traditionally in New Zealand, say I was bred on playing 3-bowl pairs, but I always enjoyed, especially going to Australia to play like a Warilla where we played 2-2-2. Played the 2x2. I thoroughly enjoyed it because you were more involved in the game.
I'm like you. I enjoyed it when I went to Australia. Now I'm a lot older. I'm not sure if I want to walk that many times
that's
as well.
The other thing as well, Brian. If you want to chalk the old, the old steps up, the daily steps up, you'll certainly, you'll do it with that because you traverse a few kilometres in a day.
Just interrupting. There's the start of what we're talking about.
3 ends in a row. We've seen that now from both leads.
And this stage of the game where you've been playing for a few ends, it's easy to sit on the side as we are and make comment, but players of this ability should be adapting better.
Well, Nathan Glasson's going to draw Jack level to the. Well, it's really a matter once you get that Jack delivered to, let's say, the 2 metre mark or near enough to it, your actual. Your target area is a metre behind that, and whether it draws dead to the jack or not. If it's
Oi,
over the head or close by. So again,
Nice, mate.
Sure.
if we get into the stage where in pairs, it's all about effective bowls. That's percentage of effective bowls, and we saw that this morning with Kernaghan. That how he was able to, if he had effective bowls around the head, you're able to move things around a wee bit, to reach a bowl or play a bowl through or something. And the selfish thing about one can say about peers is it's not all
Around there,
about
mate.
you.
It's a really good guide for you. 2 feet.
In fact, I believe leads in pairs, the times I've skipped, we blame our leads, most probably unfairly in many cases, because we haven't done a lot to help them. But at the same time, if they're not there or not like this, it's easy to say, but they are 3 poor bowls from the lead of that ability.
Well, I'm not going to pick on an individual player, but I've seen 6 bowls come this way now on 2 ends from a particular player, and not one of them has reached the head. Now, that, and again, it's one of the, coming back to the Australian thing, is that, you and the Greens, I know, everything's a metre behind the head. Because the question I'd ask now is, what's the scoring opportunities on this head? If the old story is like Karen Murphy is a case in point, who would always clap a bowl which is behind the head, always clap a bowl which is behind the head. And I'm not saying half a mile behind the head, but because you give yourself a chance, and no one deliberately plays short. But it's really one of the areas I feel at the highest level where we can, and I've seen enough bowls obviously doing this job, even like covering the internationals, world bowls, all sorts of things, that we get ourselves into here's Kelly going for the jack now. And now that was, I'm going to say, it was
hit and hope.
He got the jack into the ditch, but off a front bowl. But we have tended internationally to get ourselves into trouble because we play too many short bowls.
And I noticed when I was in Australia, even when they're holding shot, they're still playing to tip that shot over and stay there. We try to dead draw it. They tend to arrive.
I had the pleasure when playing in Australia, playing for 5 years with the late Dennis Dalton and playing 2 for him in the pennant bowls in Australia. And Dennis Dalton's message always was, you've only got the shot on loan.
Yeah.
That's, a good bowl here though from Kelly,
Bowl.
right down to the ditch. And of course, Jordan King fell very short. And these are the difficult shots to play to. We're probably the first to acknowledge that when the jack's been moved like that back towards the ditch. And you get into the back end of the end and you're down on the head and you've got to try and, so
Give it a chance.
This is given a chance with this bowl as it comes. Is it going to hold up long enough? If it holds up to the chest, going to went by. So here's the chance for Kelly to change with 3 shots. And notice they're all Andrew Kelly's bowls.
Yeah. Even if, to be fair, the first one was slightly fortuitous.
Oh, it was.
The second one was and so is this one. This is
well
outstanding.
drawn right to the number. It's well played. And being in a very strong position on the head, Andrew Kelly has taken ownership of the head and really put the pressure now onto Jordan King. Well, how's this weight?
This looks close.
How's this weight? Is it going to hold up? Is it going to stay? If it stays,
Oh,
that
outstanding.
stays. That shot well played.
Yep.
Literally drew right to the ditch board. we might see a replay of that one, but that's really those are the bowls that they win matches for you.
For sure.
3 down on the head, and Jack in the ditch, and Drew and Jordan King drew right to the ditch board. 11-9.
See, I remember when I started 40 odd years ago, there was a gentleman, you'd remember him, played out of Epsom, called Murray George.
I remember Murray George.
And I could never get my head around the fact that his bowls were always given a chance. And in those days it was draw drive, and he was one who played, and it turned out that he played a lot in Australia.
Great
and
bowl. He certainly
lovely
did.
bowl. And he learnt that shot in Australia. And we don't play it enough in this country.
Well, you know, yeah. It's really a matter of
Don't mind that.
great response
Two
here
great
from,
bowls these.
from Seamus Curtin. But I think, to be fair in that regard, Brian, we've now, you know, we talk at the pace of our good greens between Australia and New Zealand, like at the Gold Coast. You know, there's not a great deal of difference, really. It's not, you know, so it's how one lot play versus. But I'll come back to the point. But one of the things that the New Zealand squad will quickly, and although going to, you can't compare going to the UK to the Commonwealth Games versus playing the World Bowls, etc. in Australia. Now, under the tutelage of Mike Kernaghan, I know full well that that team, by the time they line up to play in the Trans-Tasman or the World Bowls, will more than likely play what I would.
Here's a nice ball.
And get the jack. Is he going to sit the bowl? Well played by Seamus Curtin. And I got no doubt that Kernaghan will have our side well equipped. So Glasson having to change his hand now after Seamus Curtin played that very good arriving bowl on the backhand side of the ring. And at 11-9 it is. King and Glasson lead in the semi-final. Just going to go by. It's going by a couple of metres.
Handy home.
It's behind the head. And the earlier one, I haven't had an update for a couple of ends, of course, but it was Tom Tamati and Craig Carter leading Mike Kernaghan and Peter Thorne 10-0 after 5 ends, which is most surprising. I'm picking that'll change. So trying to get to another. It's a good bowl there from Curtin. And if we look at the head there now, you know, that's a good head from the leads. They've got the shots around, got the shots adjacent to the jack, got the bowls in behind. So every bowl had a chance, literally, to be effective, which is really what the game's all about, is getting effective bowls on the head.
I'm wondering, we've watched a few ends going the other way. I wonder if the wind is affecting it going the other way compared to coming this way. Because those trees are blowing a lot more now than what they were this morning.
Yeah, there is more breeze, Brian. But again, I don't think it's breeze that's what I would call. It's under the line, or I'm going to hold up with weight to the jack. It's going to hold up to the jack.
Oh,
yes,
lovely.
it will. And draws in between the port with the bowl, makes shot of it. Well played, Jordan King.
See level.
Again, a head he could play to.
Well, the thing that I noticed this afternoon, though, really, Brian, is that the hand, that ditch hand or clubhouse hand, just seems to be now a lot kinder in its general play. It's draw back to the centre line. As we watch Kelly, Seamus Curtin,
lovely.
Chacha, draws it back. That's the shot. Will be 2, in fact, because that's the bowl of.
That's Seamus's one, and then what's the directly behind that?
Well, there's the
Nathan one. Is the third
shot.
Yep.
So well played there from
both skips each.
Played 2 very good bowls. Both of them gave their bowls a chance to get to the jack. Here's Jordan King on the backhand, under the line. Need to have a lot of weight to hold up to get down to these counting bowls.
holding.
He's got the weight, needs a bit of luck now. He might sit inside something. Got the thick side of it.
How far off
Feet
am I,
would have
mate?
helped him.
Well, he was certainly on the
Yeah,
line to get
fast,
to that charcoal bowl, the bowl in the middle of that line of 3.
The fact that there's been 1.5 games played on that clubhouse side now, is it starting to wear in a bit?
Well, it definitely got a far better natural arc there. Jordan King now going to have a look at this head to see whether there's that's certainly out on that wider side, but it'll work back now, but it's more the weight than anything. But you'll see there, Brian, now that's got a good arc back to the, so there's can't see much on here for Jordan King because standing from the mat where he is, we can see a wee bit of the kitty with the camera, but he certainly wouldn't be able to see any of that from the mat, that's for sure.
And see, that last bowl of Andrews is very smart because if he lands it in any shape or form, Kitty has got to go back.
Any jack movement, because you see it there right under that number 2 is favourite, will go straight back to where that Andrew Kelly bowl is sitting. And at 11-9, and I'm sure it's 2 shots at present to the Kelly-Curtin combination. Because Kelly's still got a bowl left.
And see, to me, that's a good thinking skip. 2 bowls. I'll back that this bloke's going to change it. Where's the Kitty going to go?
Right, Jordan King now on the backhand, definitely down on the head. He's certainly got the bowl out on that wider side. How far is now? No, has he got the weight to get all the way down? No, he hasn't. He'd be disappointed with that because all 3 of his bowls were certainly on the line to get to the to get to the target area.
But the last one, I think he would have been disappointed because I think he would have thought he had a lot more weight to reach than what it had.
Well, he'd been up to have a look so he sort of had an idea of what he had to do. So here's now Andrew Kelly. Can he have the bonus after getting that jack movement? Definitely, and he's got it out on that. Nice. This is where they come from. But the weight's going to...
Wouldn't want to move it too far, would he?
So it was 2. Sort of
Bring it up
same
a
as
touch
Curtin
more,
very
mate.
quickly indicate that it was 2.
What are we on? 11 ends.
So, thank you, of course, to our sponsors, NBS, Ritex International, McElroy Painting and Decorators, Digger, and the Motueka Bowling Club. The sponsorship for this $20,000 tournament. A lot of money in Nelson the last few years. If we take these 3 tournaments, it's been... and it's also ironic, isn't it, that none of the players who were in the checkbook roll on the 4s are going to be in the checkbook for the pairs.
So that's the thing about this game, isn't it? On any given day, anyone can beat anyone.
Again,
Short. Yeah. I was waiting for you to say something. Yeah. Look, you said earlier, and it's true, we all like to play at whatever level we choose. But how many games in the world can you play the world champion?
Oh, it's one of the great things, that's always, like, for example, that's always been, one of the great things about the national championships, whereby you can be a first-year player, a second-year player, and you're lining up against like Shannon McElroy or Val Smith and the woman or whoever it might be. There's not many sports that you can actually, line up and do that. And then, again, if you take I'll use the Taranaki Open 4s as an example. You can be a first-year player, get in with a group of guys, and from your club, and go out and enjoy a week's, and it doesn't matter who it doesn't matter who you're up against. It's just
game of bowls,
and that's it's interesting. I just saw, in fact, yesterday. It's great to see that the Taranaki Open 4s, their own 4s was finished yesterday, and it was the youngsters that won. There was Aidan Diddestein, Hamish Karpi,
I can't remember the other two, but I saw it.
Yeah, yeah. So, you know, and the interesting thing is, not interesting, but the really good thing about what's going on in Taranaki is that back helping out very actively in the coaching world down there is Johnny Murder.
I see back.
John's
only a
not
bar.
playing, but
On the gap
John's
between those, mate.
John's coaching
black and
and
you?
Hamish
Get it.
Carpy and some of these younger boys came from out Okato, and John's got involved with them, and you know here they are, you know, bearing the fruit. But you know, those are, you know, and it's great to see. And
Well, see, am I right?
Zitterstein, in fact, he played with Shannon McElroy. Sorry, he played with Sheldon Bagrie-Howley in the Nelson Falls.
That's right. And didn't Aidan play for the Cooks at the Commonwealth Games?
He won Aidan Zitterstein won a bronze medal at the Gold Coast Commonwealth Games a few years ago. Yeah, he did.
I think he was in the last one too. I think he went.
Of course, in that team as well was another ex Okahu Bay only Hunga player, Jason Lindsay, of course,
That's right.
was in that side.
He's the king of Cook Islands bowls at the moment, isn't he? I shouldn't.
All I'll say is some of the things that are very political, a lot of the things that go on over there. I'll leave that to people like Brett O'Reilly and that, and his role as World Bowls to worry about what goes on over there.
I will say this though, Kevin. It is nice to see Brett moving into the role of trying to bring the rest of those. It's very similar to what rugby was, where we had to bring them along, and I strongly believe we should be doing the same with bowls.
Well, here's Andrew Kelly on the search for the jack, and he's going to get the front bowl and got
a clear out.
Got a clearance, but still leaves the one bowl target with the Glasson bowl shot. Well, in saying that, Brian, I can say that there's quite a commitment from Auckland bowls because of the Pacific and Maori here in Auckland, in conjunction with Brett and Will Bowles.
And with the player at this tournament.
Yeah, that there is going. There's well played here from Jordan King.
Great bowl.
Yeah, there's moves afoot to try and make some centralisation in Auckland, where it can assist because the let's say the Pacific countries, a number of their event selections have been somewhat internally political.
Well, we won't. Yeah,
and that's not for me to worry about or get involved in. But so I think the other thing with Will Bowles, from that point of view as well, as we watch Kelly trying to get down towards the jack, he's under the head. We with the appointment of Neil Dalrymple as now CEO of Will Bowles, and Will Bowles themselves now moving to Australia, and the events of significance, which are now going to be, including World Bowls, which are now going to be held every 2 years, and they're going to, this next one coming up, they're going to be held in Australia. And there's a new CEO from Bowls Australia just appointed last week, coming with a very strong sporting background. But I think the move of Neil Dalrymple away from and moving World Bowls, no disrespect to the UK, but it was time for a change. And it's been recognised that participating numbers and revenue streams for the sport actually sit out this side of the world, not in the Northern Hemisphere. So strategically, it's on the drive again, is Kelly.
Jeez, he's backing himself, isn't he?
Got the jack
top
dead.
shot.
Well, to me, the lesson there for Seamus Curtin is that the last six bowls that we've seen Andrew Kelly had to play, he's had to play more attacking bowls and drawing bowls.
So the message really is to the lead.
Yep.
Loud and clear.
And you see the smart thing Jordan's done. Jordan's realised, or at least I'm guessing he's realised, that Seamus has struggled going back
Well,
that way.
It was his call. He called it.
Yep.
That they're going back the other way to play this end. Yeah. So 12 ends gone. They're all locked up at 11 all, and we'll be get an update in about a moment on the latest score in the game between Craig Carter and Tom Tamati up against Mike Kernaghan and Peter Thorne, the other semi-final. And it was, of course, the Carter Tamati lead, who had a very, very healthy lead a few ends ago, and we'll get an update shortly on that in the semi-final of the Stoke Stakes men's pairs. Our pleasure to bring you this coverage. Brian Chapman with me, and of course on the ground doing all the tricks, Sally and Colin doing all that work, bringing you this continuous weekend by weekend now live coverage of bowls of a number of events around the countryside. $20,000 in prize money here at these Stoke pairs. $20,000 to 8,000 to the winner, 4,000 to the runners up, and 2,000 and 2,000 to the third and fourth. And it's interesting, Brian, this event here, you qualify for the top 8, and that's it.
Yep.
So there's no like plates or.
There was a comment made by a gentleman on a particular tournament who said there's more flights in this event than there is moving out of Auckland Airport.
Well, there is a few events, you know, that like that, and they sort of, yeah, they, you know, at the end of the day, players come to these sorts of events ideally to try and win it.
Yep.
That's there. Yeah, that. So, yeah, there's no flight, no plate in this particular event. You make the top 8, and you're in your section play. You had, what they were, about 6 or 7 rounds of section play.
7. Yep.
7 rounds of section play, and the top 2 teams from each section qualified. So really, you've given, you know, that you've been given every chance, haven't you, to.
The 7 rounds there's 8 in a section, so you played everybody in your section. So your only luck is which section you got.
Yeah, so I think it's the right mix, and well done to Brendan Hodson, the team, Kirsten Edwards, Nikki and Robbie Reid, and Peter Hodson, and Janice Reynolds and John Orbell, who have done a great job in, I'll call it the Stoke weekend, as we see Glasson draws at a front toucher again.
You're only there for weight.
This is
Just gotta
20.
get inside you
I
now,
know the
mate.
force was 20. Was the ladies 20?
I don't know, Brian. I'm not going to try and guess. Someone might send me a note from
Because I was going to say to you, if it was, we've got equality.
Sure.
yeah, I don't know.
And he is Sally smiling at us.
Valiant effort.
So 2
mate,
shots,
inside that.
and
Soddom's good.
again, it's, you know, I
Yes.
just really, I don't want to hark on about it, but it's
Yep.
You know, Andrew Kelly has playing under a lot of what I would call head pressure, end after end.
Still kicking legs.
It's something that I know we've said when playing with juniors in particular, you build good heads and the skip gets you out of it. You just try and say to them, look, if that's what he's got to do for the next 10 ends or 12 ends or whatever, he's going to miss one, and that's when we're going to score.
Yeah, it's the, you know, the message really is that, you know, I'd be saying to Seamus Curtin, stop, forget about trying to draw to the jack. Let's try and worry about a metre behind the jack, and then if you pull up, it's fine. But it's just you know, consistent pressure just makes it difficult. And look, Andrew Kelly, don't get me wrong, he's been outstanding. He's but it's just the 14-8 now, 14-8. It's the Carter and Tamati, Craig Carter and Tom Tamati leading Mike Kernaghan and Peter Thorne after 12 ends now, 14-8.
Oh, that's outstanding.
Oh.
It's good save there from Kelly it'll be second or third shot.
What that head's done now is give Jordan the chance of pushing him out and counting for a number.
Yeah, good bowl here though from Jordan King. Going to sit and slide, get front, gets the toucher. It's definitely two. Getting all sorts of results coming through to me right now. I've just got one from
Can I
the
get
Scottish
the
in
bowl
Scotland.
without leaving the jack?
You won't worry about that
Get
at the
bowl. Do I
moment.
have to get the jack too, sorry?
And looking to try and draw another hand, perhaps it's Kelly. Difficult shot to draw another hand out, but looks as though that's his only option after Jordan King got a touch of the jack as well.
It's a great bowl from Jordan.
Going
Tidied the head up nicely.
to his forehand is Kelly. And playing it with a, well, I don't know if he'll get, with that weight, I don't know if you'd get the drag towards the centre to where the jack is there.
Strange weight.
Yeah, it was. I thought he was just trying to reach down to the bowl, but that was so a chance here for Jordan King to. The call from Glasson is let's get in behind the head. So he's following his bowl. Is Jordan King? He's not. Mind you, to be fair in saying that, it is a very difficult shot that Andrew Kelly, based on what he played with his last bowl, it's a very, very difficult shot to play to get that.
That's less weight.
Well, he's closer, but is it going to hold? He's closer. He's closer to the jack, but it's just going to go by. That was a great attempt.
Very good attempt. Now, does Jordan look for Kelly's bowl?
Andrew, no, you missed it. You can't get them all, and you were down on the head anyway. So, you know.
And you're only, whatever it is, one or two behind, and still a long way to go.
So, Jordan King on the mat. On the backhand. Well, how far is it out too wide to get all the way back to this bowl in the middle? Trying to get to the bowl or count, and he's going to. It's well played. Very well played from Jordan King. Drew down through that port on the backhand. And I just wonder, watching that. So was second shot the best option for Andrew Kelly on the other hand?
You would have thought so. It raises the question, which was taught to us certainly, in a tight game like you've got, do you concede at some point that you're going to drop the shot and therefore chase second shot, or do you do what Andrew did, which is chase shot?
Well, second shot's the best shot in the book, and really, when that jack got moved, you know, I would be there, you know.
He'd drawn one that was handy, didn't he?
Well, I'd be the opinion that you draw to where the last bowl is, and that's going to give you second. You know, that's going to give you a chance of second shot. You know, you're playing at a one object target there to try and get a result, and perhaps Brian, these are the things. Some of the, and I'll go back to Mike Kernaghan. Perhaps these are some of the things that it needs to get into the education or player management of game management of some of our players, and we're not always good enough to get the ultimate result.
No.
So sometimes you've got to be a wee bit conservative to get the best result for the team.
You also have to look at where you are in relation to the game. You're only 5 ends from home. If you get second shot, you're only one behind. This way, you're 5 ends from home, you're 3 behind. It's not impossible, but it makes it harder than what it would have been.
Well, you wouldn't want to drop 2 the next end, would you?
No, you wouldn't. Whereas the other way, you can say, well, we'll improve with the next end.
Last bowl's last shot.
But at this point in time, the challenge for Andrew Kelly is getting bowls on the head at the start. That's the
body language tells me that didn't go away the way he wanted it to.
it's to me the whole game now, the back end of this match, just is about for the Andrew Kelly side is getting bowls off the front on the head with consistency.
Also, the other thing, looking at that, is what if you play Mike and you've played with him. I've only played him a couple of times. You don't know what's going through his head. You watch this young fella.
Mate, I reckon,
I could tell you the
change
moment
over,
the
mate.
bat
I
ball
think he
left the
actually arrived
hand,
right through there.
what he'd done, he walked away
Get onto that. Any
with body
contact on
language
that,
that told you
I'm
that he
happy.
wasn't
You know,
comfortable
you
or
do
happy.
yours, your chance to roll them.
I,
Wait down here.
yeah, I can tell us some life lessons.
You
that
get either side of that.
that
You
I
know,
did
you
learn
on the nose
playing
and it
with
makes it real ugly. Like, it's not
with
bad
Kearney,
at the
but
moment, but if you do get
But I
contact,
think you
it's
understand the
real
point
yucky.
I'm trying to make.
absolutely, no, absolutely.
Not with that
and,
weight.
you know,
If
to
you
me,
Something he
contact
may
with that
bring
weight,
to the
it
team.
has to go, doesn't it?
uh,
Play that, please.
you know, look, I'll go back to when we won the gold medal
Yeah, mate.
at
I
the
don't
World
mind if you
Championships
lose.
in
You
Christchurch
bowl,
with
happy days.
Ali skipping and Mike Nagy and Blake Signal and played Australia in the final. I've said it openly. I saw Mike Kernan with his gamesmanship at its best, and players shall remain nameless, but never played for Australia again afterwards. And it's interesting, you know, in saying that as well. I can remember in the 2008 World Bowls again, v Australia with
It was India, wasn't it?
well, no, with I saw one of the greatest exhibitions with Gary Lawson when they defeated when they won gold, and I saw and Andrew Todd was in that. Andrew Todd was in that side that you spoke about with Russell Meyer,
That's right. Stick, yeah.
and boy, they were out. You know, they just got it right throughout, and
That was a good, smart bowl just then from
Absolutely.
Jordan, wasn't it? If he missed that bowl, he was handy.
well, again, Kelly again down on the head, which, you know, the last few ends, he's certainly been consistently down on the head in the changeover. It looked tight out of the hand. Needs a bit of luck trying to run into the front bowls, the same as Curtin is going to do that, but that's not really where you want to be. Because if Jordan King can add another counter here, it certainly puts pressure on Andrew Kelly, and he's certainly got it out on the drawing side. It's out on that wider side, which puts it definitely on the drawing side. Just going to go by. That's fine.
How many
The
seconds, mate?
difference between Andrew's first bowl and Kearney's. Kearney, every time we watched him, he backed himself to draw that. And he threw it out and let the bowl do the work.
I'll say no more. That's
That's the point I'm trying to make here.
yeah. It's about confidence of your own ability and game management. That's the
As one said to me, trust your draw. You know, the modern bowl, we tend to think can do things that realistically it still comes back to the fact the bowl's got to do the work.
and again, see, here's Kelly searching under the head at nothing.
Yep.
And, you know, I'll be really blunt here and saying that second shot right here is the best shot is the best shot in the book.
If he's not careful, he'll find himself in game, if not down, game difficulty time.
Well, it's what we spoke about before. You know, after scoring that 14, 11, now they pick up another 2, 3 here. You go to 16 or 17, 11, and you're playing in 14. You're playing a different game. That's why my viewpoint, second shot was, you know, the object there to look for was, you know.
But having said that, we've all, when I say we've all, most of us have been there. If you're scratching around a bit and you're not trusting what you're doing, you tend to do what Andrew's done, which is give it a chance and you steer it. Jordan's under no pressure and playing lovely line.
Well, you know, I suppose from the Jordan King combination now, they're looking, trying to see it, what number they've got. I think they've got 3. I mean, I'm just looking at the head now.
Certainly got 2 for sure.
And, you know, this 13th in now becomes really pretty important in the context of the whole match.
Well, if he drops a 2 or a 3, he's in chasing territory, isn't he?
Yeah, it's a hard head to. Well, sometimes, well, not sometimes, the good game management players will tell you get second shot first and then play the other shot afterwards.
And how many times do you try to get second shot and you wind up with bloody shot?
Yeah, so,
Again, on a good line.
So King needs to just get under this bowl here inside that headline, and he's going to do that, and this will certainly count. It's the shot itself, it's a front toucher, and there's no clear vision to the jack on the drive.
I'm right in saying, I don't know they've got a ball past the head, do they?
No.
Kelly.
No, they haven't.
So if he tries to chase, he's still going to be down unless he gets a perfect result.
Well, I agree. Seamus Curtin there made the right call. You can see that line down through there on the ditch hand down underneath that bowl of Curtin's. Change of hand for Gay trying to get to the jack. He doesn't like it. He's not confident. You can see that. He's
Size 5.
and the call that Seamus Curtin making to me is the best percentage shot that appears to be when you'll say 3 down, 14, 11 down, because he can as well get a bowl. He's got a bowl that he can get into the head playing on that hand as well. And he's playing on that backhand with a lot of weight, trying to get down to that bowl.
And that was always the danger.
And square cut it out of the head. And there's 2 that have come out. That might be all. Nathan Glasson might put the measure onto that. No, he's happy. He was happy with that. 16-11. So that's 5 shots now in the last 2 ends.
Yep.
And you rightly made the point before, Brian. Not one bowl over the head in the last 2 ends. So, is it a Leeds game?
I can think of a few skips I've played with over the years who wouldn't have been nice and kind to me if I'd been playing the way the short bowls.
It's the key thing. Hey, you're not out of the match by any stretch of the imagination.
No.
But it's just about being able to get those bowls on the head. And these are we want to see as many of these players take the next step up in their career. And that's what they're playing for. They're aspiring to do that. But it's about effective bowls. It's about consistency. These guys are playing now. Glasson and Jordan King. Remember, Jordan King won a New Zealand Peers title. So
with Chris Lowe.
So they're not. They're good players. They're very, very good players.
That was at Carlton too.
It was. So, you really got to keep it. And Glasson again. See, here he is, just in behind the jack, full length in. Jack's on the 2 metre mark. And he's playing. He's clever, in my view. He's knowing that Seamus at this point of the game has been struggling with his weight. So let's get it down on the 2 metre mark.
Yep.
And, so he's done it though. Seamus Curtin, well played, adjusted as they well played by the young fella, and draws all but a toucher.
And that shows what we said before about him. He never gives up, does he? Even though he's struggling.
Tenacious young player, very much so. You don't see the head go down or the scuffing of the feet or anything like that. He's got a very good attitude on the green. And may I say, does a lot of work in Wellington in a number of facets. The younger people, and he's a good young make-up of a lad. Glasson, here's this. He's going to get the jack. All but
he was head boy at school, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
thought he was, yeah. It's easy, we all say, because we all give an odd play, oh, make sure you pass, make sure you pass. The thing we always tell everybody, and then promptly go and drop them short ourselves. But it is a thing that is hammered into the newer players and was hammered into me.
Very
You're
good,
going to,
mate.
Lee,
Yeah, mate.
if you're struggling, just get past the flaming head somewhere and the rest of us will carry you.
One of our failures internationally has been more. If you look at more than likely our biggest rock on our back has been, especially with the both the men and the women. And I won't include Joe Edwards in that, right?
Great shot.
Well played.
Oh, lovely ball.
That is that we do play too many short balls.
Yep.
And it's an and look, I know with Kernaghan there that he'll do everything to change that, but it is a trap that we do play too many short balls.
And there'll be people sitting out there at the moment who play with me,
Very good.
some old dudes that know me well, who will be saying, he's a great one to be talking about getting balls past their head because he'd play the shortest bowls of a lot of them. It doesn't mean that I can't say that's what we're supposed to do.
Well, that's why you take out doing the commentary work, Ron, you don't play.
But yeah, it is, it's what we teach. And I think most probably the reason I made the comment is that at this level, I would have expected to see a bit of adjustment here and there.
Oh, yeah. What I will say is that Nathan Glasson is one of the players around the country that flies under the radar.
Yep.
And is a good player.
He's been very, very steady.
That's pretty normal. He's a very good player.
I assume he's in the Canterbury team?
He is.
Yeah.
The count of a king, there's a reach though for the thing for Andrew where he's got to be careful now though. He can, there's a nice sit down there, but he's got to have effective bowls. Otherwise, he's now playing with that weight again, and therefore you've got to get the shot. He's going to get them both clean out. That when that shot was on, Jack may be alive still.
Mine's a toucher, mate.
It is alive. One down is a call from Nathan Glasson, but plenty of room though for Jordan King to draw the shot. And the last few ends, Jordan King's been pretty. His drawing's been pretty good actually. He's been drawing well. So on the forehand is former New Zealand Bears title holder, one of them in Auckland, as Brian rightly said, with Chris Lowe. We'll see it come into the picture in a moment. Needs to get down. Well, if it stays up, that's the shot. Has it got enough? No, it's not. Yes, or it may. No, it fell out. Don't think it will be. No, it's not.
Yeah, over winter I was fortunate enough to play a couple of games out at New Lynn under the cover, and Chris Lowe and Jordan turned up because they were bored and wanted a game. And I tell you what, even Chris Lowe has still got it. It is quite incredible.
Now it's interesting that they're here. Kelly playing the swing, he's staying on that hand because he's got the draw.
Yep.
And he was confident playing because he's been playing most of his bowls down there. That's the shot itself.
It was just about weight, wasn't it?
Now, an update from the Carter match. That's Craig Carter and Tom Tamati up against Mike Kernaghan and Peter Thorne. As I just watched this bowl of Jordan King's come down.
Oh, great bowl.
That's the shots. It's alive. I can see the side, just inside the line. So it is Craig Carter and Tom Tamati leading Mike Curtin and Peter Thorne by 17 shots to 11 after 14 of the 18 ends in the other semi-final here at the Stoke Stakes Men's Pairs. Here's Kelly now on the mat, down on the head. Going to play down to try and reach to that Jordan King bowl in behind the the head there. You'll see it there sitting behind. Just going to duck away. Was sitting on the marker line. This now becomes a challenge.
Yep.
I had a chance there, holding 2 shots.
program.
Jordan King drew the shot.
But also, there is a situation of, because you're in front by a few, there's not quite as much pressure to draw the shot as if you were only one in front.
All starts off the front.
Yep. And had, it goes back to what you said, had chased second shot and second shot, he possibly is only going to be 2 or 3 behind when he's playing that end.
It's about game management,
Yep.
isn't it? That's. Don't hunt if you haven't got any bullets.
Yeah, that's
Well, it's.
yep. That's it.
Good start.
Here we are. Another good start.
He's in behind the head. Meter behind the head is Nathan Glasson, who's been very consistent. This is the run home for Seamus Curtin. This is where he's really got to do the job for his skip, Andrew Kelly. Bowls on the head. Going to come under the line, but will finish. Jack Level will be shot. Still plenty of room, though. Leaves a meter.
Looking at Nathan, there was another young dude, I think his name was Ian Denny at the time, who came through with these boys.
Isaac Denny.
Isaac, that's it.
Out of the Burnside Club, correct. Still plays a bit.
Did he? Yep. Yes, came through Kitty Hawks and was around, did a bit of marking here and there, and yeah, remember them?
So, falling short, the gate's open.
This week going to nail it.
They'll be disappointed. Will Nathan Glasson went short with his second bowl. And you're right, Brian, this is where it's got to be nailed by Curtin. He's got it out on a good, that's a pretty good arc out where he's put it. Should break back towards the centre from there. That's certainly the area they draw from.
Just trying to beat this, mate. Don't get
And-
thinking off that.
Well,
That's a good bowl. That's a shot that'll give him a bit of confidence. He's been struggling to get to the head. That'll give him a lift. Nathan Glasson with his third. He'll be wanting to improve. Been more than likely the loosest head that he's more than likely played throughout this match. He's going to finish past the jack.
Well done, mate.
His second
that.
shot, but not really as close as he'd want to be. Plenty of room here now for Curtin to when they change over to hold 2 shots for the defender. Well, they are the current New Zealand peers title holders. They haven't played since. And it's out on it's on a good draw line. Just question how quick is it though? Needs to sit on something, not going to do so.
but see, when you look at this, you talk about game management. At 17-11 up, you try and draw a second shot, don't you? So that if you're going to drop something, you only drop a 1, maybe a 2 at the worst. You don't go chasing, pushing bowls out. You drop a bowl handy now, if you're Jordan.
So, Paul Matheson, I know you're down there in Christchurch. So, yep, by all means, mate, send me a message.
Here's a good bowl.
Yeah, toucher here from the skip, the Jordan King. He's played a couple of big bowls the last couple of
He
ends.
certainly has.
So here's Kelly down on the head, trailing 17-11 on the backhand. Current New Zealand player, that's under the line, out of the hand. I just wonder where you get to a stage in a match, Brian, where you get the old, you're down on, and you know you've got a score, you get the old steering machine.
We've all done it.
And I've noticed like the last few ends, playing under pressure, trying to get to the shot bowls. And Jordan King just depends on that weight. And well
that's
played.
outstanding.
Well played, Jordan King. 1 on, 1 off, falls over. Yeah, saying to Andrew Kelly is Seamus Curtin, try and get me a trail through this port, reach the bowl. But at the moment, it's certainly the pressure's been applied by the Glasson King combination. He's got this one out of the hand wider, but how much weight's it got to come back with that weight? No, it won't. And a sail by.
And I see now Nathan using his brains to,
Yeah,
let's see where Kitty goes.
going deep on the rink is Jordan King holding 2 shots and has definitely, the last 4 ends, 5 ends especially, the game, but the way how these two boys have played together, that being Nathan Glasson and Jordan King, and the effective bowls really, which they've had in and around the head, has really been the contributing factor to where they're at, because that Andrew Kelly unfortunately is sort of playing at shadows to try and get a result.
Comes back to what you said. You've been referring to Nathan, and to be fair, I think Nathan has really set the platform for Jordan to be able to play what Jordan's playing.
I set a great platform right throughout this match actually. So Andrew Kelly on the mat, down on the head. Going to that, trying to get down to the jack, but will it come back with that weight from there? Needs some luck, won't get it.
The other thing, to be fair, at least I think, Andrew's also been forced onto that ditch hand. And while we say it looks like it's kinder than what it has been, the inside track for both these games has been the better track.
Oh, with weight, the difficulty to get movement back towards the centre line is certainly more challenging off that side of the rink than the other side. But it's 1911, and it's Jordan King and Nathan Glasson. The last 3 or 4 ends have certainly, they've put the sails out and they're sailing home, aren't they?
They are, and you have a look. Most of the results have come on the inside track, with Nathan consistently getting bowls handy, which has allowed Jordan to play his game, draw, whatever he's needed. Again, most of them on the inside track.
Yeah, and it's they haven't been fishing for shots, sort of thing. They've been able to manage the head, manage the game, which makes such a big difference. And just an update again. It is Craig, the last update, Craig Carter and Tom Tamati, who are leading Mike Kernaghan and Peter Thorne 17 shots to 11. As we see that bowler, Seamus Curtin, go by. Well, if you look at the start from this morning, and look, you've got Kernaghan, Thorne, Pascoe Hill, Kelly, Curtin, Raymond Martin, Matt Pearson. Not being unfair to anybody, and you've got Sheldon Bagrie-Howley in there as well. And you look at how the draw rolls itself out from then on, and by goodness, there's been some heads roll, hasn't there? There's been.
To be fair, if you were a bookmaker on the TAB, these would have been slightly longer odds for these boys that are going to be making it than at the start of the day than what, in fact, they will be now.
Well, just a quick update. I can tell you now that Mike Kernaghan now is only 2 behind with 2 ends to play. So
You wouldn't write him off, would you?
Well, we saw it happen in the previous game as well with Craig Carter and Tom Tamati. They built up a healthy lead and weren't able. Well, they did hold on to it, but they were under pressure. And again, we've seen it is the Glasson bowl, which is shot, and the 2 bowls from Seamus Curtin are on either side of the head. And they just have to score this end, otherwise they can
Shake hands.
So just to let you know that Mike Kernaghan and Peter Thorne have clawed their way back into the match. And playing the last end, it is Craig Carter and Tom Tamati
Good bowl.
leading by 2 shots going into the last end over Mike Kernaghan and Peter Thorne in the other semi-final of the Stoke Stakes men's peers. And in our game, it's playing in 16 of 18, and it is Jordan King and Nathan Glasson who are leading Andrew Kelly and Seamus Curtin by 19 shots to 11. So here is,
He's Jack 5, isn't he?
here we,
Aye?
I'm not sure what that board was. Oh, that might be the Kernaghan
Kearney board.
board, did it? Yeah.
Yeah.
17-15.
Yeah.
17-15 playing the last. So Jordan King again coming down towards the 2 metre mark, needs to get inside. There's a good attempt here from King, just going to fall a bowl Jack low, but it's a bowl on the head, 1 down. It's the Jack level bowl of Seamus Curtin's, which is shot. Here's Andrew Kelly now on the backhand. Like to see him back drawing. He hasn't been doing that for a while. And so my apologies. There's still 2 ends left to go in the Mike Kernaghan match. So she's all tightening up over there, as we said, to the difference.
Oh, great bowl.
As we saw there, Andrew Kelly playing his best shot, the draw. So sometimes you can get out of trouble by drawing.
Funny that.
So here is Jordan King now, and definitely a couple being held by the Kelly.
But see, Jordan can afford to reach, can't he?
About 5
And is he going to reach? Has he got the weight to get all the way down? He's certainly trying, not going to do so. Going to finish a couple of feet short. 2 down, leading 19-11. Andrew Kelly be desperate to
Get a third.
absolutely put the pressure really on this last bowl of Jordan King. King's not going to do so. In fact, it's going to steam into the front of the King bowl. Doesn't get much on it though. Just got half a roll on it.
Jordan. Look, don't know what Nathan's looking at, because all Jordan's got to do is add a yard
He's
to what he
looking for
just played.
looking for the jack.
Do you need to?
Well, the only thing I'd say is that even if he doesn't get it, he might take one of them out.
True.
That's the you know, I could try and dead draw it and still be in exactly the same position. If it played down there with weight, perhaps I may not get the shot, but I can get rid of one, which makes it the challenge greater. If I get the jack, that's sort of like a bonus.
Yeah.
And he has changed his hand. You can see there on the mat is Jordan King trying to get down to the jack in the ditch, playing with weight to get to the shot bowl, gets it out.
Great shot.
Magnificently played. And
What would I know?
well, it comes back to that one-shot result, Brian, doesn't it? Which, you know, was well played, well managed. You know, that Nathan Glasson didn't hesitate after that last bowl we played. Said, right, come and have a look, let's play this shot. And reduction's as good as scoring in this particular case. So here's Andrew Kelly on the backhand, holding 1, down 19-11. Going to stay out. So really, that was a fantastic result for Jordan King and Nathan Glasson. So well played, fellas. That's a 1 to Seamus Curtin and Andrew Kelly. Goes to 19-12, and we'll move on to end 17 of 18 now. So this is this is the
Make or break.
make or break. And as we said in the other match, 2 to play in the game between Mike Kernaghan and his lead Peter Thorne, up against Craig Carter and Tom Tamati, and 2 ends to go. It is the Tamati and Carter combination, 2 ahead going into the last end. Sorry, with 2 ends to go, they're 2 in front. So here is now, Seamus. Now this is where Seamus Curtin, you've got to be looking at a 4.
Yep.
So
And it's important that he gets a couple of these bowls handy.
well, he's out on that wider side, and that's a good line coming down towards the jack. At least he's going to be up to the head. He'll go by. How far is he going to go? He's go all the way to the ditch. Not sure. No, it doesn't. There you'll see it sitting there. That's fine over the head. You can't trail the jack to the front of the head.
No. No.
Nathan Glasson, and as you rightly said, Brian's been pretty impressive this match, hasn't he?
Yes.
And looks a pretty good bowl playing on his favoured hand. Coming down towards the jack now. How far is it going to run past that centre line? Well, sits literally right on the centre line, leaves it about half a metre low. Curtin again will come on.
Well, it's not ideal. It's not a bad bowl.
Oh, no, it's fine at this stage. So it looks to be on a better line here. Does Curtin needs to get past the front? How's the weight though? How far will it run?
Gotta get to those, mate.
It goes by.
Out a metre.
And there we go, very quickly, Jordan. Jordan Kent's not too worried about getting me the shot here, fella. You just get back to where those two bowls of same as Curtin's are, and that'll just do us fine.
I think Jordan might have played this game before.
He's got that pretty right, hasn't he?
Oh, this is not good.
They've combined well, actually, to be fair.
Same program, mate. Same
Did you
bowl.
say they played a bit together before?
Yes, they have. So, here's the chance for Curtin. You want to swap over, holding the shot. It's going to go by again.
Looks like there's a track there, though. I just don't know.
Got to get this one past.
Looks like it wants to get down, and then it does hold.
So, this third bowl, this is the 17th in,
He's played this well.
needs to get another couple of metres though. Ideally, that's just going to finish jack level.
Shove it in, eh?
Well, Jordan. Because we haven't got a good look at it, but those three that we have now, they're not going to be easy to cover, Kevin. Those three bowls at the back.
No, they're not, but
You've got to cover them, but
you do, but I just think he can play.
does he play the bank hand?
Well, I was just going to say, you can take a lot of the pain out of it by actually playing their hand, and if you're having to trail it, well,
you go with it.
you go with it, so you get yourself a back bowl, So here's Kelly.
What the hell is he trying?
Looking for the jack. Wow.
I won't comment. Can I make the comment, sitting here, it's easy to make it, but that was the shot of what I thought was someone who has lost confidence in his draw and is playing a desperation shot.
Well, the other point is that I'd say, Brian, is it's a wee bit of forgetfulness. The other guy's got 3 bowls as well.
Doesn't pay much respect to the bloke that's standing beside you, and you should pay respect to the abilities of the player beside you.
So here's Kelly again, looking for the jack. Will be wider. The jack look to me out of the hand. It is, goes by. Shake hands time coming up if he doesn't do anything with his next one. And Jordan King doesn't have to go anywhere near the head really here. The shot's been declared what Andrew Kelly's going to play, so he doesn't have to worry about going near the head.
Oh, that's good talk.
Guts is a good chance he'll kill it anyway.
Yeah, so, and Jordan King,
Did what you said. Draw down on the.
well, he's gone to the back, and that's all fine. So get ready to show, and applause there from Nathan Glasson. The other thing I'd say is that, well, yeah, I know. there's a few lessons in this particular match. It's all, I think that's the best way to describe it.
Some of these matches are very good coaching, thanks to certain.
Look, Brian, I've been saying for ages that from our coaching point of view, that one of the great things that Bows and Sound are doing was bringing this high quality, visible high quality coverage. It's all over. There it is. Shake hands time, and it is the combination of Jordan King and Nathan Glasson, who have defeated Andrew Kelly and Seamus Curtin, and they've actually been quite convincing in the last end. I'm not quite sure who scored on the last end. It was 19-12 after 17, but I think it's fair to say you're about the coaching thing, Brian. Yeah, I would say there was a match there. There was a where the players can go back and look at that match, and it's a real there's a coaching lesson within what we've just witnessed this afternoon.
Yep.
So just to confirm that Jordan King and Nathan Glasson, they're through to the final of the Stoke Stakes men's pairs. They'll play the winner of the Mike Kernaghan Peter Thorne match up against Tom Tamati and Craig Carter. And it was a few moments ago with 2 ends to go. It was Craig Carter who was leading Mike Kernaghan by 2 shots. So all took pretty close encounter there. I'll just
They've swung it around for us.
go.
There's Thorne, isn't it?
So Mike Kernaghan has just put the jack in the ditch for 5.
Hey,
There you go. That's exactly what they do. I've just had the been given to me. Mike Kernaghan has buried the jack in the ditch for 5 shots.
What were we talking about there? Mike earlier?
Measure that. Yeah, we see that measure. Brendan Hodson feeding me with information, shot by shot. Mike Kernaghan's over there talking to somebody that's watching, and the umpires are out there with the clothesline. I just saw Peter Thorne indicate it's 5.
Well, Thorne, you'd know.
He just indicated it's 5. Well, isn't it interesting with this Carter and Tamati thing? Both matches we've seen them being right in control,
we started to find it.
and
Nerves?
the turnaround at the back end. So Kernaghan was 2 behind with 2 to play. No, Peter, you called the umpire. You stay right out of it, Mr. Thorne.
He can't help himself.
Oh,
you know
I'm sorry. Stay right out of it. And Mike Kernaghan's telling him, you come and talk to me, fella. So, the discussion going on. We'll see in but a moment what's happened. The umpires have finished their duties.
And Peter's looking perplexed. Thorne here. I don't think he knows what's going on.
So we can't see the debate that's going on further down. So Peter Thorne had indicated that it was 5 shots. Still, well,
Hang on, what's going to make it?
because, so is it an extra end? And what's Brendan Hodson's there? I think the debate is all about what went on a few moments ago. It's an extra end.
Yeah.
It is an extra end. There it is.
Now,
I've just been confirmed it was a scoreboard. It was a board error. And an extra end has been played in the semi-final between Craig Carter and Tom Tamati up against Mike Kernaghan and Peter Thorne.
and Tom's just given the mat away after discussion with his skip.
So Thorne has got the mat. Boy, what a comeback. They were down, I can tell you, at one stage, I've got here 10-0 that they were down at one stage. It was 5-0, then it was 10-0, 14-8, 17-11, and now here it is an extra end. Peter Thorne delivers the jack. And of course, we'll be bringing you the final. We know one of our finalists, of course, that being Jordan King and Nathan Glasson. They're through to the final. Well, we'll just see how our cameras work to see whether we can give you an update throughout the head here. I don't think we can because, oh, there we are. Yes, we can. We'll give you. I could get quite a bit of this wrong because we're not really, we're doing a bit of sort of manipulating the cameras to try and give you an update on this extra end of the live action. Good opening bowl there from Thorne, just goes by.
I can tell you Peter Thorne's one up.
He is, and they're playing down away from the other green here, playing. So, Tom Tamati, we'll see where his bowl goes.
While we're watching that, you can see those scoured hills in the background. It shows just how much Nelson suffered over the last little while.
I can tell you that where Amy McElroy's father, Tim Brenton, lived, they're on got a magnificent view of their place right on top of one of the hills coming around the waterfront of Nelson. And they fortunately done a lot of earthworks on their place, and when the floods came through, the rain came through, they were fine. But I saw the photos of their neighbour, and literally their whole hillside section had literally disappeared onto the road, down around the waterfront. So
we don't quite realise at times in Auckland how lucky we are at times.
So you can see the head very scattered at this point in time, and so if this bowl's close, we can clearly say who's got the shot. Brendan Hodgson are keeping me posted of what's going on here, but boy, what a turnaround this is. We'll be back with the final at around about 1:30. So we
green.
see this bowler, Peter Thorne's getting past the front bowl. Will it? Yes, it will.
Jesus, it right.
And that would be the shot itself sitting there. It's that bowler, Peter Thorne's on the extra end. Tom Tamati, I can see he's got two short bowls, one right in front, one out. Now changes hands. See, Craig Carter's interested in this bowl as it comes down towards the head, but not going to get to the Thorne bowl, I wouldn't think. No, it's applause, but won't. Going to be the shot. To me, it looks like the Peter Thorne bowl in behind the jack, which is the shot.
And it looks.
Oh, there we are. Yes, it is the Peter Thorne bowl, which is the shot, and the Carter bowl. Well, it's Tom Tamati's bowl is in behind the head. In fact, that's the only bowl they've got behind the head. The other two are short. Peter Thorne and Tom Tamati, they're in the same weight class. Tom Tamati's doing a fantastic job, I can tell you, for the newly relocated and the rejuvenation of the Canterbury Club and their move to the Woolston Club. He's been very involved.
Is that the one they call Canterbury 2017?
Oh, there's the toucher. Oh, bad luck there from Craig Carter. Got it.
Gives himself a chance, doesn't he?
Oh, here's the Carter bowl now. Sorry, trying to get down to the jack. Just goes by.
Oh, was that?
It's Kernaghan's
Of
bowl.
course it was. He was first off.
So Kernaghan, no doubt, will be endeavouring to draw to that blue bowl down towards the ditch. Apologies, third Thorne. Kernaghan coming up to have a look.
I just let Kearney decide what he wants to do. Sit here and watch.
That is the Peter Thorne bowl on top of the Tom Tamati's bowls is two in front and one out to the side. and of course it's Craig Carter's bowl that's gone
Yep.
to the back, and Mike's bowl, which is up there. So you must apologies, but we're not sitting right. The camera's right on the screen. It's a bit of sort of angle work to bring you this coverage. This last end, we'll see the Mike Kernaghan bowl in but a moment.
What's Kearney going to do? Try and cover, or was he going to? Great bowl.
Well, he got to that bowl. I was a bit nervous. I thought he was getting pretty close to the jack, actually.
Yeah, but there's a school of thought that often says play their shot before they play it.
Absolutely. So,
I know who I'd rather.
looking for the jack. Looking for the jack. Looking for the jack. How's that? How's that?
Unbelievable.
What a bowl from Craig Carter. Came down, sat inside the shot bowl, got a touch on the jack.
And fell in.
Yeah. Well, Kearney will now, Mike Curtin, I imagine, will play down with weight to try and get 1-2, get the split. And remembering the deepest bowl on the rink, of course, is the bowl of the Tom Tamati and Craig Carter's bowl. So,
From Tom Tamati's reaction, it looked like he was, had it not fallen in, he wouldn't have had shot. Thorne, he's still not convinced, is he?
no, the blue front looks like the shot from here, but I think this is, you come and have a look, Michael, and make your own decision about who you think's really got the shot here.
Because you wouldn't think that he's asking who's got second, because you wouldn't worry if you took your own bowl out, would you?
So,
It's in or out.
well, it's difficult, that's to predict from here, obviously, as we know. But I thought if Mike Curtin wasn't sure, he'd come up to have a look. So we'll see in but a moment. We'll see the bowl appear into the camera area. Here's Kernaghan on the mat now.
I was only working off Tom Tamati's reaction when the ball fell in.
Oh, we'll see with the weight that Kernaghan plays. It'll give us an idea. Here's Kernaghan on the charge on the back end. Obviously down on the head, trying to get down to the counting bowls, and goes by. And goodness gracious me, it was only a feather of, it was a cigarette paper. Well, it is the Tom Tamati and Craig Carter who have run out the winners on an extra end over Mike Kernaghan and Peter Thorne. So now the final, we've got Tom Tamati and Craig Carter will come up against Jordan King and Nathan Glasson in the final here of the Stoke Stakes men's pairs. This is Kevin Hickton and Brian Chapman, and we'll be back here between 1:30 and 1:45, where we'll bring you the bowl by bowl live action here from the Stoke Bowling Club in Nelson.
Sometimes there's no one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know times are
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Stoke Bowling Club in Nelson. We're at finals time now in the Stoke Stakes men's peers in perfect conditions down here in Nelson, and our finalists have been found in the semi-finals. We saw the combination of Tom Tamati and Craig Carter defeat Mike Kernaghan and Peter Thorne on an extra end. In fact, it was an absolutely outstanding comeback from Kernaghan and Thorne. They were behind. Well, they were behind about 10-0 at one stage and climbed all the way back into the game to get to an extra M. And in the other semi-final, it was Andrew Kelly and Seamus Curtin up against the combination of Jordan King and Nathan Glasson. And to be fair, it was really one-way traffic because the King combination, they were too strong. So finals now underway, and I've got Brian Chapman here with me, and he'll be in action but a moment. First end underway here in this final. So first end underway, and we saw Tamati and in fact the first game this morning, Tom Tamati and Craig Carter. I think if it wasn't an extra end, it was all square playing the last end. I think it was an extra end, in fact, against Lance Pascoe, and then against the Thorne Kernaghan combination, exactly the same. But in this other semi-final, Jordan King and Nathan Glasson, really it was the front play of Nathan Glasson that really was the telling point in that particular semi-final. So playing, of course, for $20,000 in prize money here at this Stoke event. $8,000 to the winning side, $4,000 to the runner-up, and equal third, $2,000 each. And I'm just trying to get to see who's. Well, I know they're not the bowls of. So here's Jordan King. He was down on the head, obviously, because just looking at the colours of the bowls from the last game, definitely down on the head. Craig Carter got a very interesting delivery stance on the mat, and I'm not going to deliberate on that, but I did see him play the winning shot in the previous match in the semi-final. And it is Jordan King and Nathan Glasson who are holding the shot.
With Jordan's interesting coloured balls.
Yeah, well, Jordan King really was very, very impressive, especially the three-quarter back end of that semi-final. He played outstanding. He played outstanding bowls. And first end, all done and dusted. And it looked like a one. We've got a man on the scoreboard down there. See? And we'll just wait till he moves and make sure we've got that right, so we can bring you, Brian and I can bring you, well, if I can see the scoreboard, but
It was one because the
yeah, look at the bottom of the board, that shows it on the draw, so yeah. So
they're all playing with blue. The Tamati Carter look like all blues. Of some
they
sort.
are, yes, they are. That's unusual for a Canterbury combination to play something that's resembling blue, isn't it? My goodness, I thought everything else down there was red and black down there.
Well, one-eyed at least.
Wow. So am I right in saying that there's a Canterbury combination playing with Auckland Blue Bowls?
Yes.
My goodness. That's
And a true Cantabrian playing with an Aucklander.
Yes.
I can't work that one out either.
well, they've been mates for a long time, have Nathan Glasson and Jordan King, and perfect conditions down here in Stoke. A big thank you, of course, to fantastic organisers at the Stoke Club. Headed up, of course, by Brendan Hodson. Does a wonderful job, and Kirsten Edwards, Nikki and Robbie Reid, Peter Hodson, John Orbelt, and Janice Reynolds done a wonderful job in bringing been part of the week of bowls in Nelson, where we had the women's pairs final at the same time last Sunday, where we saw the club. Kirsten Edwards, of course, playing with her mate Mandy Boyd, beat the Taylor Bruce
combination with Amy McElroy, another Stoke player. And then, of course, in the final of the Nelson Fours, we saw the side of Lance Pascoe, Shannon McElroy, Tony Grantham, and Kelvin Scott. I run out the winners there. And that was a $30,000 event, $20,000 event here. And we're not going to get to talk about what the women's were because I don't know what the women's prize money was.
One
But
go down here.
a great week of bowls in Nelson, Brian, isn't it?
Absolutely. And as we said earlier, it's nice to see community and sponsors coming together to create an event of this type.
And a big thank you, of course, to those sponsors, the NBS, Ritex International, who in fact Ritex International is also Wayne Hodson, Peter Hodson. That's all. That's tied up with there.
Okay.
And McElroy Painted and Decorator. We know who that is, of course.
Who is the NBS? Because I've seen them on top of the scoreboards as well.
Well, I don't know. Someone might send me a note shortly, which they've been very good at doing throughout this coverage and telling me who NBS are and who Digger are, who are. And, of course, they're the two other sponsors. And, of course, a big thank you as well to the Motueka Bowling Club because they had to take one of the Stoke Greens out of action for the first couple of days. But after the very trying weather conditions which they've had down there, and of course they had the women's pairs the week before. But the Motueka Bowling Club gave the guys the opportunity to get out into the part of the outer reaches of Nelson, and so both sections played at the Motueka Club as well. So here's Jordan King is coming down. Well, we've got the shorts here for sure. A very scattered head to we've got here. Let's see.
I see they're on rank 3. Now, earlier we were on 1, I think it was, Kevin.
Well, you couldn't leave Jordan King and Nathan Glasson get on the same rank, so just moved in a wee bit, but I'm sure they'll very quickly adapt.
Yeah, it's just a searching out for them both.
So, Jordan King with those multicoloured bowls. Craig Carter, in fact, there. He's also on the board of Canterbury Bowls. So, and Tom Tamaty's been tied up with the move of the Canterbury Club from being in the inner city of Christchurch. They've moved out to where the iconic Woolston Workingmen's Club greens out at the Woolston Club, where, of course, which was where the 1974 Commonwealth Games were played at, and of course. Number of national championships or headquarters have been at Woolston. So the new club, well, it won't actually be a new club. It'll still remain at the same name, but they'll be at a new location. And NBS Nelson Building Company. Thank you very much indeed. So
good.
So it is. So thank you, the Nelson Building Company, for your support and your sponsorship as we watch now Jordan King on the second end going for the jack and got the jack and will kill it. I think he was going for the jack and actually had no confidence at drawing the shot there. There was that wind, also the wind has got up late this afternoon. Whereas earlier on this morning, of course, we had no wind, complete tranquil conditions, and so the bluish sort of uniform, Brian, must have been the team issue, was it? Because they're pretty much akin in their apparel, aren't they?
Yes. Well, you mentioned the Woolston Club. I was fortunate enough as a very young whippersnapper to play indoor bowls at the Woolston Workingmen's Club. And it's amazing how Christchurch can provide so many of those top facilities that we here in Auckland can't.
Hoonhay, you know that.
Hoonhay, Papanui, Woolston, and we in Auckland struggle. It befuddled me as a young man and still does to work out how they can do it and we can't.
Yeah, it's been an iconic part of Christchurch over many, many years, hasn't it? And go back to Woolston as an example that, you know, they used to have the brass band as well, the Woolston Workingmen's Club. They were one of the leading brass bands in New Zealand. They had it was a true multi-activity club, you know, a very, very big club. Well, the club itself is still going.
Stick with it, mate.
The only I don't know whether you've been, Brian, to where the the Hastings Club now, the indoor.
No.
So that's been built literally alongside in conjunction with like the Working Men's Club. It's a very nice complex which they've got.
When did they retire?
Yeah, very nice indeed. So, you know, but Christchurch was the iconic part. That, you know, it was really the working men's clubs and were very much of everyday Christchurch, weren't they?
Shirley St Albans. There was another one that was around at the time. It's but everyone to their own and different things. So yeah.
So, hope Canterbury 2017. Now we will
Good,
see
Tommy.
completely new environment there,
Very good.
and it's really as well.
Both, mate.
It's something that Christchurch needs.
Yep.
You know, because in time I believe there'll be an indoor complex there, and a couple of outdoor greens as well, and it is needed in Christchurch, no question about that. So yeah, it's and I had discussions with Tom. He sat with me. Oh, and the finals of the Bowls 3-5.
Oh yes.
in Wellington, and he gave us a bit of an update on what the plans were and etc. So, and that's underway now. If you go on Facebook, you'll see a lot of the work that's already been done there. Good bowl coming here from not going to come all the way. That bowl at Tamati. Now we know very well that if Craig Carter and Tom Tamati jump out to a big lead, there's every chance it won't stay permanent.
If I was those two, I would go and buy a lotto ticket. The fact they've got out of jail twice
Well,
today.
they certainly have, but you know they've played the bowls to get there. You know, remember that they qualified and obviously qualified in their section play to win their way through. Here's Colin doing some work on, but very courteous. The board member of Bowls Canterbury, Craig Carter, passing his bowl over to.
Colin certainly at the cameras that are not quite right by the look of it. But you mentioned something, and did I read the other day, green I was very fortunate to play on in the Taranaki Okato that I thought had been closed and died, has reopened.
Well, certainly has. It's a real activity hub down there.
Yeah, so I read somewhere and I thought it used to be amongst the best green that I played on in the Taranaki Open.
Magnificent green at Okato, right by the river, by the old swing bridge. And in fact, just this year at Okato, their women they rejuvenated their women's club, and they lined up as we watched Carter. More than likely shot, pushed that bowl into the head. Yeah, they lined up in the club because they haven't had a team for quite some number of years, and they've got a very it's become like the local focal spot, social spot in Okato, and in fact, the Taranaki champion fours yesterday was won by a Paratutu side, and I think I'm right in saying 3 of those boys, Aidan Zitterstein being the only one not, are Okato boys that actually play their bowls at Paratutu.
Yes, the last time I played Taranaki Open, we struck a Okato, and I was most impressed. It ran beautifully quick. We get a truckload of rain, and it still ran quick.
It's a lovely green there at the Domain, and a couple down is Jordan King, because Craig Carter ran into another one of their bowls, and how wide has he got this one? Too wide, and might be one, definitely one, maybe two, but definitely holding the shot is the.
Very interesting delivery.
It is, but
Effective.
It is the great. Well, going back to an old Canterbury, he's going to draw another shot here. There's a good ball coming in here. Has he got the weight to get all the way? Has Craig Carter? No, he hasn't. One of the, in fact, one in New Zealand fours played with Morgan Wofford, actually, Sonny Calder, and Sonny used to dump his bob, but he used to dump it upwards, used to give it a throw up. And I remember Sonny saying to me, "Look, son, don't worry about it. Long as you do the same thing every time,
Yep.
You're fine.
And it's funny you say, there's a name from the past, Morgan Moffat, another man who is synonymous, shall I say, with bowls around the New Zealand area over the years.
Oh, well, 'cause, Morgan came out here representing Scotland in 1974 at the Commonwealth Games, and thought New Zealand was a pretty good place, and
He's right.
yeah, and elected to move back here permanently, and unfortunately at a really young age, left us. But he played. He of course won a New Zealand fours, played for New Zealand, and was, let's just say, he was very colourful on the ring, but very challenging as well to play against, because he was the first one to bring into New Zealand really the chasing of bowls and all the shadowing of bowls and all sorts of things. But make no error, Morgan Moffat was certainly, he was a top player.
It's something our laddie on the buttons there, Sally, said earlier. Things have evolved, and much of what Morgan did, said and played in the days gone by would not be accepted today. And that's all I'll say. We'll leave it at that, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
But I had a very lucky to have a cousin that lives in Christchurch who played with Morgan, and some of the stories that I've heard has been challenging, shall we say.
Yeah, that's the best word with Morgan. He was challenging, but he loved his bowls. He was passionate about it, and
But we need him in the sport, Kevin. Sorry, we need him. I don't care. There is a certain decorum, but we do need personalities.
oh, it's like any sport, Brian. You need to have personalities, and you just hope that as we move into this modern era, that some of the sort of niceties, whatever the sport may be, are not entirely lost over, let's be. We've got to do things right environment.
Yeah, I agree. That's.
But in saying that, Brian, as you know, I've been involved in the administration of the sport, for far, far too long. But that's by the by. But what we have seen, more than likely, in the last 20 years, we've seen the transformation of a sport that did nothing for the previous, the prior 80 years. Everything was the same. So, if we look here in New Zealand at the transformation of the sport, the amalgamation of the men and the women, coloured clothing, the change of composition of the greens, the social aspect of the game, bowls 3-5, the change of the nationals from away, we used to play singles, the whole lot all together, the introduction of mixed pairs into our nationals calendar. So if you look at all of the changes that have come about in a struggling environment for numbers, bowls can put their hand up pretty high that they've adapted. And if we take our numbers, although we've got less clubs, of course, and we needed to, less clubs than what we had in years gone by, the playing numbers, even during the worst of the COVID scenario, our playing numbers have actually held up. But more importantly, what's happened is that our social, I'll call it our social participation numbers. Is Jordan King going to draw the shot here, flat to the jack, going to do sitting behind, that's the shot. Yeah, so our numbers have held up. We've seen, like the business house bowls now, and a number of social bowls, and as you would know, if someone said to you 25 years ago, we're going to have our stag function out on the green, no. It was an absolute no. You wouldn't. Just was. So it's fantastic. Thank you very much. Just got the news. We've got over 10,000 viewers this afternoon. It's a thank you to all.
No, social members.
Oh, social bowlers. Oh, sorry. So goodness gracious, God Almighty! But we've got a lot of watchers. We've got 10,000 watchers anyway. So that highlights that what was just shown to us there, by from our hard-working lady Sally here, who's involved in the community aspect of the sport. 10,000.
Yeah.
That's
But it's also part of society has changed. And I believe if you had tried to get a beer anywhere on a Sunday in the past, you had to go to a golf club, a bowling club, or whatever. Now
Absolutely.
you can buy them anywhere.
absolutely.
And the fact that we've managed to attract players into this sport, even if only for one game a week or a half a day, speaks volumes of what sport we have to offer.
The other thing about it, Brian, is that 2-2 now at 4. The other thing is about it that one, we deliberately on the board of Auckland Bowls a few years back, we used only Hunger as a vehicle for this. Was we said that whereas before it used to be the only Hunger bowling club. Well, when we made the change of thinking, so to speak, it was about it's a venue where bowls are played at.
Yep.
And that's been taken on board by so many others around the countryside now, where bowls is just one of the activities that goes on within the clubs. We've always said it would be great to have the Australian style club. Well, we can't do that. But the principle of multi-use, multi-membership, multi events is clubs. A lot of clubs now couldn't survive without that.
Well, I think eventually, I'm of the same opinion as you, eventually half these clubs have to become reduced down to multi-sported clubs, and I think at last count Auckland was 40 or maybe one or two clubs out.
I'll give you an example. I just had a look the other day, and Sally might be able to count it up for us whilst we're doing this coverage. And I just find it amazing. In Invercargill, 45 clubs in the Southland Centre. Now, I know that some of those are rural clubs that might only have 10, 12 members, whatever, but 45 clubs.
But you have a look at Auckland, count the number of clubs below 50 members.
Or most of them.
Exactly.
Now, I remember the days when we had 57 clubs, as an example, and that was after the North Harbour move, etc. We had 50 or 50 odd clubs. So it is changing, but it's great to see, like in Nelson, and I'll use Nelson as a real classic case, whereby in Stoke and the Nelson Club United, whereby they have got. I've just had it confirmed to me. There's 40 bowling clubs in Southland.
Yep.
That in the community places here like Stoke, etc., and Nelson, this is you can see with sponsorship and everything else, you'll get local support, and it's about
community to start with.
Well, it is, but it's also about how you use your own facility and what your PR is of that facility, and that makes and that's where a lot of clubs have got to realise. It's not just a place where you play bowls at and then go and stand there and have a beer. There's a lot more other activities that make the club, a very good place to be. So here's Jordan King again trying to reach down. Here's Tom Tamati putting pressure on. We see the Nathan Glasson bowls over the head.
It's interesting looking at this. Now, you and I were talking about how Nathan was remarkably steady. He has obviously struggled on this rink to find his line. He'll find it, but right at the moment he's not covering it as well as he did in the first two games.
No, absolutely not. But I agree entirely, Brian. But we also know that he's a good enough player that when there's enough ends left, that he'll certainly adapt. And here's Jordan King again. He's going to hang out on that wider side.
It's coming now.
It's coming now, but won't have the weight to get all the way down to the jack. Will still be 2 down. So here, Craig Carter on the Forehand definitely holding. This looks a pretty good line.
It looks a good weight too.
That'll count for sure. Gets a touch of the jack, does it? No, it doesn't. But, well, from Jordan King's point of view now, he's got a reach. He has got a reaching shot that he can play, perhaps even not to get the shot, but he can get reduction on the head by, you know, there's those two bowls there, and he can afford to play with that yard of weight through the head. He may be lucky enough to get the jack, but if not, he can certainly get to the reduction port. And there's two of those bowls that could be removed with. Well, it's interesting. He's trying to play the shunt shot onto the back of the bowl to get the jack to move out to the side. This is a pretty good attempt.
He's very close.
Just going to go by though. Now we'll see. Personally,
On the other hand, he had bowls to work off.
you're playing to a three down. You're playing to a one-shot target.
Trying to play perfection.
Yeah, and I just think on the other hand, there's a chance whereby you had two sits on both the second and third shot. So we'll see what whether they think that three's the count. We'll see the scoreboard man in a moment. He'll make that change. But just again, Brian, it comes back to what I'd say that it was. So it's 5-2 after 4 ends, and you know, 18 ends might seem like a lot of ends, but it's not a lot of ends. We've certainly seen sides come back and catch up and all sorts of things.
Well, Tamati's found out they can come back, hasn't he?
Absolutely, they're on the Guinness Book of Records are doing that for sure. Well, here, well, 14-8 after 12. That was earlier on. 11. So they went from
They were
8.
10-0 up, weren't they, against Thorne?
Yes, they were. They were 10-0 up after 5 ends. They were 14-8 up after 12 ends. They were 17-11 up after 14 ends, and they played an extra end.
Yeah.
So,
If I'm sitting in Nathan's shoes, I'm thinking, well, once I find it, we're capable of coming back.
well, there's no question that Nathan Glasson, I felt, in that semi-final was he was the glue.
Oh, yeah.
That made life pretty good for Jordan King. Wasn't very often King wasn't very often under what I would call big head pressure, whereas Andrew Kelly went through a phase of,
Having to drive.
well,
all sorts
he
of
must have
things.
gone through 5 or 6 ends where they didn't hold a shot.
Correct. And he was playing, in a lot of cases, hopeful shots to try and get himself out of a bit of trouble.
Yeah, so the door was left open for Glasson. Still really is. He's still got a metre to draw the shot onto the centre line. Was a couple of metres short with his first. And you're right, Brian. He was pretty consistent, very consistent in that first game. He just needs to, you know, I think once he finds his line, he'll do the job again. He looks to have a better line here as he watches this bowl. It's going to go by. It's not going to get back all the way back to the centre line, is it? No, it won't. He certainly, well, the last 2 ends he's played overs and unders. But, you know,
We all know he's a lot better than that.
but to be no disrespect to Tom Tamati, it's the first time that I've actually seen him play, so I can't really say he must have played well because they're still here. And Craig Carter giving that bowl some applause. Well, the good thing is that they're getting back to the centre line. They, you know, like there's room to draw, sure, but back to the centre line. So at least if they're back to the centre line, that you've got effective bowls. And
Looking at that umpire's thing, that wind is a lot stronger than what we think it is.
Just saw just then and again, it's going to go by as the Nathan, and I wonder, Brian, we saw that breeze there from the umpire, as you rightly said, and I just wonder if it's starting to sort of, it's the whole story, you try and self-adjust to that condition, and you can have, it can be challenging for you, can't it?
It can.
Just another point, sorry, Brian, and I made the comment the other day when we were doing the Nelson fours. It's great to see a green where the green goes right to the ditch board.
Oh, yes.
And that was most evident the other day at Nelson when we covered the fours. And if you look here at the screen, there's a bit of bareness out to it. Remembering they've had some very challenging weather to get greens ready. But right to the ditch board, you give yourself a chance, don't you? Here's Jordan King. Sure, he knows he doesn't like this.
And many a time, if a team lands on it, everybody lands on it. It strikes, just looking at the picture, that both Nathan and Jordan are scratching around a bit to get the weight more particularly than the line.
Well, if you there's another counter from Craig Carter for sure, right on the centre line. It's at least, I'd say that's 3. So here is Jordan King again in the final of the Stoke's men pairs,
Under.
and that's under as well. He's turned his back on that. Now you get into the stage where you're frightened to let it go.
Yeah. And I'm personally wondering if that's the wind that's worrying them.
Well, anywhere within 6 feet to counter. Well, this seems to be out on the wider side, this bowl of Carter's, and it's going to go by. So big concentration here. Jordan King trying to adjust. Even if he can get second shot, certainly doesn't want to be dropping 3. Well, he's certainly got it out on that wider line. How far is this going to come back, though? It's not going to get all the way back. Looks wide all the way. It's going to be wide all the way. And there's 3. So that's 8-2. There's a big jump early on.
It is. And it struck me watching that you had to nail the weight within a foot for it to work. And watching
To get that last minute,
Yeah,
last bit into the jack.
Yep.
It wasn't going to arc all the way back from outside in. You had
No.
to be. So I want to ask you, Brian, so now remember, some teams, top teams didn't qualify in this. So you got Mike Kernaghan, Sheldon Bagrie-Howley, Lance Pascoe, Andrew Kelly, Peter Hodson, Raymond Martin, Jordan King. What would the odds been for Tom Tamati and Craig Carter?
I hope they won't be upset by an Aucklander saying close to rank outsider.
But again, what it highlights, Brian, is this is one of the great things about this sport. You know, we've got in there Kernaghan, New Zealand player, Bagrie-Howley, New Zealand player, Lance Pascoe, all but a New Zealand player, Jamie Hill, a New Zealand player, Andrew Kelly, Seamus Curtin, Peter Hodson, winner of a New Zealand singles, Ray Martin in the New Zealand high performance squad, Jordan King, winner of a national pairs. So the great thing about the sport and these events is it means nothing.
Well, the other thing is, we haven't even looked or mentioned, not that we will, what about the other players in the event that are in the same category who never even qualified?
Absolutely. I'm just talking about the ones
Correct.
that made it through to the last 8 today. There's been, and we've seen now, look, this straight into his work is
First time
Tom
I've seen
Timberlake.
the bloke.
And, you know, he's jack level with 1 and he's sitting just alongside the jack with his 2nd.
I've seen his name pop up in various events, and he's always obviously done well to hang around some of them. But
Under
I've
the
never seen him.
line is Nathan Glasson. They'll be starting to get pretty frustrated where one can find it, the other one can't. Playing with weight, trying to reach the bowl, not going to do so. And the danger you get into here, Brian, as well, is when you start to sort of push and prod and poke a line and your bowls will quickly become ineffective, and you just open the door all the way for your opposition, don't you?
Well, we saw
Well,
it
here
a
he
bit
comes again. And
out
you're
in a good line, nice weight.
just
Gets
gonna,
it work.
well, what makes it work is going to be behind. That's very good leading. That's as good that's as good a leading as you see. 2 right on the jack, 1 just out to the front of it. And really, here Nathan Glasson needs to get something really close to. Otherwise, Jordan King's
Under pressure again. which
very
is-
much going to be under pressure.
We
So-
referred to Andrew Kelly.
Same thing.
Yep.
Now,
Andrew was
how long
poking.
is it going to hold up? Trying to get down to the jack. He's close here.
He's close here. There's
Oh,
Glasson.
great ball.
Gets a touch on the jack, sits right in front of it. Well played. And that's a sort of just a little confidence booster sometimes that one needs to just to get them on the right run. And
I'm sure Jordan's standing there going, phew, thank God for that.
I bet you know, because those two bowls are very, very close. So, well,
yeah.
you've got three bowls literally all sitting on the 2 metre mark, and you're all literally locked on top of one another. I'm sure Craig Carter won't be frightened to play down.
But having said that, Carter hasn't got a ball past the head now.
No, he hasn't, but he can, you know, even if he won't mind if he misses here on the wide side and gets something between there and the 2 metre mark. He won't mind at all, and that's duly what he's going to do.
Yep.
So he's got a bowl like just sort of, well, it is over the head, but just.
Jordan's got to play now. If he gives it away, He's got to give himself a chance and be on the head, doesn't he?
Well, he does, and he can get another counter literally just on the inside of that blue bowl out to the right, jack low. But he certainly wants to get another bowl. Then if he happens to move the shot bowl, move the jack around the corner, that's all fine. But at the moment, as you rightly say, he wants to get, well, first he wants to score.
Yep.
That's a key thing. But right now he wants to get another bowl on the head. Colin, our hard-working cameraman, out there, and he's been in Nelson, of course, all week.
I think they refer to it as phone a friend. I think.
This is well played.
Oh, great ball.
And it's not going to count that bowl, but it's just in that one line to the jack. So Colin, of course, was down here to do the Stoke Piers last weekend. He then was there for the fours during the week, and he'll complete his duties today.
Has Colin been on holiday for a week?
I can tell you what, these people at Bowls New Zealand who do this job, the hours that they put in is, there's at least a good couple of hours at least getting things lined up in the mornings, getting the cameras out, getting the cables run, doing the trial tests and everything else. And then, of course, it's all got to be packed up again. And no, they do. Tamara, Colin, and Sally, the whole team, and of course, good bowl here is going to sit flat on that line again. Well, you don't get much better than that. On a full-length head, you've got 5 bowls all within a tea towel, literally. And there's not really a great deal of sense in trying to attack this because I just think there's too many bowls to move around.
Well, there's not.
And with not having a back bowl.
Take your medicine, accept your one down, and move on to the next head.
Yeah, well played. I see that's literally what they've agreed. You know, you could, you're not going to get into any damage. Trying hard here too. Trying to get down to that jack. If Tom could just move a fraction, I'd see that bowl come in towards the head. Well, it's over the head, so that's absolutely fine. There'll be no heroics here from Jordan King. He'll be happy to score, but he certainly played 2 good bowls. This one's not going to be in the good bowls book because that's. But he won't be too concerned. Wouldn't been trying too hard there.
It was probably with the way the head was sitting before Nathan played his last bowl. He's very happy to be sitting at 1 up.
Absolutely,
3 down.
It's interesting. We'll see what difference this makes off the front of the front because we've seen the jack being pulled up quite a distance by Nathan Glasson. So this is really, it's actually a pretty short end that they're playing the jacks up. And the mat's up and the jack's pretty low past those 2 front pegs. So here's Glasson on his forehand, trying to get back into what I would say his consistency swing, which we certainly saw in the semi-final. And that's a bit of opening bowl. I can see that's applause from Jordan King as well.
The interesting thing when you look at this is how far technology has come given to the fact that we can watch a game like this. You see so much of the Australian stuff now. All you could hear before was you from Stu telling us at the bowl, whatever. And while you did your best, this is 100% better than
Well, you
what
can-
we got used to.
Well, you can say what you like on the radio because no one can see. But in saying that, Tamara and I, in fact, were talking not that long ago. In fact, that we first started doing the live stream work and this is a big thank you to Mark Cameron when he came in as the CEO of Bowls New Zealand, who was prepared to invest some time, money, and people. And the first event we did under what I would say the new way of doing things was the Nationals. I don't know, might have been how many years ago it was in Dunedin at Tyree,
Very good.
when we did everything by telephones and cables and all sorts of things. And we owe Tamara, or the sport owes Tamara a huge big debt of gratitude because she's been, along with Aaron, they've been the ones that have been pushing to get this and endorsed and supported by the board of Bowls New Zealand, and Mark is CEO. The equipment that we've got now is literally, well, it is, in fact, it's a compatible Sky studio. So this can just now be picked up as a package and put straight into a Sky platform. So when you consider we were literally doing things with about 3 phones, that was about what it was, to where we are now. You're sitting here in this studio, as we'd literally call it, and this was being built now. This has actually been custom built so as that for a number of the events now, as the All Blacks game this morning, Grant Nisbet and co was sitting back in the studio back here in Auckland doing the commentary, so as that we can now, without having to do the big move for every event, we can bring it live with.
And we are lucky in New Zealand to be virtually competing with Australia because the Australian staff, forget you mentioned the BPL, but you can just about any day of the week now watch a game from New South Wales, from Victoria, from the Gold Coast or wherever.
You know they followed us, don't you?
I have no doubt they did. They've copied the Kiwis in a lot of things, mate.
No,
Including Pavlova.
They certainly did. And in fact, when we went over to cover Trans-Tasman, Māori Nations, whatever it was, Brenda Van Nistelrooy and myself in Australia, it was. We had our travelling studio, and but look, Bowls Australia now, and especially the Gold Coast, they've invested significantly. And with Clive Adams, their voice of bowls, literally over there for most of the major events, and they've got a very polished performance. And the simple thing really comes about if you look at it as well now. If we take the cost of getting TV coverage, so. Close needs to sit. That's Jordan King going to go by. He's down again, couple down. So if you take, for example, Brian, the cost of bringing on-site TV in, it's just absolutely, it's ginormous. It's interesting that another shot coming in here is going to go by, and it's interesting that possibly one of the reasons why TV1 don't actually perhaps do a lot of sport now because they've costed themselves out of the market.
A lot of sports have done that. Racing's done similar. A lot of the racing stuff now is done out of the studio because it's just too expensive.
Absolutely, and so as I say, the All Blacks tour right now that's been studioed out of Mount Wellington.
Okay.
And there's some events within Bowls New Zealand events this year that we will be, we'll actually be ringside. We'll especially, for example, if the events are in, let's say they're in Auckland, and it lends itself right that we can do that. But we are in a position now where with the studio that
Hang
we've
about.
got here that,
Weight's good.
yeah, it's so it from the sheer economics of it all as well, from a Bowls New Zealand point of view, and remembering that we can bring this to viewers free. And you know, bowlers like stuff for free.
Do they ever? Yes. The one thing I was going to say to you, you said to me that the Australians copied you. You realise the Australians can't produce that one that Clive Adams is on without the Kiwi, Robbie, to help them.
Yeah, well, Robbie works at the Tweed Head group, and you know he does a pretty good job. You know, but look, the guys,
Good Kiwis, eh?
Nah, but the guys like Andrew Howie and those guys, and with Bowls Australia, and no longer the CEO of Bowls Australia, Neil Dalrymple.
18
You know,
inches, mate.
they have actually, and like Mark Cameron here, you know, we've brought bowls and the vision of bowls into a brand new era. We've brought it into the 21st century. And we've been able to bring it in without people screaming and yelling and, you know, like trying to get the amalgamation of the men and women's bowls, which was bigger than the Second World War. But
Well, New South Wales found that out.
absolutely. So, you know, it's a fantastic thing for the sport of what we've been able to do.
Probably gonna play
We've
down there,
created these platforms whereby if you had said 10 years ago, you can watch every day of the week bowls from various parts of the world, sit in your lounge or wherever you want to sit and watch. So we've come a long way.
We have. The other thing we've done is we've put it out there for people to be able to see what it is. And that anyone can beat anyone on a day, which we've all known. Now they can see it. The other thing that's happened is something that Sally said earlier, which is we've now, as a sport, brought women along. The fact we mentioned that you don't have to kneel down, for example, to measure the height of your dress and all this, shows how far this game has come as a forward-thinking game.
Who would have said 15 years ago that we would have a women's rugby World Cup being held in Auckland with a crowd of just on 30,000 people at Eden Park?
Yeah.
You'd have lost your house on that bet.
Oh, yeah. Well, I said to Sally here, I remember watching the Commonwealth Games in Pakuranga, and the South African ladies all had rings on, and the Kiwi girls were only allowed to wear their wedding ring.
Well, I can tell you a lot about the Commonwealth.
Well, I think Marlene might have been involved in it. That was when Khan was there, so I think Marlene might have been around. I can't
Yes, she was.
remember
Yeah,
now.
they won the silver medal in the fours.
But yeah, I think you understand what I'm trying to say. We've come a long way.
So back to the action. 10-4, handy lead. Well, it's a normal thing for Tom Tamati and Carter. They've done that, but look, been a couple of shots. Jordan King be disappointed with this because Nathan Glasson's given him a good start on this end, holding two. Here's now Craig Carter on the backhand.
Giving himself a chance.
Oh, he's under the line. So here's the big chance to add to Jordan, holding two. Get the ball out on that wide arc. I saw them shaking their heads at the changeover, and obviously not too sure where the bowls were running, but
This looks
well, it's going to
back.
the weight's going to kill it. I think Brian's not going to certainly hit the line to get down to the jack, but just missed that metre of weight to get clear through. And great Carter now with that flick delivery and somewhat strange stance, but it seems to work for him. So I'm not the one to criticise. I think this is going to go by. It needs a bit of luck. Not going to do so. And here's the chance here for the composite combination, Jordan King and Nathan Glasson to pick up 3 shots, 10-7.
this looks a little trickier than not the one we watched this morning.
Well, the other thing as well, I just wonder if that breeze you spoke about as well, Brian, there's no shelter from the clubhouse there because you're in a different area altogether. This looks a better bowl.
He
needs to
doesn't
get
get hooked.
past, not going to get
Some
hooked up.
mug put the ball in the road.
Yeah, but it was certainly on line to get down to the jack. That'll give them some encouragement. 10-6 now, with that 9 gone, a halfway mark of this final of the Stoke States men's peers here from the Stoke Bowling Club in Nelson. A big thank you to all our sponsors, Nelson Building Company. Well, you can see there, sorry, there's the flag there, the Stoke Thunder flag, and there's a lot more wind than what we thought at ground level. It's certainly blowing around, but yes, our sponsors, the Nelson Building Company, Ritex International, McElroy Painting and Decorating, Digger, and of course the Motueka Bowling Club. Big thank you to all those sponsors, and of course the hard-working organising committee, Brendan Hodson, Kirsten Edwards, Nikki and Rob Reed, Peter Hodson, Janice Reynolds, and John Orbell. The name Orbell in Stoke is like hand in glove. They do a wonderful job to John and Mary. As we see, Nathan Glasson, it's better sitting just slightly jack high. He'd be happy with that because he's been struggling to find that line where he was so steady within that semi-final match.
That's more like the bloke we've seen playing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's interesting now that if you look now, point at that other hand, or this is his fly in this bowl.
All good.
But you notice the backhand side there compared to the one rink over, it's certainly a completely different draw line to what it was over at close to the clubhouse. So perhaps now Nathan Glasson's worked it out. He knows which is the favoured hand. Sure, we're at the halfway mark.
And again, he sent it out on a nice line.
Yeah, it'll come back over the head. It's going to go, but how far is it going to go? That's the big thing. Is it going to stay up on the track? Yes, it does. Gets applause from Jordan King. Sits directly in behind. Any movement of the jack's favourable. Here's now Tom Tamati, the lead for Craig Carter. Of course, they won their way through to the final. They defeated the first game this morning. They defeated Lance Pascoe and Jamie Hill. Then they defeated Mike Kernaghan and Peter Thorne.
I'm happy either way, mate.
And with the combination of Jordan King and Nathan Glasson, they defeated Raymond Martin and Matt Pearson in the quarterfinal this morning. And then went on and defeated Andrew Kelly and Seamus Curtin in the semi-final earlier on this afternoon. So, oh my goodness, he's trying for the drag of the jack here. Is he going to get it around the corner? Or is he not rewind it, but he's got the shot as the Jordan King side, and of course off the centre line, which is always advantageous. If you can move that jack off the centre line, just takes the normal draw line away slightly.
It also stopped the sit and stay shot.
Well, Tom Tamati, he's not to be outdone, especially if he gets in the back of the bowl clean. They're going to turn the bowl over and sits. Well, they'd be pretty happy with that result.
Opened it up for his scoop.
10-6 still, halfway mark. And of course, thank you to Sally and Colin, our Bowls New Zealand people, who are other geniuses that pull all this together. They do all the camera work, they do all the technical stuff. It's a wonderful job.
And thank you, Sally, for feeding us.
It's part of the contract. So, Jordan King now. Well, it's be interesting to see how that runs on that line because, well, he's got weight as well, but because it always looked tight on the line, but that had a lot of weight, stays up on the green. You see it there, just coming to rest, just the side of the number. Craig Carter now following the Jordan King bowl.
That's not a better line.
Well, how long is that going to? It's got draw weight. It's going to disappear, and that's truly what it's going to do. Well, this is strange, isn't it? That when I say they're missing their weight by a considerable amount, I think it's a mix of which way do we go, trying to get the line, trying to get the weight. So Jordan King certainly got it out wider. Has he taken any weight off? May have. Yes, he has, and one would think that would count. Falls back to the 2 metre mark.
I remember my original coach telling me, if you're struggling, concentrate on weight first. The line will come once you get your weight right.
So Craig Carter trying to get down to that centre line, not going to do so. He's going to go by, but may in fact finish up his second shot, more than likely is. So Jordan King again. Is it on that nice line that we're talking about?
See Nathan pushing it out.
Hasn't got the weight. Well, this is really interesting how this head sort of. And if Jordan King and Nathan Glasson can come out with one shot on this end, I think they'll be pretty happy. Because going out on the wider side now, as Craig Carter, is it going to come back? No, it's not going to come back. And I'm pretty sure they'll be. It was two.
Yeah.
Anyone's game.
What it showed me sitting here watching it, the inside track, as I would call it, looks the steadier. They all had trouble on this outside track trying to find whether it was the line, the weight, trying to marry the two together.
Well, I thought with Nathan Glasson's first bowl, I thought, oh, we were right. He sort of got it, he had it pretty adjacent to the jack, but not to be. See the hills, the Nelson Hills, and behind us there, for those who don't know where the Stoke Bowling Club is, it's sort of midway between the centre of Nelson and out towards and the airport. Very, very, and then behind it there's other sporting, and of course just up the road from the Stoke Bowling Club is where what I would call the Nelson Sports Hub is, where they've got everything you can imagine. And Nelson, of course, is one of those towns, one of those cities where is a very community-minded, very, it's a good community.
It's an example of when you get around New Zealand, how the country clubs, the country towns really embrace you if you go there for any sporting event.
Oh, look, absolutely, and I've spent a number of visits to Nelson covering both events at Stoke and the Nelson Bowling Club, and they always make you more than welcome. Yeah. They look after you. Nathan Glasson, front toucher.
More like the Nathan Glasson we've seen playing.
So they're always, they're fantastic. Look, I had the pleasure last year with the COVID thing, one gets all mucked up, but going down to cover an event in Te Puke. Well, they couldn't do it. They couldn't do enough for you. It's fantastic to, and always, of course, well, I might be a bit biased, but every time we go to Taranaki, we always, they're fantastic. They're fantastic the way they look after us down there, and if I'm not mistaken, isn't that coincidence? Now, you see, there's a man sitting behind the club, sitting there. Oh, I'm going to get this checked out. I'm pretty sure, in fact, it's a chap by the gentleman by the name of Bevan Grant,
One down.
who hailed from
Front
Otago,
bowl.
school teacher, moved to Taranaki, and captained the Taranaki rugby side for, and I'm sure that's Lockie, captained the Taranaki rugby team for a number of years, school teacher at Okato, and moved to back at Nelson, and took up bowls. He's a member of Stoke.
Great line, I don't think
And,
he can quite make it.
So if that is you, Lockie, I send my best regards. Dennis Woods and I send our best regards to you, mate.
Try and get to that.
We're talking about country. I think the people who go to Queenstown, Alexandra for the fours are going to find the same thing.
Well, as the skips change over here, I got to put my hand up big time, because when Mark said the first time that we were taking the national fours to the deep south, I thought that's fine, and we're going to play the mixed pairs there. My view was, well, we'll get the locals play and a few others, but that would be it. Well, how wrong I was, because they flocked to Queenstown, Alexander. And what it has done is it's now meant that because that first time
Not
with
that
the
line, is it?
peers, it was a
Come
trial to see whether it's worthwhile or not. Well, it certainly is worthwhile. Has he got all the running here? No, he hasn't. So, because last year, of course, the fours and mixed pairs were going to be played in Taranaki, but it is Bevan Grant. How are you? Tell them, please, to go and tell them Kevin Hicklin sends Bevan best regards.
He's a good bowl.
Two good bowls here from Jordan King. That's a 3. So we would have been in Taranaki last year for the fours and mixed pairs, but of course COVID cancelled all that. So we're back in the deep south, and I said it the other week on here, trying to get down to the jack, slide, no, quick. I said to people on here, look, if you want to get down, if you haven't been down to the Queenstown, the Arrowtown, Alexander, all around that region, come down, because I can assure you, in fact, so I talked about the COVID thing. One of the COVID lockdown things actually happened whilst the mixed pairs, and that'll count too.
Yeah.
While the mixed pairs and fours were on, actually, and the club will have to be split and separated and all sorts of things. But the event continued.
And I still remember a gentleman sitting in a chair in the back of a van or something.
Yeah, it
didn't
was.
we?
There it was, absolutely. So trying to get into trouble here. He's fall down on the head. Here's Carter trying to get to the jack. Is he going to get the jack? No, he doesn't. He was certainly trying for it. Well, my goodness, there's that turnaround which has happened again.
Nathan Glasson started it. Bowl in the head, built the head.
And I'm pretty sure that was a 4.
There were 3 great bowls from Jordan.
Wasn't that all right? We were just talking about something there, Bevan Grant, who played rugby and played for Ocado. There he is sitting there.
Coincidence is a great thing.
Yeah, Bevan, Captain Taranaki, number 8, Captain Taranaki in the good years.
Now that I would think would give Nathan confidence.
Well, you'd think that, straight away to me,
Just the delivery.
the line looks pretty, just going to go through the head. Is the jack just delivered just beyond the 2 metre mark?
But the whole delivery looked more confident.
So Tom Tamati, he's staying on that backhand side. He's got the bowl out on a nice arc. It's just going to depend on the weight coming down now towards the centre line. The jack, this looks a handy opening bowl. As we just a metre is the call from Craig Carter. We play 11 of 18, and it's King and Glasson leading 12-10. And remember, in the semi-final, this combination, they defeated Andrew Kelly and Seamus Curtin, and Tom Tamati and Craig Carter defeated Mike Kernan and Peter Thorne on an extra
Good
end.
adjustment. Good handy ball.
So that's sitting outside the 2 metre mark. Tamati, he'll try, endeavour to improve, because from their point of view now, they in a couple of poor ends for them. They need now to get back into the swing of things. 2 shots as good as all square, really, but he's going to go by with weight.
It's all good. Each room.
And the thing for Nathan Glasson here, that last bowl, his second bowl that he played now, that's really his jack point now. If he get inside that, he'll be close to getting very close to the jack.
Tighter.
He's tighter down that line, but how long is it going to hold up? Well, it's got those speeds again. Not going to get the jack on the way through, is he? He is, and gets the jack on the way through. It'll be 1 down, because there's the blue bowl of Tom Tamati's. That's sitting in behind.
Yeah. Oh no, he's just in front, but you'll be underneath that.
Quick look when they marked it.
Yeah, you're right. It'll change of thought there, the way it looked once they put the chalk on it, but we'll see. when they leave that, when they get up to the head, we'll get a better idea of what that actually looks like. Tamati needs to get inside the
Maybe not.
bowl of Glasson's. Going to sit on top of it.
good.
Not going
No, it's
to.
all
In
good.
fact, got one turn out of the bowl. So well, it still could be. Can't quite see the. It is the shot. Glasson's.
You would think so. You can't see
Bowl.
the back bowl.
I can't get it correct, Tom. I can't. Brian, I can't see the back bowl, but looking at that angle, it looked like the shot.
Well, whether it is or it isn't, it doesn't change Jordan's shot, does it?
No, it doesn't. See, Lucky Grant there giving them instructions. One of the,
Well, an experienced man like that, why
he
wouldn't he?
loves his bowls. He's a tragic. He's one of those. He turned up at the club somehow, and sort of this isn't for me, because he also does these things like
This is close. This is close.
he does things like ride bikes and do all sorts of those things for hundreds of miles. And anyway, he turned up and I thought, my goodness, this is pretty good, and became somewhat obsessive about.
And don't we play our best bowls in the first few years?
Yeah, Bevan was a great rugby player.
This
Oh,
is
this
good
is
weight.
close. Gets inside, gets a turn on the bowl. He'll make shot and does do so now. So
Could even be two now.
I think Jordan King, he won't be frightened, I wouldn't say, of reaching up through there to try and get either to the counting bowl or Jack. Looks to just that way he's standing on the mat. Looks to be going with some speed, and he is. He's driving on the backhand, trying to get to the Jack. Gets his own bowl, I think. Oh, there's still one bowl. Got the
one that was knocked up.
so.
One down, you think?
Well, it's interesting now that it could be back to what was that the shot bowl is the shot bowl. The bowl out to the right of the Jack Low bowl out to the right of the head.
Camera angle makes it hard.
Yeah, you can't always, to be fair, Brian, judge on it, think you've got it right, because the camera angles can make it somewhat challenging. And this bowl of Craig Carter is just going to hang outside the line. Safe option here, though, for Jordan King is to find that light, just to be inside that last line, and he'll be close to getting it. If he's not the shot now, he'd be certainly close to getting the shot on that forehand. Just needs to adjust that line. Craig Carter line ever so slightly. Here is, oh, that's adjusted quite considerably. And that's certainly going to be well under the line. Don't want to get the back of that bowl and roll it too quickly. Not going to.
You know what I asked about that? Did you look where his feet were? They were playing it straight up the line.
Oh, the first thing that tells you, you're going to steer your bowl under the head, isn't it?
I compared it to.
But mind
Kernaghan.
you, in saying that, though, the ones come out. In saying that if I look at Craig Carter's stance on the mat, well, then that defies all all the theory, doesn't it?
Well, I was just personally trying to compare it to Kearney, whose feet
Correct.
point the line he wants to go. That's all I was basically
But-
referring it to.
One of the things too that we the coaching thing, getting those things right is so important, no doubt about that. But if I look at, providing you do the same thing all the time, I look at some of the guys like Rex Johnson, Crawford Linden, some of the past guys like that played for Australia.
Jeremy Henry?
Yeah, well, Jeremy Henry, yeah, absolutely. Kelly,
Gary Kelly.
Gary Kelly, exactly the same, but they do the same thing every time. So, Ryan Bester.
And actually, Alex Marshall, if you really study Alex's delivery, it's not copybook.
No, it's not, but my goodness,
The results are perfect.
I was going to say there's some other things with Alex Marshall's games that delivery is not a major factor, is it?
No. And, you watch some of the golfers, they say, oh, that swing's got this or that swing's got that. But it's where the ball lands when they hit it.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's about consistency. So 12-11 now. All tied up, literally all tied up.
Good track.
That wind is blowing it around a lot now.
Yeah, it has certainly changed now, that's for sure.
But I'm sure Mr. Hodgson's told you it's a brilliant day in Nelson.
Oh, well, you know, look, I take my hat off to the team at Stoke and at the Nelson Bowling Club, because the one thing they can do is they can put events on.
Yep. Oh.
And they can, and it's like the North East Valley Singles. They can get a top field together on a regular basis, and you know that.
You don't have to change over time.
Alex Reed's down at Charity Piers, isn't he?
Hasn't-
Another top event.
He hasn't gone very well.
Oh, okay. I won't mention him then.
I do know that. So very scattered head here on this, the 12 of 18, with only one the diff, that being Glasson and King leading Tom Tamati and Craig Carter by 12 shots to 11. The board member of Bowls Canterbury is going to finish low. That's the counting bowl though.
Well, if Alex hasn't gone well, may I ask how Bealey's going?
Oh, I don't know. No, I don't know. I don't worry too much about that. I just, you know, I find it hard enough to concentrate on one event. You know. So how
It's far more spread heads in this game than what we've seen so far
Big help,
in
mate.
Well,
previous games,
Good
which
beat.
tells you that the rink's a little harder to play.
well, I think that there's a bit of the wind, and that they're just struggling to find consistency. I suppose is what you could say. But
It's a challenge that brings you back to playing this game.
yeah, it's a fair call, Brian. You know, but you know the players would be disappointed after, you know, especially. You know, we didn't see the Carter Tamati last game, but you know, it was a pretty classy exhibition put on by Jordan King and Nathan Glasson in that semi-final against Andrew Kelly. They played very, very well.
Yep.
It's just incredible that for all four players, the challenge that they're having to find the centre line or get, you know, Jordan King's done it on a couple of occasions. But it's about that. Well, he's got the bowl out on a pretty good line here, has Jordan King, as it's coming down towards the Jackland, towards the centre line now. And it looked good out, it looked good all the way. That bolt, well, and it's turned out, it's finished in a very, very good spot, because it's certainly only achievable on one hand to get to where that shot is.
I don't think I'll hold up.
And that back bowl of Nathan's comes in handy now.
Yeah, it's not the sort of, it looks as though he's doing it. Yeah, I thought it was just a draw. I thought he was trying to influence to play with weight.
Well, Tom will tell you. Oh.
And it's just, no, that's done nothing. So Jordan King, who's more than likely, you know, even though there've been a lot of scatters, he's more than likely been what I'd say the most consistent of the four players to date in this final, and just needs to get past here, and is going to get past, and that's another shot. And I don't know whether he can get, I don't think he can get a swing down there, Brian, because there's another bowl up the front there.
That's right. Well, what we've seen so far, I find it hard to believe he'd get one.
It'd have to be quick. Well, Tom's got to remember that to move. Thank you, Tom, please. Yeah, I just didn't think that line was on Brian to play down.
My wing one, is that
Not on what we have seen, no.
mine?
So a big chance here for
Yeah.
Jordan King. They can jump out to, you know, to a bit of a, not a comfortable, but it's sort of just a nice little lead. And really, this lead's come about by one end that they played well, where they scored the 5, and the rest really come down to what Jordan King's done, and he looks to have a fairly good line again with his third bowl. How far is it going to run? Just going to go by. That'll be 2.
Still, he'd be very happy with them.
Absolutely, 14-11 now as we play in 13 of 18. So we're starting to get down to the, the sort of the latter stages of this final.
Go, Matt Beckman.
And the likelihood, now I could be completely wrong in this, but I would say unless something goes really amiss, I would say the Glasson Kings side have got enough experience to protect themselves from big numbers.
I would normally agree with you. The only reason I'm saying at this point I slightly disagree. Nathan is still struggling to find consistency, and if Jordan happens to drop,
Yep, fair point.
he saved Nathan's.
He
Not
has.
saved him, but he's helped him a lot
Absolutely,
more.
yeah, very much so.
And if Nathan nails like we've watched him previously, yeah, I agree with you totally. But it's not going to take, and this rink looks tricky to them all. And this is, that's a good bowl. You only need an end like that with a couple of gaps in between, and suddenly someone's 3 or 4 down because they've poked through or has run around the corner.
Yeah, it's a matter. Well, this is going to this backhand line coming down here is actually quite interesting because you're not quite sure where it's really it's going to go to, and that one there drew very, very well. And there's nothing wrong with the green.
No.
I'm not making any detrimental comments relative to the green. It's just a matter of finding that line. So how far is Nathan Glasson's bowl now? It's working back towards the centre line, and the jack going to just go by the shot bowl. And Jordan King he was riding that one into the head and only just missed a good result. So here's the chance for Tom Tamati to put the pressure on with his second bowl.
The wind has to be affecting them, given the way they're running on. They look as though they're going to stop, and they run on a bit.
Yeah, well, I just saw that then. I thought that was going to draw not right to the jack, but
No.
I thought it was closer than a metre and a bit behind. So here is Glasson. You'll see just waiting for that wind to just die down a wee bit. On the forehand is the Cantabrian.
Good line again.
How far is it going to come back? Jordan King's liking it. Is it going to get all the way back? Well, it's got jack level weight, hasn't it? Yes, it looks it has. So Tom Tamati now playing his last bowl on this, the 13th in. Looked to be on a pretty handy line halfway down. We'll just see, a bit obscured at the moment, and just going to run by, but that'll be the shot. So it just seems, from watching those 3 bowls then, Brian, it just seemed to be a more kind of draw.
Yep. But also, I don't know where the wind is coming from, but it looked as though it's coming across from looking at the screen from the left to the right, which is why it held nicely in turn. But if you get a slight gust, it'll run another couple of feet.
Yeah, well,
Jordan's given himself a chance.
Been pretty impressive to date in this game is Jordan King. He's been the one that's been the difference, really. Just going to go by. Well, congratulations. The Birkenhead Women's Bowling Club this afternoon just won the Bowls North Harbour Pennants Premier Division.
Oh, it's Trish Kruger go, isn't it?
I thought Takapuna won everything.
not lately. I think Trisha's Birkenhead now, isn't she?
I'm not sure.
I think she is.
So congratulations to
Ruth Lynch is there too, I think.
congratulations to the ladies of Birkenhead.
Yep.
Oh, got the fortuitous slide into the head. So, Brian, you were talking before about Okada Bowling Club. Well, there's a Okada Bowling Club. Friday night at Okada Bowling Club. There it is.
Good almighty.
All the action at Okada.
It was a beautiful green when I played it.
Certainly was. It's one of the best greens it's one of the best greens in Taranaki for sure.
And a very interesting pub, but just not far up the road from it.
On the corner, absolutely, yes.
Remember playing the publican from it in the Taranaki Open. I forgot what his name was now, but he was the publican. Quite a character.
Oh, a lot of characters coming out of Okada. So is it one or is it two? Nathan Glasson having a good look. One's been taken out. That indicates it was two. If not, it would have been the measure, I think, with that uncertainty. But so the check on the board, it looked like two.
Closes the game up again.
There it is, 14 ends coming up. Won the diff at 14-13.
That's what we want. Good tight game to the finish.
Yeah, well, that's a great result for Birkenhead. You know, there's Takapuna as an example. You know, they've got what Wendy Jensen, Selena Gillard, Robin Walker, and they've got so well done to Birkenhead. Very, very hard-working club in North Harbour.
But didn't Terry Mobley from there get Administrator of the Year?
Yeah, and also he has a rightful nominee for the Sport North Harbour. The club are in line as Administrator of the Year and the Club of the Year, and well deserved. Good opening bowl from Tom Tamati as we wind the clock down on this final afternoon of the Stoke Stake men's pairs in this final between Tom Tamati and Craig Carter of Canterbury or Christchurch, up against Jordan King and of Auckland, and Nathan Glasson as partner also of Canterbury. And earlier on we saw Tamati and Carter defeat Mike Curtin and Peter Thorne on an extra end, and Jordan King and Nathan Glasson defeat Andrew Kelly and Seamus Curtin. Was $20,000 here to the winning side, and a total of $20,000 in total prize money. $8,000 to the winners, $4,000 to the runners up, and then $2,000 each. So it's pretty good money, as it was for the last couple of events that have been held in Nelson. So well done to the Stoke Club, and of course the Nelson Club as well, who hosted the fours earlier on in the week.
Spades fours, wasn't it?
Spates Fours is correct, and along with a plethora of sponsors of which they had there from the local business community. So between the three tournaments, they've certainly pulled in a lot of, let's say, kind sponsorship. Here comes the jack touch, and Glasson moves it down alongside his own bowl. The bowl, shot bowl, turns, falls over, so it looks and holds in a good position for the Glasson King combination.
I'm going to take the opportunity, Kevin, while you're talking about various bits, of quite unashamedly pushing something that's been... We mentioned Terry Mobley. His father died approximately 12 months ago. And he has a North Harbour Umpires Memorial on the 13th of January in memory of Gary. And I personally would like to push the point that if you're doing nothing, support it, because I think not only was Terry is a very good administrator, his father did a hell of a lot for the umpires of North Harbour.
Sure did. Synonymous with the Birkenhead Club is that name. So over the head, we'll see that third bowl go of
Perfect position for a
Yeah,
lead, isn't it?
sitting right underneath the numbers. Got 2 shirt and he got a touch on the jack with the second. And of course, the difficulty for the Craig Carter side is that his 3 bowls, well, they weren't all short initially, but after the drag of the jack, they all became
You're out of play.
out of play. So Craig Carter, I'm sure with his first, he'll be happy to get second shot on the forehand.
These are the sorts of heads you can actually drop a number, aren't they?
Yeah, well, it looks to be going by and will do so.
You say to yourself, don't be short.
Well, the big thing for Jordan King and Glasson, Nathan Glasson, is they don't want to give a reaching target for Craig Carter. And is this going to sit on his own bowl? Yes, it will. So therefore, that will count. That's certainly 3. And this bowl here needs to get close. Second shot from Carter. Looks under the line.
Looks nervous to me.
Out of the line, under the hand. It never looked good. Now, so here's one of those chances that we spoke about, Brian. Sure, he's got a bowl left, but there's also the chance, of course, for Jordan King to draw 2 more.
Yep.
So, studying concentration was Jordan King. Certainly, well, he's got it on that narrower side. I think they're frightened to get out too far. Needs a bit of luck. Gets a bit of luck. May well count.
May well. This is a big bowl.
Well, in the context of the match, this is literally...
This looks short, doesn't it?
This looks to be the bowl that's either, well, I can't see. No, it's not going to be
No.
short. It's going to get the jack, is it? No, it's not. But what a save. What a dynamic save.
Oh, brilliant. Oh,
Just two's the call, I think, from Nathan Glasson.
now does Jordan give himself a chance to sit that ball out
Well,
of the head?
if the bowl's sitting clean, he can play for it. And it is. So he'll come down on the forehand, reaching with a yard of weight through the head, trying to get to that bowl that's sitting in that nest, or he's got it out on a safe line down through there. Nathan Glasson looking at it. Oh, doesn't want the jack, though. Needs to get past safely. Does.
But worth the chance, wasn't it?
Oh, absolutely. Just needed to be inside that line, not outside it. But definitely worth the chance. 2 was the call early on from Nathan Glasson as we now move on to the 15th. And it was 2, 16, 13, and 14 ends gone.
Yeah, well, I thought you
When the game is over, how big will that bowl that Craig just played turn out to be?
Well, yeah, because they were looking, that was starting to look pretty
Ugly.
Pretty ugly. So he moved to the 15 of 18 ends here at the Stoke men's piers. Of course, thank you to the green staff who, again, prepared wonderful surface here at Stoke, as they always do.
The other thing, just watching the 2 skips there, it shows something else that's in our game. How even though the game is important, it's being fought out the hardest, they're still able to talk and look like they were joking with each other of some sort. And that's a magnificent thing in the sport.
great effort, Tommy.
Tom Tamati just going by with weight held up under the front bowl of Nathan Glasson. A big thank you, of course, to Sally Collin, who've done all the hard work today. I've done all the filming and positioning and all sorts of things, and things that I got no idea about. So here's the Glasson bowl now. Is it going to come all the way back to the centre line? Close enough to it. That's a good bowl. So there's a bit of early pressure now going on as we play in 15. Leading 15-13 is the composite combination of Nathan Glasson and Jordan King. Just that Not to be outdone, Tom Tamati's trying very, very hard here to draw
Close.
to the jack.
Good,
He's
Tom.
close. He's close to getting a front toucher
Oh,
and will do so.
Great bowl.
Be yours, you're in. On down.
So, good skipping here, I think, by Jordan King. Just staying on. Nathan Glasson
Yep.
standing on that hand. Get another bowl on the head. If he's over the head, that's fine.
A lot of people would have been tempted to change hands and chase, and if you land the blue bowl,
Well, he's not going to be far away. He's going to get the back of the blue bowl, is he? Yes, he will.
Yep.
Push it out of the head. Make shot of it.
stay there
It's
now.
well played. Just,
Go on,
as
Phil.
you rightly said, Brian, he had confidence to stay on that hand, got movement on the bowl, and thus got a good result. So here Tom Tamati on his backhand. I'm not going to say anything yet. It looked out of the hand, looked to be on the
This is going to go.
on the underside, and will beat.
held
Well,
more than I thought it would.
Well, yeah, all Craig Carter wanted to make sure that it wasn't going to get in the road after it.
I think you're right in what you said earlier. The two of you, the Cantab and the Aucklander, have got enough experience, and that showed in the shot that Jordan just asked him to play. Just give me another bowl on the head. We're in front. We don't need to be stupid. Give me another bowl on the head, will you?
Well, it's about getting effective bowls into play, isn't it?
Yep.
That's really what it's all about. Here is Jordan King now. Well, you'll see it disappear. Doesn't want to get to the jack. Needs to finish clean on the outside of it. Turns the bowl over, rocks it.
Still in a good home.
Oh, he got a back bowled out of it. I can see he was playing for a 3-shot result there. He turned the bowl through the head. Could easily make 3 of it. Here's Carter now on the backhand. Look to squeeze that out of the head, but it's on a good line. It depends what that weight's going to do now. Certainly it was on a good line. Tom Tamati was interested in this. Now it's still got a metre of running in it. And leaves a nice draw on that forehand. Very good draw down through there for Jordan King. Got the bowl out. Got it out nicely. How far is this going to come back? It needs to work now to come all the way back. In fact, it's flying. Might get, well, he didn't mean to be that quick.
No. I'd liked his line with a yard less weight. I think it would have dropped for him nicely. Well, Tom's interested, whatever it happens to it.
Close. Just got feathered, caught up on a bowl. Now, this bowl could be a big influence in this match. If Jordan King can reach to that bowl in the middle and turn it through the head twice, just going to go on. That's what he was trying.
Yeah.
That's what he was trying to play. Certainly could leave him lying 3. So here's Craig Carter. We come to the end of 15 of 18, and not going to come back, is it?
Don't think so.
Oh, Tom.
Well, it was the shot that
Yeah.
we bowled out the side.
That's why Jordan was playing with the weight.
Yeah.
Watching everything swoop, you think you can. And
But it also shows
didn't think I could miss high.
too much weight. It just doesn't work. But
Oh, you only had to get
a lot of greens she'll hoover back. That particular rink they're playing on, if you play with more than a yard of weight, it's not coming back as quick as what it was if you're playing with good weight.
Oh, I think there's a bit of wind out there as well. Which
Yep.
might making a bit of a
Oh,
difference.
absolutely.
So in 16 now, it's ready to go, and it is the Cantabrian combination who are leading by 15 to 14.
Well,
Nothing.
we saw by the flag how much wind there is.
Absolutely. So nothing in this final now. So Glasson on his backhand. How far is it going to run? Just going to go by.
Oh, look at him. Jordan's shirt's blowing. Oh, there's a lot of wind there, Kevin. Look at it.
It's going to hold up, is it?
Oh, you don't want much more of. Only that far.
No check levels it.
So Nathan Glasson now. Plenty of room. How far is it going to run? It's going to go too quick. That front bowl still shot.
Right, track good.
15-14. It is King and Glasson leading. Vying to get that $8,000 first prize for the winners of the Stoke Stakes men's pairs. This looks a better bowl here. How's the weight? Looks a better bowl altogether from Tom Tamati. Now, so is the shot now
That's awesome.
under the bowl to the jack?
Well, you leave that to your skip. You put another one on the head.
And it's well. I was going to because the good thing is Jordan King stood out there, really indicating to Nathan Glasson that let's get outside the head, not inside it, and I'll attend to things, endeavour to attend to things from there. Because that's certainly what Jordan King will be looking for, won't he?
Yeah. Be surprised if he's not. What odds are you giving on an extra end?
Well, I'm not going to say anything about that either, because we've certainly seen that today, haven't we? Not that we've been party to one, but it's certainly. But one would think for Jordan King, that line underneath to the jack looks pretty much a natural line for his multicoloured bowls.
Yep, and the way he delivers would lead him to. We noticed even on his draw, he's tended to be on a line different than what we thought it would be.
Certainly is. Craig Carter not going to do anything with his bowl. It's short, narrow, under the head. Yeah. Here is Jordan King on his backhand. Can just about tell you out of the hand whether it's under or on the line. Is he going to timber? Is it going to? Oh, he didn't have the weight. Well, that's the worst place he could have finished.
Yeah.
It's not where he wanted to be. That sort of just cuts off that shot opportunity that was there to get down to the jack on a trail on the backhand. Craig Carter now certainly out on the wider side.
Craig Carter has to be to these back ones of Nathan's.
Well, he hasn't got the weight to get there.
Now what does Jordan do?
Well, he can play to turn his own, play with a yard of weight to the head. He can play through his own bowl.
Yep.
At least it'll make sure that he gets up, won't it?
Steered it.
Trying to get down to the jack. Trying to get down to the jack or that second shot. Gets that.
Good bowl, that is.
And gets second shot clean out of it. Now he's got bowls on either side of the head. He's got bowls behind. So
And he's only one down.
And he's only one down, correct, Brian? So on the backhand is Craig Carter trying to get down towards the Jamie Hill bowl. The the
one in, one out.
One in, one out. So the chance here for Jordan King.
Don't think you play with a lot of weight. I think you played the same as he played.
Playing down on that forehand. Needs to just hold a bit longer. He's close. He's close. He's close.
Oh.
Oh. Took his own bowl out as well.
Yeah. Not a good result.
Oh, he was unlucky though, Brian.
He ever?
He was only a smidgen away from getting the absolute perfect result. The bowl looked to be the first option he was going to get to, and he looked to be on a absolute perfect line to get to the jack from there. You know, you can see 1, 2, 3 of those Glasson bowls sitting in behind there.
It was one of those situations of either got the bowl clean or got the jack clean, and the poor bugger got the in between.
So
3?
I'll wait and see but a moment.
Good TV.
Didn't see anything that we'll see in a moment. We'll get some indication of what it was. We know it was definitely 1, but 15-14, King and Glasson. 3 it was. 17-15 as we come to end 17. Well, I've got to say there was a wee bit of Jordan King was a bit unlucky there because there's one of the hardest working ladies in Nelson there. I just see at the back of the green, Muriel Bell, former president of the club, and Mary and her husband John, absolutely outstanding workers for Stoke and for bowls generally in Nelson. So 2 ends away.
It's funny how things are thing. I thought the second shot was a very good result, and he was unlucky to get the result he got, and it shows you how the games can change so quickly.
He was just unlucky. He thought he had, I thought he had the.
I thought he played perfection.
Yeah, I thought he had too. So on the forehand now is Glasson, and he knows very well that his skip Jordan King is when he really needs you.
And it's hard, isn't it? You've got to put that behind you with 2 to go and try and nail it.
No, well, that's you know, it's about the old above the shoulders department, isn't it?
Which is what you were referring to earlier about Kearney teaching.
Oh, absolutely.
Hey, Tom.
So there's a better bowl here from Tom Tamati. And this is a far better bowl, going to get down to close to the jack. So
3 feet off, mate.
Glasson, important thing here for him now. Stay in this match. He's got to
get handy or past.
He's got to get something close, that's for sure.
Good line.
Good to there, champ.
How far is it going to come back? How's the weight? Hasn't got the weight to get all the way back. This is what.
All the way
Is
back.
it going to get all the way?
He has.
Needs to fall in. Does.
Well done.
Oh, just tip
Shot.
those over.
Just when the skip needed you.
Short. Just tipping it over.
So Tom Tamati just asking how much room have I got on the back end is the Canterbury player. Well, just turns his own bowl over. He can make a shot of it as well.
Might go
But no, he's not going to that. He's under the head.
Flick of the wrist.
All good.
Yeah, you're right, Brian. Certainly gave it that last minute flick, didn't it? Now's the big chance here for Glasson just to draw a counter, but ideally just over the head.
Yep. Not on a good line again.
Well, it's out on you're right. It's out on it's a good arc, good line. This should
This
get
is
some
well played.
applause. Get behind the head. We'll do so. Sits right on the centre line.
I would suggest that had he been asked to come up and put it somewhere, he wouldn't have been far away from putting it where it was.
Yeah, it's, so
Couldn't see that coming.
it's interesting. Now, what weight Craig Carter will elect to play.
That was a great edge for the jack too. Peel off.
It looks like Nathan and Jordan having a chat about the unlucky last bowl.
Yeah, well, it was unlucky really
Was.
because he certainly played. It was a 2-shot option, and he actually played both of them with the, you know, either the bowl or the jack. Played them both. So here's the Carter. It's going to go by, is it? Yes, it will. Certainly, it was in the zone.
And if you think back to the Jordan King one, if someone had asked him to pluck that bowl out, he would have got would have got the bowl dead clean or got the jack, wouldn't he? It was,
just unlucky, really.
Yep. But again, Nathan showed what good leads do. Put it behind him, he's put one handy.
So yeah, we're coming to the dying stages of this. The Stoke Stakes men's peers tournament. Jordan King, great, got it out
Close.
on a good line. just hasn't quite got the weight. Oh, this isn't well. It's interesting. Carter's gone to the king hand, so he's only really got that draw. There's not many options there for him, and that's gone out on the wide side. Now it becomes.
No, just can't get weight all line.
Now she's interesting.
Is that the comment I made to you earlier in the day about take your medicine, concede your one down and go into the last end? One down, don't do anything stupid.
Well, it's just that he hasn't been able to find it as Carter is. But see, you notice this bowler, Jordan King's, it's not going to come back as far as he'd hoped. It's going to be Jack level. And that might just be the line to help
Carter.
Craig Carter on its way. Out of the hand it goes. He certainly got it out on out on that line. How far is it going to come back now? Working now. It's working now. Is it going to work past the bowl? No, it's not. Certainly had, that looked 3/4 the way up. It started to arc towards the head.
I thought he had enough weight.
Had that line. So can now Jordan King make 3 of it to go 1 in front to play the last?
Do you think Jordan's second on his second shot?
I'm not sure. This one won't do anything. So we'll see in but a moment. Well,
Well, they've decided.
they've decided very quickly. Might have only been 1.
The idea would be 17 all playing the last, wouldn't it?
Well, that's what I thought. That actually, when after when that last bowl did nothing, last bowl of Jordan's, that's what I thought it was.
17-16.
Is it just the one it was? 17-16.
Increases the chances of an extra end.
Well, Tom Tamati and Craig Carter certainly used to these last end encounters. As we watched Nathan Glasson, the Cantabrian, of course, played in the Elmwood Park Bowls 3-5 side.
That's right.
And represented Canterbury for a number of years. On the back end, played in the New Zealand age group. And this looks just not sure about the weight. The line looked pretty good. This is a good opening bowl from the...
Great start, mate.
Yep.
There's a very good opening bowl from Nathan Glasson. Just sits alongside the jack.
Cometh the hour, cometh the man.
So Tom Tamati now trying on his favoured forehand down there. You can see out of the hand it doesn't take much, doesn't take a lot of push to get down to where the jack is.
All good.
And that's fine. That's just over the head. The last thing Glasson will want to do is to give another jack level bowl on the other side of the head. He'd be happy if he got him behind, in fact.
Am I right as he changed hands?
No.
Better one.
So,
Lovely bowl here.
well, going to touch the jack around the corner. No, he's not, but that's an ideal spot. And behind the head, you'd think, not going to change his hand as Tom Tamati just gives it a wee bit of a flick out of the hand.
I don't know whether you have the weight.
Steered.
Yeah, well, you can see at the delivery point just that little flick and Julie. Now,
Same as your last, mate.
Jordan King will be delighted with that bowl's actually finished.
Yep.
If I'm holding 2 shots, that's an ideal vision line down towards the jack, and as we're about to see, sure enough it is. Look at this now the jack around the corner.
Oh,
3 shots.
what a time to play a brilliant last end.
Well, I was just going to say before, if you could get the jack, it could just about finish up in a straight line home to the with those bowls. But didn't quite do that, but it's certainly 3 shots. Tom Tamati on the mat, 3 down after Nathan Glasson played 3 very, very good bowls. How's this bowl coming down towards the head? Is it going to hold up long enough? Trying hard to. Is Tamati, gets the jack. What a well-played bowl that is.
I think he's got shot.
We'll see in a moment when Craig Carter just moves aside. We should be able to see. Someone might be able to indicate to us. I agree with you, Brian. It looks, well, looking from that camera angle, looks like shot 3 down. Well,
That's a brilliant bowl.
well played.
Actually, that head that it leads all played at some point good bowls.
Well played. Jordan King going straight for the bowl early on. Has he got the bowl? No, he hasn't. Goes by. So is that the winning shot played by Tom Tamati? Where's this bowler, Craig Carter's going to finish in behind the...
Don't go, Jack. Oh, no, he's passed.
He's passed. Well, I'm sure we're going to see the same sort of shot. Yes, we are. Jordan King going for the bowl. Looks to be the front. Needs some luck. What happens? Well, now he's got trouble.
Big trouble.
Now he's got big trouble.
All he's got now is a kill, is he?
Because all that... Now, I did
Now
see,
you need Ryan Bester.
I did see that. He had to go for the target. There's no...
I don't think that'll get in the way, will it?
Well, victory is within sight of the Cantabs of Tom Tamati and Craig Carter after really you'd say that Nathan Glasson played 3 magnificent bowls and then the bowl that Tom Tamati played it. Here's King. It's all over. Shake hands time. And it's the combination of Tom Tamati and Craig Carter. They'll run out the winners. They'll score a 3 on this end and they'll run out the winners by 20 shots to 16 over Jordan King and Nathan Glasson. And really, Brian, one bowl.
One bowl. Shows what the game is about. I mean, so you couldn't ask your lead to play a better head than Nathan Glasson played his last head.
The only thing, and I'm sure Nathan would agree, it's a game of inches, I know, but, you know, it more likely moves about 6 inches further than what he wanted to, got away from the straight line, put it out. But in saying that, Tom Tamati still had to play the bowl, and he just got up on the mat, drew a toucher, moved the jack. Can't argue about that. So earlier on, of course, the first thing this morning we saw Tamati and Carter, they defeated Lance Pascoe. They're the giant killers. They defeated Lance Pascoe and Jamie Hill in the quarterfinal. They then went on and beat Mike Kernaghan and Peter Thorne in the semi-final, and have just defeated Jordan King and Grantham in the final. You know, they've been outstanding. They certainly have. And Nathan Glasson, who I thought he'd played the winning bowl really, but not to be. So there it is for the. We wind up this magnificent week of bowls in Nelson with the Stoke Stake men's pairs and the Canterbury combination of Tom Tamati and Craig Carter. They'll take away the first prize of $8,000, and the runners-up, Jordan King and Nathan Glasson, they've got the $4,000, and then $2,000 each, of course, to our beaten semi-finalists, those being Mike Kernaghan and Peter Thorne, and Andrew Kelly and Seamus Curtin. So to Sally and Colin, who have done a magnificent job bringing you all the visuals, bringing everything to you. Brian, who's been sitting alongside me here all day. It's been fantastic to have you here. Been great to cover this. There's the result chart up there. It's been great to cover this week of bowls in Nelson. So this is Kevin Hickland signing off, and I hope you enjoyed our watch throughout the Stoke Stakes men's pairs with our winners Tom Tamati and Craig Carter.